Hey everybody, hey Stockton. We are back. It is Friday and it should be a regular day. I know the stream title reflects that, but I don't know what I'll name the VOD if I change it at all. So let's figure out what's going on today. Adam is planning on having today be just a regular day. That means 6 hours of streaming and hopefully some decent progress on Skeleseller. All right. Hey Titanium. I haven't seen you in a little while. How's it going? Did you have a good set of holidays? Slash, will you have a good New Year? I have a general plan for how 2025 is going to go, but I don't really do New Year's resolutions and I haven't done them. I don't even know when the last time I did them was, but I typically do like themes for years. And I'm not really sure I have an idea for the theme for next year. But like I said, I've got an idea for the overarching projects I want to work on, which is Skeleseller and probably that digital organization course. And really, that won't take the whole year unless Skeleseller is successful. So maybe we'll do another game. I don't know. Crazy to think about that. Holiday's good so far. Kids are enjoying their new stuff. How have you been? Well, I'm glad to hear it. I've been doing pretty well. I took a bunch of time off recently, and I wasn't really expecting to. And it wasn't like there was a major problem or anything. Just my wife had vacation time, and I thought, yeah, I'll take some time too. I think it was good. I'm feeling pretty good today. Only streams I show up to are ones that are good enough to get multiple notifications. Oh, did that happen on Discord? Ooh. Let me delete that. Delete message. My bad, Paj. It's someday I'm gonna fix that. Someday. I haven't gotten there yet. How are you doing, Paj? We're gonna start by looking through pull requests that I haven't looked through in a while. There are only 2 of them. And then we got some small changes to make here. And then it's mostly issues that I want to tackle. Yeah. I want to decrease the size of the to-do list at some point. And that'll mean dropping a bunch of stuff. Okay. The net analyzer pushes some security updates. Yeah, let me take a look at this. Do you mean we fix the warnings or disable the rule? I think we should instead disable the rule by enforcing collections and just allow using lists and keep whatever we had before. I'd like to look more into that rule. They were always there. We should fix them anyway, so I'll push them in this PR. Or maybe I didn't understand your comment and just meant disable those rules. All right, I think the list changes are fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. Friend got me Adobe Premiere Pro, so I'm trying to learn that today. I've been using Vegas, and so far I still like Vegas more. I use DaVinci Resolve, but then again, I don't really do any crazy editing of my videos that I produce. It's mostly just trimming and audio editing and not animations or anything. But yeah, I hope Adobe Premiere Pro goes well. I think I watched your video on... God, I can't remember the name of these games. It was the factory one that had a cool aesthetic. It took place mostly underground. Anyway, I had played that game, but I have a problem with pretty much all factory games, so I don't think I had the same gripes that you did. Are you there? I unexpectedly, I Tectonica, yeah, that's what it's called. I unexpectedly quit my job a couple weeks ago. Just couldn't deal with corporate BS anymore. Taking a break to work on my own stuff very casually until January and when I start going fast again. Wow, yeah. I hope you were feeling good because I think it can be energizing and I think it can also be stressful. I've seen some people, some of my friends who they quit their job and they've wanted to quit their job and they knew it was going to happen because they quit. But then they were anxious for like the next 4 months before they found something new. And it's like, man, I get that it's trading one kind of anxiety for another, but it's too bad it can't just be like a break that they enjoy for 4 months and then move on. So yeah, it all depends on the person and why you quit and what you're going to. Okay, I wanted to look at this old change and see why it was even a thing. Actually, even this thing. Why did we disable this? This was, oh man, I'm so confused here. Is this the first one or the newest one? Ember, thanks for the resub. Welcome back. Happy 21 months. December 14th and December 11th. Oh, this is after I wrote my comment, I guess. December 14th. Is that when I wrote mine? 2 weeks ago was December 13th. Yeah, okay. Then that makes sense. I think that's good. Yeah, I think that's good. So now the only thing I want to figure out is why is this even a suggestion? I meant to search for C#. Can we search for analyzer here? In the spot of taking a break from work, retail 60-hour weeks, running multiple stores, the district manager gives no time for home life. Yeah, really, anything more than 40 hours, I think. It's just hard to put your energy into multiple things. Too bad there's no like New Year's genie. You can wish for this once a year. Twitch on Firefox seems to be stuck on loading circle forever. Is there an update maybe? Probably an ad block thing? It could be, although I guess you can't hear me if it's stuck. A comprehensive guide. Isn't it just replace I read only list with list? Working with a list might offer better performance, especially for operations involving frequent modifications. I wonder how it determined this though. Was I making a change to a list? All I'm trying to figure out is what justification is there for this analyzer and why would we change these things? Like there's a list of buttons instead of an I read only list of buttons. And that's the only thing that needed to change. So game settings menu, let's look. We should see a list of, yeah, read only a list of buttons. And what do we do here? Oh, is it because to list is not returning? It's returning a list. But list should implement I read only list. It does. Man, I don't understand. Oh, forgot about your Prime stuff. Nice. Welcome back, Titania. I have to type to Kevin. How entitled can you be? Coming to a stream with audio when you can hear and just don't hear. Yeah, so I'm not sure why this is done, and I'd love to find out. And this should be a warning, but I don't see the warning. Can we get it with, what is it, .NET help? There's a format, but format doesn't find all of these things. I guess we'll just run format anyway. This honestly shouldn't take that long. I just don't know what the name of this warning is. Maybe we'll find it in editor config. Read only list. No, come on. Does this pull it up? SA 1202 .NET Restore. Ah. What does .NET Restore do? Restore dependencies. That's going to tell me the warnings? Doesn't sound like it. I'm just going to use the time off to relax. I have a couple offers, and none of them would start until the end of January, so I think I'm going to take the month to keep brushing up on C++, supporting a GDScript project over C#. Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with what GDScript would have as its performance limitations. Because, I mean, generally, and I think you know this based on the things you've said in chat before, but generally I think of things in terms of time complexity rather than language limitations. But every once in a while you do hit language limitations, and it doesn't matter how well you coded your algorithms. Maybe there's a garbage collector that's just running in the background. Maybe there's, could be any number of things. Not that C# doesn't have a garbage collector, but just as a contrived example there. What is this? Elements must be ordered by access. It's not that, and it's probably not S1135, which, how do we even find this? C# analyzer. I don't know how to get this to pop up. Yeah. Sharp analyzer, read only list. Where is this? What is even having us output this thing? That's what I don't understand. Huh. I truly can't find this. I don't know what causes this error to show up. I'm not seeing the error, or well, warning, I guess. But yeah, something here should tell us this. Hey, bums. How's it going? Yeah, weird. And I can't even search for it and find it. Like, what is causing this thing to print out? Huh. Diplomacy sharps and negatives. Enjoy the car ride. So strange. I just oh, maybe this only shows up when it probably, yeah. Probably only shows up if I switch to the new version. Oh my God. Okay. I'm being a dummy. All right. So we got to pull PR checkout. We got to pull this one, 530. Except by doing this is going to have automatically fixed this stuff. So now we need to undo one of those things. Yeah. So we changed it to an I read only list. I'd be wrong to assume that today you woke up and started streaming. I did wake up and I did start streaming. If the implication is that I rolled out of bed and started streaming, that's not the case. But yes, I did wake up and start streaming. What happened here? Oh, I see. It doesn't have my get ignore file anymore. Oh, that's frustrating. Hmm. Did I push that? I might have, and I might not have tools. Ah, I did push it. Okay, so then, well, we could just delete the folder entirely. Yeah, that'd be faster. Well, then I wouldn't have node modules. Okay, let's instead copy over get ignore and just make sure not to paste in the get ignore. Copy this. Go to where is it? Tools, sprite sheet changer. Get ignore. All right, now it shouldn't have all these files on the side. Yep, perfect. Cool. Hey, Laird. Happy holidays. Working on advent of code still. Thought seeing you code to help me focus on my stuff as well. Nice, yeah. I guess the new challenges are done now. It probably ends with Christmas time. Only the waking up part and starting the stream. Getting hard to come up with unique entrances. It's totally fine if they're not unique entrances. I remember a long time ago, Trackley was coming in and every day was trying to come up with a comment on my shirt that I was wearing. At some point, I'm like, you don't have to do this if you don't want to. And then they dropped it. And it wasn't like super annoying or anything. It was just um, anything with a pattern, if it's supposed to be sort of improv, I think tends to diminish the improv a bit. My wife has been watching this show called Game Changer. And it's a very short little tidbit here that the host of the show keeps giving out like fake points or something or saying like let's transition to the next game, but he always does so in such a formulaic way that it's frustrating to me to watch because it's an improv show and there's a formula to part of it, and I feel like the formulas need to be very loose for the improv to be funny. All right, so now we're finally getting this and I can read what this is. CA 1859. Finally, we got it. All right, CA 1859, C# rationale. My fourth was the last day. Consider them good exercises. Yeah, I think they are good exercises, and I think they're fun, and I think there's a giant community around it. So I think there are a lot of good reasons to do it. Use concrete types when possible for improved performance. Code uses interface types or abstract types, leading to unnecessary interface calls or virtual calls. Oh, so this is a very minor performance improvement, huh? Interface to abstract type or abstract types to concrete types when possible. Using concrete types leads to higher quality generated code and enabling inlining. Oh man, there were a lot of function calls that said to remove an iRead-only list or return an iRead-only list of something. So if I search for a space iRead-only list and then, I don't know, something like that, how many of these do we have where we don't really need them to be read-only lists, but they get returned as a read-only list because another linting rule told me to do it? I wonder if that's still a thing. Like if we just name this list, change a list to use collection, read-only collection, or keyed collection. I wonder if all of them should have been replaced by collection. And then we do something like that. And then instead of returning a list, we return a collection. There is no to collection. Huh. Yeah, I gotta say, in cases like that, well, there was another suggestion here, which was return a read-only collection T. So it still wants you to do this. Yeah. And what is this one then? CA1002. A type contains an externally visible member that is a list. Yeah. By default, this rule only looks at externally visible types. Generic collection is designed for performance and not inheritance. List does not contain virtual members that make it easier to change the behavior of an inherited class. Following generic collections are designed for inheritance and should be exposed instead. Don't suppress a warning unless the assembly that raises this is not meant to be a reusable library. Yeah, so we should just suppress this warning then. This was silly. Oh, man. All right. I'm going to write that down. Suppress 1002. Cite the... Where is it? Cite the... Here it is. When to suppress warnings section. Well, that page being this. So I guess it's this page, not that page. And then change all of the things that we got from this. So this should be a list, but we're going to keep it as an I read only list for now. Hopefully nothing else changed. I think this rule is not super important, but yeah, we might as well change it. Hey, Scoreline, it's going well. It's not been the most productive month because of how much time I took off. And unfortunately, there's going to be more time taken off at the end of January. But I think January is going to be like the most important month. So I think we got to get our act back in shape. Because when is New Year's? January 1st. Not January 1st, sorry. Obviously it's January 1st. Wednesday. Wednesday is normally a stream day. And I'm probably going to take that off. I'm not positive. But other than that, it should be smooth sailing for the rest of January. And I think we're in good shape. And we'll get more insight into that today. This case, old code was fine. They suggest collection to let consumer cast to whatever they need. Wait, what? What suggests collection? I thought we're only talking about lists here. Yeah. What are you talking about, Darkstorm? Did we come up with to conclusions with the fest? Yeah, I think it's worth targeting the Idler Fest and the first next fest. And I think it'll be a little bit tough. And that's why I said I think January is going to be pretty important. Okay, so fix all instances of this. Yeah, so I think we're good. Yeah, thank you, Repressal. I think we're going to need a little bit of that luck. All right, so delete this. And here we're going to keep just a list here. All right, that's fine. Yeah, okay. I think this is looking good. So all I need to do is comment on this bit. What is this? Warnings about changing I read only lists are always there. We should fix them anyway. I'll push them in this PR. Maybe I didn't understand your comment. All right, now this is thank you. This is what I wanted. You mean we fixed the warnings or disable the rule? We disabled S2325. Yeah. Okay. So paste that in here. And then put this here. Kind of what I wanted. Cool, cool, cool. Hey, Grace. It is going well so far. Hey, Mars. Yeah, it's been only about 20 minutes since I started streaming, and we're on track. That's all. So I'm pretty happy so far. We have a lot of kind of miscellaneous work to do today. And a lot of this is I just want to get more visibility into what's going to take a lot of time. Because with any launch that we've done of Skeleseller, we always publish it for free on itch. And we can always put more content into it, more balance, more polish, more features. So it's not a question of will we be done by mid-January. It's how much is going into the next build. Hey, Sinistella. Yeah, so that PR is finished. Now the next PR is this one. Don't know which version we're actually putting in. I went with V0.5 alpha. To avoid storing the version somewhere in the code, I added it directly to project settings. I think it should be done this way. Then we can just display this by accessing the project settings. It's not very readable because we have to adjust some settings. I would probably just put this in the code. I wasn't sure we really needed it in the in-game menu, so I left that out for now. I think when people report bugs, they should probably know what version they're on, though. Yeah, I think it should be in the in-game menu. I wonder what most games do for this. Did they put it in the bottom left, the bottom right? Do they have some like special screen that shows it? I've been playing Slay the Spire and I'm pretty sure it's there. I think it's on the loading screen. There it is. It's very faint in the bottom left. Yeah, I don't actually know if it shows up on the settings page. Let's look up settings UI. Because it doesn't matter what one game does, but yeah, there's a version thing in there too. Yeah, I think just having some faint thing on both those screens. I've been playing Space Engineers. I haven't done any work on my game. Space Engineers. Huh, wait, something weird is going on. Oh, there we go. What is this game? Sandbox game about engineering, construction, exploration, and survival in space and on planets. I see. It's a little bit hard to get an idea of what you do just based on the screenshots. Although there are like a million screenshots. I know there are videos, but I'm not gonna watch that on the stream right now. But cool. I hope you're having fun. The thing in using list and return types, they just suggest using a different type for convenience. Suggested types can be cast to list externally, but only matters if you do stuff like APIs. Oh yeah, that's what I was talking about with this. So we need to delete that. Yeah, the link is there. Yeah, okay, so I do want this to be in the in-game menu as well. Game version goes here. I think if we had an automatic version bumper, that I think having it in this project file would be good. Because presumably it's easy enough to read this. What is this, like an ini file format or something? Ini file format. Yeah. Or close enough. They might actually just say it somewhere. Godot file formats. They don't say it there. Where do they have this? I think this is the default name of it. Project.godot file. Yeah, it's strange. I see project.godot show up over here. At least in the search results, then it doesn't show up on the page. All right, let's put quotes around this. Yeah, no idea. Oh well. Yeah, oh well. Check the PR code if you want to read the project contents. There's no code to do that here though. Yeah, what I was talking about is having a script read this data from project.godot and update it with a different version. I mean, the other thing we could do is just load this from disk. There could just be a version.txt thing, and then all we have to do is just output the version into one file or have other metadata or something. But I don't think any of that matters right now. I think you could go here, you could go in code. It doesn't make a big difference. But the thing I do want is for it to be on the in-game menu as well. Okay, yeah. All right, so RE original task. I do want this label to be in the in-game menu. And I think that should go into this PR. And then styles, size, shadow outline, colors. All right, yeah. For most of this stuff, I think it's just whatever looks good or what matches what other games do. E.g. for Slay the Spire. I gotta go find that title screen picture again. Yeah, here. They put it in faint text on the bottom left of the title screen and also in their in-game menu. I think that as long as it doesn't stand out, it should be fine to include in the same spot on both screens of Skeleseller. It still needs to be legible though. Hey, Saro. Have you been relaxing recently or also working hard? Yeah, I don't know how many other games do something like this. I wonder if Terraria shows it somewhere. Terraria title screen. Here. Yeah, same thing. They actually don't even show it in faint text. They show it in like the exact same text they show this, other than it being a tiny bit smaller. But then do they also show it in the in-game settings somewhere? I don't want to open Terraria for this, but let's look up Terraria inventory UI maybe. This is not where I would expect it to be. I would expect it to be in the settings UI though. Yeah. Okay, let's look at the settings UI. It does not show in here, or at least not as far as I can tell. Yeah, I don't think it shows up in there. I'm trying to enjoy the holidays. Yeah. Nice. Have you seen this game UI database? Wow, no, I've never seen this. If we search for Terraria, oh, it, wait, what? Found the word Terraria using OCR? It's interesting, but it's not what I wanted. um, is it not here? A to Z, sort by Z to A. They're counting the. They are. This is The Legend of Zelda. All right, most alphabetical orderings don't do that for something like this. But yeah, I don't see Terraria here. Goes right from tennis to Tetris. Be more relaxed until mid-late January. Can't complain. Yeah, I think that's nice. I think having some predictable slow time of the year is really good. It's good to just disconnect. It's good to have some time off. I think the menu still needs it anyway. It makes it easier to report eventual bugs. Yeah, yeah, that's what I was thinking. More for in-game UI. Well, I wonder what other game could we kind of consider here? Because there are a bunch of these. I guess if we just click any of these, it'd have to be an indie game. I don't think AAA games would do this. Like ukulele, let's say. Ukulele doesn't have one at all. Yeah, there's no game version in here. I think it's most games that you would expect players to report bugs. That's pretty much it. And I don't know, is there something, maybe like Super Meat Boy? How do we search again? Here, Super Meat Boy. No, nothing here. I'll search for one more just to kind of see nuclear throne. Title screen. Nothing there either. Kind of surprised. Maybe on the settings screen? I mean, I don't really think it matters too much if a game doesn't have it. I think it's just if they have it, how do they render it? Because I think we should have it. I think otherwise it's going to be a little bit tough to know. Did someone download the correct version? You know, I'd have to like say save a file and tell me what version the save file is. It's pretty good that that exists, Stockton. I think generally I find a lot of that stuff just by searching Google, and it works like decently well. And then worst case scenario, a lot of times I just have the game and could open it up. I'm not gonna do that on stream though. All right, so this stuff, cite the when to suppress warnings. Yeah. So this is don't return I read only lists. So we got to search for this, which we have 134 results. Oh boy. Yeah, we pretty much shouldn't be using this anywhere, I guess. Like if I just replace this with a list all over the place, does it complain? Oh, did I? No, I did not. Okay. I got to switch back to, let's revert that. And let's revert this too. And then let's switch to main. You don't have to replace those. I wonder why it's not talking about this though, because if the problem they had was vtable lookups, wouldn't there be vtable lookup problems with this too? Like count would need to look into the concrete vtable that we have for a list. I just don't know why we'd use iRead-only list anywhere unless it's to indicate that you can't modify it, which is not a strong reason to do that. I guess this isn't a strong reason no matter what. Yeah, we should just disable. Yeah, never mind. I shouldn't do this right now. I should just file something about this. All right, let's delete this. Oh, wait. Oh, hang on. That might not have been an accurate test of this. I do this here. Does it complain? Cannot implicitly convert iRead-only list targets as read-only. We needed to do this? Huh. Because this returns an iRead-only list. I'm not going to commit this, I think. Yeah, so ignoring this issue, now what does this talk about? It did print out a bunch of warnings, but I don't think any of them are in split shot, are they? Split shot, no. Also, now a .NET restore would probably be good in case I don't have the right version. No, we're good. Yeah, I don't really think this is worth doing, but if I don't think it's worth doing now, it's probably not ever worth doing. It's like a free, very minor performance improvement. I think I'm just gonna file an issue for right now. All right, so what is this? CA1002. Whoops. Suppress CA1002. See the reference page. It mentions that this rule is really only for library code so that callers can specify their own implementations. We don't have that issue, so we can gain a very minor performance improvement. Where is this? Oh, it's not even a performance improvement. Wait, no, it's not even this. What? No, it is definitely this. Yeah, it's definitely this. Let me take a look at this. Yeah, it is performance. Yeah. Most uses of I read only list. Merry 27th, Funky Monkey. Happy 1.5 years. Thank you for the resub. I hope you're relaxing over there. I was just thinking about our UI session and how if you've been watching the stream, you're probably like, he didn't do anything with that session. But that's not true. I have a note and I just haven't gotten back to it. And we are going to pivot at some point from building features and fixing bugs to polishing and working on UI and UX. And we just haven't gotten there yet. But yeah, I still appreciate it. See the reference page. It mentions this rule is only for library code. Yeah. This is very low priority. Or else I would have just done this now. I don't think there is a reason for any instances of read-only list to exist. Because there's the other suppression here. This one. Use concrete types when possible for improved performance. See CA 1859. CA 1859 for why we should prefer concrete types everywhere. All right, label, code quality, priority 2, and that's it. Yeah. All right, so money changes. We're starting to get into some of the things I wanted to fix that were either on this list from a prior commit or PR, or things that, well, this is a miscellaneous thing, or just checkpoint 5. So make it so you can hover over money icon and see the tooltip, get rid of money and the word G from the money label. Yeah, let's go load this up. So I think the way we want to show this is just the money amount. Oh no, the coin symbol first and then the money amount. Is that what I settled on, really? I think I looked at them both and I thought that this one looked better. Yeah, I guess we'll do that. Renovation Nation over here. Yeah, I am feeling pretty good about things. I hope the renovations are going well. I'll load the game because if you haven't seen it in a little while, I think it can be good to see some of the just in-your-face improvements. We have shadows for the characters. We have idle animations for the battlers. Well, we always had them for the enemies, but now we have them for the adventurers as well. And there are some other changes that we've gone through as well, mostly in this map changing. So there are a lot of nice things. If these don't mean anything to somebody watching right now, when you play the game, you will like the changes without maybe knowing that they're changes. You'll be like, oh, the game was probably just always like this because this is what makes sense. But that's not how game dev works. You don't always do what makes sense because you don't know what makes sense at first. All right, so coin symbol and then amount of money. And I want this to be a money label somewhere. So we're going to make a new thing. And it's going to be this stuff. It's going to have probably a lot of what we have here. And hovering over it. Well, I guess these could be cost labels. Huh. Yeah, map. It's finally there. You pass a list of adventures instead of read only and you add or remove something by mistake. Yeah. That's the only problem. Well, potential problem. But if you found the need to add or remove it, it probably indicates that you don't want a read-only list. Like imagine some, public void contrived function, and you're taking in an I read only list of whatever widgets, and in this function you use the list without modifying it. If we change it to a list, now you could do something like widgets dot add a new widget. If you're doing this, it means you shouldn't have had a read-only list in the first place. So that's what makes me think it's never important. Like the corollary to this is if you have a const in whatever language you're using, so constant x equals 5 versus int x equals 5, this indicates that you shouldn't change it, but there's absolutely no difference in the outputted code. The bytecode's still just going to have a 5 instead of anything else. And this, I guess, if you do change it, it couldn't just inline a 5, but it probably will inline a 5 when it's easier not changing it. Read only is a scam. I don't think read only is a scam. I think it lets you as a programmer know where you need to focus your attention. So for example, if you see a function, public void foo, and at the top of this function is like constant size equals 16, const float, whatever, speed equals 4.2. If you see this stuff, you're like, oh, this isn't going to change later in the function. So I don't need to remember this. I can basically just replace size with 16 everywhere. But if you don't see that, then you never know if there's going to be some code down here that says like size times equal 2. And now for this half of the code, you're considering it to be 16. And for this half, you're considering it to be 32. So anyway, yeah, I think it reduces cognitive load. And then in some cases, depending on what you're making const, you could probably improve performance as well, or provide immutability and, sorry, not immutability. Obviously, it's immutable if it's constant, but maybe thread safety. And yeah, we just don't have that issue. All right, so there are two things we want to use this for. One is cost labels. Hovering over them does nothing. And the other is the money label, or like your money label. Hovering over this shows you the limit, I guess. And we only have two of those. We have one inside the town hall right there. And when you hover over this, it says what your maximum money is. I'm not even sure we should have this label in here. My concern was that we gray out the background here and you can't see how much money you have as well as you could if we didn't gray out the background. I mean, it's still pretty visible, but imagine if none of it was visible. If I could just like right click inspect element and delete all this and all you're seeing is the town perks UI, you wouldn't know how much money you have to be able to spend. So I actually do think it's probably worth keeping this here. Maybe we shouldn't have the on hover effect. Maybe we should just have a money label and it renders this stuff. And then we can have it on hover for, that's just a tooltip on parent. We could just add it to the entire node. Yeah. What if you remove the G from the money and just show the coin? Yeah, that's the plan. Yeah. And we're also going to remove the word money as well. All right. So let's make a new scene. It's going to just be the combination of this stuff. HBox container, money label, control. Yeah, that stuff. Come, you haven't bought and reviewed my game on Steam yet? What game on Steam? Have you told me about this, Core? I'm scrolling up in your chat messages going back like 4 years. I don't see anything about it. Hey TJ. What's the game engine? This is using Godot. Godot doesn't have any like branding in it as far as I can tell. Unless you could see this icon here. But other than that, yeah, you would just have to know the UI to know that this is Godot. All right, so we're going to export this to its own scene. Save branch. And then we want it to either be the animated version or the non-animated version. I'd like to give you a link without prior acceptance of allowment. Oh yeah, you can share it on show and tell in Discord. I don't usually buy a lot of games. I will say that. So I'll probably take a look at the Steam page or itch page or something like that, but I probably wouldn't go too much farther than that. Hey, Bazati, will you take pre-orders? Or will we all just have to wait until release? So if you want to play the game, hang on one sec. Let me save this and then let me respond to that. We're gonna put this in UI and we're gonna call this something like money label, I guess. Money label already exists. Oh, what? What? What's using this? Okay, I'm confused. Hang on a second. There is a money label already, and it does exactly what we had already. Show in file system and view owners. Town menu and perks. Oh. I thought this was just named money label. It actually is its own scene. Okay. And then perks uses as well. Okay, got it. And now we just added in this thing on the side. I see. Okay. Anyway, so Bazati, what I was gonna say is so we have a version playable right now for free, but this version is from 24 days ago, and there have been lots of improvements since then. So what I would suggest, if you don't mind, is wait until maybe mid-January, and then version 0.5 will be online. I don't know exactly when, and it'll still be free. And this might be the last like free preview of the game until we launch, and then the game will be paid. So there's no pre-order. The closest you can get to is wishlisting it on Steam. So I typed that in YouTube chat for you. Welcome to the stream though. And anyone who wants it on Twitch, there you go. Yeah, if you want to pay, yeah. There will be a paid version eventually. And I appreciate that you want to pay. I just checked today how many wish lists we are up to, and it's 368. So you could be another wish list. You could, I guess they're just gonna be demos. Yeah. There's nothing else other than the version comes out. Yeah, already on the wish list. Gotcha. What are we buying? Oh, we were just talking about Skeleseller and how Bazati on YouTube wants to pay, and I'm happy to accept Bazati's money, but we can't do that yet. All right, so we changed money label. So instead of just being a label now, it's going to also include the animated sprite or possibly just a sprite. So let's add in an HBox container, make this the scene root. Call this money label, I guess, but it isn't really. This is the amount label. Then there's a tooltip on the whole thing. And the other thing that we need is the animated sprite, which is inside of a control, which I don't know if that's necessary. And we want it to be first. Maybe it is necessary. No, there's something else going on here. Or the control has positioning. It does. Well, it's 131. I guess it's controlled by the parent. So then what is the animated sprite transformed? Yes, 8. Okay, so then I don't think we need the control. Although maybe we do for the... Oh, we probably do for the positioning of that, yeah. Oh, how fun. No, this is already positioned at 8. What is going on? How does this look fine over here then? Also, we wanted the space to be like 10 pixels between these. I guess we could do that. Hang on a second. I'm trying to think about this. I think we need this whole thing to be under control so that it can have a tooltip on I gotta just spend some time and remind myself how I'm supposed to do this. But yeah, this part does not make any sense to me. How do we get this to lay out properly here? This had everything set up the same way. Transform this shouldn't even be movable. Yeah, because it's part of a container. And same thing with this. Only other special thing we had was alignment center for this stuff. But the center alignment should be along the x-axis. No, the label is just there for now. This is supposed to just say something like 500. I just don't know how I'm supposed to lay this out. I can't figure that part out. And I don't know what's different here. Unless this had, no, it doesn't have anything different here. Fill and expand. Fill and shrink center on the vertical. Oh, that's why. So we take this and we set this to shrink center on vertical. It's already set up that way. God, this should not be difficult. Especially because I have an example right here of this working. It is using a different font. I mean, that could change the size of this or something. Although at that point we would just, wait, no, how is this using a different font? Because this happens to be inside of a container? Yeah. Town menu theme has a label that uses the font Skeleseller main. So we just say that this uses that same font. Font Skeleseller main. Hey, who cares? Making some money labels? Trying to. Does it not have alignment options? It does, but it's only for, let's say we were to resize this whole thing and make it take up the whole screen. So let's say I do this. The centering of it, well, I guess this makes it a little bit more obvious what's happening here. This coin is at the top. I don't think you can put animated sprites inside of a control and have this just work. Huh. 10K steps in for the past 5 days. Very proud of myself. Congratulations. And it was good. I didn't do a whole lot. But yeah, it was good. I think I had a brookie for the first time, which is a brownie slash cookie combo. It was pretty tasty. A friend of mine made it. Yeah, for anyone who hasn't seen what these are, because maybe it's not a common word. Oh yeah, Eoclis. Sorry, I meant content alignment or control. I was trying to translate HBox, not box, to horizontal aligned component from Unity. I'm not sure what's happening here. This sort of thing happens every once in a while where there's some Godot layout quirk that I can't figure out at first. And then I realize, oh, it's that. And it's just something I never would have thought of. And in this case, I just don't know why this is happening. If I put this directly here, I don't even know why this control mattered. And then if I were to expand this money label to say something like this, oh, wait, it doesn't matter? This only coincidentally worked? Yeah, I think that's the issue. That no, wait, no, that's not it. This is pushing it. What's going on? Also, did this have the wrong texture thing? Shouldn't this be nearest? Wow, that looks a lot crisper. Yeah, so we have a couple things we need to fix. I still don't get how this is happening. Yeah, money label itself is what had the, maybe that's what's going on. Maybe I need to delete this. It is not what's going on. All right, does this have some different anchor or something like that? She said to fill in both directions. I don't know. I do not know. Okay, well, I guess worst case scenario, we could just copy paste this over here and then delete these things and then make this the scene root and then delete this too. It's still not working correctly. Is it controlling the position of the items? Hey, sound of typing. Yeah, it is. I just don't know what I'm doing wrong here. I wonder if this is just a coincidence that this had looked good because maybe when it's all in a line anyway and it doesn't have this gigantic size that everything's fine. Like if I cut out the size of this, yeah, that probably was it. I think that's what's happening. Oh man. Couldn't I programmatically place it? Yeah, I was just trying to figure out why did this work in one scene and not the other. And now I think I realize it's just that the H box needs to be sized correctly. So when it's too large, nothing is going to position this lower, which I guess makes sense. We don't have a center container there. So yeah. So now let's undo what we had done, getting up to that. And then we need to resize this to be the smallest it can possibly be. And we need this control to encapsulate the size of the sprite. So how big is this? I think it's 8 by 8. So doesn't this just need to be 8 by 8? Oh, we can't change the size? Oh, no, minimum size. Yeah, 8, 8. I don't know if that's 8 by 8, but that's easy enough to go figure out. Just go over to here and find the coin. It's 14 by 14. All right, for whatever reason, that still isn't encapsulating this. Does this know what size it is? I guess because this is positioned up there. This suggests that it's 16 by 16. Strange. Coins aligned to the top and bottom of the middle. Yeah, that's true. It is. I was not worried about that yet, but I think we could just add in a center container and say that this has a minimum size of 16 by 16 and then put the animated sprite in this instead. Something very bizarre is going on right now, and I don't know what it is. Yeah, I'm so confused. This control doesn't have anything in it anymore. Oh, I see. That had a position there. I mean, we could just bump this down another pixel or something like that. Okay, so here's the real problem. The real problem is we're not using a control node inside of this whole hierarchy, and that's all that this stuff knows how to position. I don't know if you can have an animated sprite in a control node. Sprite 2D under control node. Inside of a margin container. Make sure it was not set to centered. Make sure its position was 0, 0. So the margins be half the sprite's dimensions on each axis. Use an animated texture. I didn't even know that was a thing. Okay, well then that's the real thing we need to do here is just make a texture rect. There are animated textures? Yeah, wow, there is. Huh. Okay, how do we do this? We have to give it frames for each. Oh man. Okay, well this seems a little tedious. And then what? We set all of its animation properties in here somehow? How would you do that? Oh, there's a duration on each frame. Okay, that's... Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, that's a shame. Because unfortunately, the way we need to do this is make 4 Atlas textures out of this. We need to load in coin here and then say what the region is. This technically has the same... Oh, it doesn't have the same frame twice. Oh, there are 5 unique frames. So something's a little fishy about this because the graphics themselves are 15 by 14. Yeah, that's why this was a little different. Because it's 75 total. Yeah. All right, let's try this out. So 0, 0, 15, 14. So that's frame number 1. Now we have to add frame number 2. If we could copy this, that would be great. Well, it's going to have to be unique. Copy. And paste. And change this. Does this change everything? It didn't. Nope, no, it worked. Okay, cool. Yeah. All right, so now we paste that all over. Copy, paste, paste, and paste. It's a very bizarre thing to have to do. So this is 30. This is 45. And this is 60. And then frame duration for all of these, that's got to change. What was this set to? 5 FPS. So frame duration has got to be like 0.125 or something. Why is this the worst? Okay, yeah, you can set this. So 5 frames per second meant a frame every 0.2 seconds. So I guess we could just copy that in there. I'm not sure why this is looking this way. Yeah. Like it should be individual. Oh, maybe it's, no, yeah, I don't understand. Huh. Can we just play this scene? It's probably not even gonna work. And we might have 2 coins now. No, it's rendering the same way it was rendering even in the editor. Like this shouldn't be here, but this definitely shouldn't look this way. And I'm not sure why it does. Oh, maybe we don't have the right size. Shouldn't be a custom minimum size, it should be a maximum size. Huh. Ignore size. Tile? What? I'm so confused by this. It's so weird. This is an animated sprite or an animated texture. It's not animating. I know it's super tiny. Yeah, I don't get it. I gave it an animated texture. I gotta look up how this is supposed to work then. Godot animated texture. Class does not work properly in current versions and may be removed. Wow, that was great. There's currently no equivalent workaround. I gotta say, it wasn't the most usable thing to begin with. Yeah, now I know. Haywire. Yeah, so if we use any other animated textures and we gotta delete them, we don't. All right. So then we're supposed to, okay, let's just go back to what we had then. This is ridiculous. I'm surprised the editor didn't tell me don't use this resource. There should be some deprecation warning directly in here. Yeah, good thing I didn't keep looking at it. All right, so someone said they put this inside of a margin container. I mean, we could change the type of this to margin container. And then we could set the margins. They said to what, half of these things? So margin left would be 7. 7.5. I guess 8, 7, and 8. I mean, I don't really notice any difference here. We should probably rename this because otherwise it's going to be, I think that it's a center container. Okay, so if we were to just resize this thing now, scale mode, I don't want scale mode, I want this. That's what I thought. I think we still need this inside of a center container somewhere. Hey, we did it. Do we need that now? No, we don't. So then there doesn't need to be, yeah, it doesn't need to be any of this stuff. I think we do need the margin to exist though. Why is this so big? Oh, because there are 10 pixels between it. So if we get rid of this and set this to 0, they should be butting right up against each other. Nice, yeah. Okay, well, I don't think it should be 0, but I think it should be something very small, maybe like 2. Yeah, the farther it gets, the kind of weirder it looks. So yeah, I think 2 is pretty good. And that's that. Just spend half an hour on a money label. We're not even done because we got to use it everywhere. We gotta change some things out. And then yeah, this is gonna look weird because we'll have 2 animated sprites here. Let's delete that one. And we don't need an HBox container here either. Now, why is that bumped down? Because of the font being used differently. This should have a texture of nearest, so it's crisp. Yeah, I think it's just a font thing. In which case, we could just change a margin bottom on this, right? No, that doesn't do anything. Neither of these does anything. Huh, I guess it's just the offset that we have here. Yeah, that looks pretty good. Wrapping a node 2D with the control so that it works with the control system. Yeah. Yeah, and generally it's you do need to mix these nodes every once in a while. It's like if you have a sprite and you want, let's say you have a player and you want a name label above them, then you're going to need some sort of sprite or animated sprite and then underneath them a label. And same thing, what if you want an animated sprite inside the UI? For example, a coin graphic. You need to do something like this and it's just a little weird how it works. All right, I am going to take a break because I want to try to stick to the breaks that I want. And yeah, we're going to just say where I left off. Got money label created, but I'm not really using it anywhere. All right, I'll be back in just a little bit. Is it jump time? It's jump time. All right, feel free to join. Type J and a number to jump. I'll be back in just a little bit, and we'll continue this stuff. caught the tail end of that. People on the left side, very unlucky. Close the game. Okay, so we got money label created, not really using it anywhere. It's probably not even working correctly. And we wanted to swap this out with a sprite for, oh no, what we could do is we could just stop the animation. Oh, clever, 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 clever. All right, yeah. We'll call this coin sprite. We'll make this access as unique name, amount label, same thing. I don't know what we're going to do about the tooltip yet. Let's just ignore that for now. And the amount label now no longer needs the script. So detach that and put money label.cs up to here. And then open this. And this is now no longer a label, it's just a control. And we have what? Coin sprite and amount label that we want. So private animated sprite 2D coin sprite and the amount label. There we go. Now we go get those things. This is an animated sprite 2D. And it should just know how to fill in the other one. Good. All right, now what do we do? Instead of saying text on this, we're setting it just on the label. We don't need money there anymore. We don't need the money symbol there anymore. So it's literally just money. Dot toString, I guess. That, I think, looks slightly better like that. So let's do it that way. All right, setting that stuff. Now we need a public bool. What do I want to say? Like, is static? Or maybe just a set. Public void set. Or like make static. Remove animation, maybe. It's just stopping the animation. Is there a stop function? Just do what I think it does. Stops currently playing animation. Animation position is reset to 0 and speed is reset to 1. Yeah, that's exactly what I want. All right, let's try running this. Hey, Chronic. When was the last time you were here? Let's see. Oh, not too long. It's been about a quarter. But yeah, welcome back. I did have a good Christmas. Did you have a good time? I hope everyone's finding some time to unwind and relax. I know the holidays are not easy for everybody. All right, so now you can hover over any part of this, which is maybe not expected. There are things we could do to stop that if we wanted to. We could just get this label, for example. Took some time off work, so enjoying that. Well, thanks for the resub. Yeah. Yeah, I think there are lots of different kinds of burnout, and there's professional burnout, of course, but then there's just getting burned out doing too many social things or doing too many chores or anything. And I think it can creep up on you in some realm. So I think it's worth it to take some time off all sorts of different things and hopefully not get burned out. Yeah, other than hovering over the sides here and having this get hit, I think this is fine. And I'm not even sure this is worth doing anything about. What we would need to do is we would need for this to take up whatever amount of space it should, and then for there to be another HBox container that is only as small as it needs to be. Alternatively, wait, we don't even need that, right? Couldn't we just set this to shrink? And then would that fix this? Oh, that fixed this. Okay, cool. So don't need any other nodes. I think this is looking good. Now, if we also look at it in here, yeah, now it's not visible. How did that happen? How did that happen? Is it coded right into the... Oh, maybe the label is supposed to take in a color? I don't remember how this happened, but there should be a money label in here. Yeah, there it is. And do we have a set text with a color in here? No. Wait, how did that ever work then? Hang on one second. Okay, just checking something. They're coming to get the trash right now. And we had something very unfortunate happen. I don't know if I talked about this. It's not like super bad or anything, but we came home one day and just our shower door had shattered and all the glass was on the floor. And no one was even home. And we called someone over and they said, oh, it's just a fluke. Maybe it was a temperature change or something. I don't know what. And it was all like, I guess, relatively new. But yeah, cleaning up glass is not fun. And if you picture taking your entire shower door, turning it into glass shards, and then putting it in a trash can, it's a very heavy trash can at that point. So I heard that trash people just came over, but it was for the recycling bin, not for the trash yet. Just want to make sure everything got taken care of. Took 2 weeks off work. I'm not enjoying it. What are you doing, Strong, with the time? I have HVAC tech here trying to fix my furnace, which died Christmas Eve. And that day I also found a crack in our fiberglass tub. Oh, man. Been an eventful holiday, yeah. I mean, look, it's good that this stuff is getting fixed now. If you're gonna look at it that way, like everything has a lifespan. Any piece of glass will eventually break somehow, and every HVAC system will eventually break. Sitting on my PC, it's like any other day. Why not change it up? Why not go on a walk or something? Listen to an audiobook. It might help you get out of the funk of not enjoying things. Yeah, I don't know what changed the font color here. Because this was always, oh, it has its own label setting now. Oh, darn it. Okay, we need to delete this. Yeah, just delete this. And that should fix it, I think. Nice, 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 nice. Whew. Okay, crisis averted. Supposed to be ripping out my carpet and putting in new floors. Planning on starting today. My dog is looking sick. It's the vet day today. Oh, man. Yeah, the putting in new floors part does not sound fun to do if you're doing it yourself. Fiance's finding things around the house for me to do, which I'm off. Oh, while I'm off, which is kind of busy. Yeah, I think some of that, it, I don't know. I have mixed feelings. If you know how to do it and you can do it, then it's just a matter of finding the time and probably the resources. And in some of these cases, it's not like it's difficult resources, right? Like buying caulk instead of paying someone else to do it. But yeah, in other cases, like you said, replacing a tub, I don't think that's easy. Why do we display money in town parks anyway? Because there's no guarantee you'll be able to see it in the background. Like we might darken this in the future. We might, I mean, imagine like eventually on mobile or something like that. That was at least the thinking behind it. The way it looks right now, it's easy enough to see how much you have, but I generally find that anything that uses a resource should show you what that resource is. But here, I feel like we might want to show the word money right before it. Yeah. Is it worth your time to do it or pay someone? Yeah. Yeah, for me, I'm just not confident in a lot of my handyman skills. And yeah, the shower door thing would have been really tough. I mean, those things are big and it's glass and I just feel like there's too much that can go wrong there. All right, yeah, I do want to put a label before this and just say that this is money. All right, where is that money label here? Yeah, so let's add a new thing, label. Your money, maybe just money. I want to see how this, yeah, I want to see how that looks in context. But in general, I like that idea. And then what else we have to do? We have to change all of these. Instead of saying 50G, I kind of want to show 50 and then a coin symbol. And I don't know if that's going to look good because this is a very small label here. Let's try it in GIMP and see what happens if we move this, which coincidentally I stopped on exactly the right frame. So what happens if you move this down to here? Yeah, that looks good. Yeah. Except for I put it on the wrong side. The coin would need to be before it. But yeah, I like this. I think it's good. I think it attracts your attention exactly where the cost is. Looks fantastic. I haven't seen it since day one. That's what's crazy about games. Man, if you look at probably any game in its beta form, it looks kind of ridiculous almost. In fact, I know I've been talking about Slay the Spire, but Slay the Spire has some beta card art. And it's there in the game and you can see it, but you have to check a checkbox for it. And like imagine playing a game that looks like this. This looks like an MS Paint drawing. And it works for beta artwork, right? Like you don't need great artwork to know if the game's going to be fun. But yeah, these are these are all pretty silly. And then you look at the final thing of whatever this turned into. Like if you search for Slay the Spire Scrawl, which is just that one particular card. I don't know what the final art looks like. Yeah, this. Like that's pretty polished artwork. Looks nice. So yeah, I think even if you look at like World of Warcraft beta artwork, it's pretty crazy. Very handy. Try to do everything around the house myself. If I have the money, someone else's knees could be on my floors putting them floor. Yeah, saving something like $7,000 to do something yourself, I think that's a pretty compelling reason to try to learn that stuff. And I guess a friend of mine has told me when it comes to these sorts of projects, you'd be surprised at, here was his phrasing, was something like how little you can screw up. There are probably big things you can do that'll screw up, but yeah, with YouTube nowadays, with all the resources out there, it might not be as bad. Okay, so now we just want to use it for these things too. They'll say 50G. What is it? A purchase button? Purchase skill button. Yeah, here. Excuse me, does this have its own scene? It does. Add points button. Oh no. That's going to be the problem here. This is literally just a button. We need it to be a button with like a money label underneath. But that's not going to work because then you can't hover over this and see that it's a button, right? I mean, you can already hardly tell that it's the thing. Is the font size different? I think it is. I can't really tell, but I think it is. Yeah, it's very slightly different. Oh, what do we do? Do I spend the time doing this? I don't think so. I think we just have to say 500G for now. Yeah. And I'll file an issue for this because it's not worth it. I need to make a custom button, and I think we should do it eventually. I just don't think we should do it now. So you hover over this, make it to its own scene, do that, do that. Place it with a static image from coin.png. You can have an icon on a button. So like we could add in a texture here, not an animated one, but just an image texture, and have this thing quick load coin and then give it a region probably. No, I guess it has to be an atlas texture for that. Yeah. And then we would set this up. Why is this still not working? Oh, because quick load doesn't let you do that. It's the atlas that needs to be quick loaded to coin. Yeah, then we do something like that. So you could have an icon on the button and then presumably it would, it doesn't do any like hover effect. But it's not what I want. Yeah, it's not what I want. Although we should take a quick look. Maybe it'll look okay in the game. It probably won't. There's icon behavior here. How does this work? Alignment right, left, center, expand. Okay, so if we save that and then reload this, what happens? You're very consistent with your projects. You have tips to stay consistent in general with programming. I have like 3 projects I bounce between, and it feels like I don't make much progress at times. Yeah, for a long time in my life, I've been trying to debate how many things can you do at once. And what I mean by this is not like juggling something and playing the bagpipes and whatever else, but just if you have 3 projects going at once, are you making progress on all of them? How do you bounce between them? How long does it take? And I think you can do it. Obviously, it's going to inflate the amount of time that it takes you to complete them if you're working on them all in parallel. But I think the first thing is probably like cutting down to maybe 1, maybe 2 projects. And then the other thing is just having a routine and having a good work environment. So my routine is the stream Monday, Wednesday, Friday, probably stream for about 6 hours per day. Tuesday and Thursday are different. As of late, they've just been time off, but usually it's just off stream work and not no work. And the good work environment is important too. Like, what distractions do you have as you're working? How long does it take you to get into a flow state? Do you take breaks? Are you getting burned out midway through the day? Are your lunches making you sleepy? Like those sorts of things. Yeah. Also, hey Tyler, it's going well. It's going a little bit slow today. I'm I'm working on some, I don't know, not super major problems. I think it's okay. Yeah, so here's something we could do. We could do this thing. We could just shrink the buttons a little bit, and then we could get rid of the G at the right side. I'll see what it looks like, but I'm not I'm not like super happy with this. So we delete this, and then we shrink the size of the button entirely, and then we run this, and maybe it looks decent, even though it won't be great, but at least it prevents us from having to make a custom component for now. Honestly, that's pretty good. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Hey, Ayush, rainbow ball. Am I am I missing something? All right, yeah. It's a little bit hard to see this text when you don't have enough money. So we'll probably need to do something about that. In my mind, that's a little bit of a polish thing. But I wonder what's causing that. Oh, neat. This turned red. We can't have that happen. All right, let's delete this. Where do we make it turn red? Here it is. Percent non-red. Does it go from white to red? This should be of just the amount label. There. Hey, Schwartz. How goes it? Well, sound of typing, it's not impossible to work on 3 projects, but I think get to the point where you're happy working on 1 project first. And if that seems like it's going well, try 2. And then if it doesn't go well, then go back to 1. And I'm sure some people out there can have 5 projects going and make progress on all of them, but I don't think that's the norm for people. Do you have your VS Code extension listed somewhere? I don't. I can show you this quickly. So I'll put this in the middle of the screen and you can eventually watch the VOD as I scroll through this list. I did make a VS Code command that has some of the more often used ones here. But that's it. That's my extension list. And that video highlights 5 of them that I'd recommend. The other ones, I mean, some of these are pretty obvious, right? Like if you use a plugin or a library, you probably want language support for it. So there's probably a plugin for that. Same thing, C#. It's like I use C#, so I have the C# plugins. I don't think there are any super general ones that aren't covered in that video that you wouldn't have known about otherwise. There was some other piece of information I wanted to say about the project management stuff. God, what was it? Oh yeah, that's right. I guess try to find out like why do you have 3 projects? So one reason that could be the case is sometimes you hit a barrier in project X and you switch to project Y. Then well, I guess I could just duplicate this line. You hit a barrier in project Y and switch to project Z. and then you hit a barrier, and now you don't know which project to work on. So this is like frustration-driven development. You hit a problem, you don't know how to solve that problem, and you like making progress, so you keep bouncing between projects. And I think this is where this is actually a sign that you need to improve your code quality, because if a project gets tough and you stop working on it, by the way, it might not be tough because of your code quality. It might be it's just a big project or something. But if you're hitting it because you're like, well, I'm only working on this 1 or 2 days per week, so I'm going a long time in between working on this project, and when I come back to it, I don't know what I'm doing. I look at old code and I'm like, this was terrible. Those are the kinds of things that point to like, yeah, maybe focusing on writing maintainable code is more important than completing any individual project. The other thing that this might point to is just start tackling smaller projects. I think your project should probably be based on how much time you have. So let's say you want to make, I don't know, let's say you want to make like Terraria. Terraria would probably take the average person on the order of years to complete, not weeks to complete. So now let's say you have something like 2 hours per week. Probably don't make a game like Terraria, right? Like probably in working for what, 100 hours per year, that's like 2.5 full work weeks. Probably you're not gonna make much progress. And sure, it could turn into something big, but maybe tackle something you're gonna enjoy completing and make progress on in a higher percentage per week. So maybe tackle like an individual system or something. And if you're having fun, you're having fun. I'm not trying to say don't tackle anything just because you can't complete it. But yeah, this sort of frustration is usually based around like, okay, I want to stick with something. How do I complete it? Take dev teams like a year to build. I don't want to do it myself for some reason. Yeah, and I think those can be fun. I think you can learn a lot doing it. And you can even make products out of it. It's just, I think it's unlikely that people will make products out of that stuff if they don't have a ton of time to do it. It's going to take a dev team multiple years or a year. More about, do you want to spend the next 5 years working on one project? Maybe everyone's different. Yeah, definitely. Like I said, this is based on sound of typing, asking the question in the way that they asked it. So it's possible, and I'm filling in some blanks here too. But if you work on something for 2 hours per week and it's going to take you 5,000 hours, some people are probably okay with that kind of grind. It's going to take you 50 years to do this. Okay, cool, sure. That was weird, Funky Monkey. I've never seen 2 resubs in one stream, I think. I think another thing I struggle with is defining an MVP, but then I add a feature and then the scope grows. Yeah, my philosophy on this has changed quite a lot over the years. And I think when it comes to MVP, for a game, it's basically like get it in people's hands, get feedback, and then iterate on the feedback. And it's not take everything everybody says as a suggestion that you need to go code. It's more like if they say, hey, I'm struggling here. This part wasn't as fun. I'd like this to be fleshed out. Those are the kinds of things I think you can listen to, and not, hey, go add in this mechanic into the game and it's going to be so much better. And yeah, the minimum viable product part of it, I will refer you to one more thing and then I'll probably stop talking about this. Bike versus car. There's a picture that I've always liked for this. Yeah, this picture. So I don't know how many of you, well, just downloaded it. I guess we'll just open it that way then, I guess. I don't know how many of you have seen this, but this picture shows how to make an MVP. It's, you don't start with a tire because you can't use a tire. You start with something that's usable and then slowly build it up to the point where each step along the way you can still use it. And this isn't entirely possible, right? Like if you're making a game, maybe you need 2 or 3 systems before any of it really works together. But still, it gives you an idea of how you might want to pursue something. Okay, so any other costs that we have in the game? Yeah, like this. Task is bigger than I thought. Well, we fixed that. We fixed that. We need to fix all of these ones. This is 30G in parentheses. Yeah, we need a custom button component. I think changing some of them is better than changing none. But we're going to need this all over the place, right? Yeah. Like augment portal. This says 10G on it. Should show 10 and then a gold symbol. And there is another way of doing this. There's a rich text label, and that lets you put an icon in the middle of it, but it has to use a different texture. And then the texture is going to look bad. Alternatively, I guess the other thing we could do is put a coin symbol into the font itself. That could work. Yeah, I wonder how you do that. Short. How do you make an emoji font? Because it must just be converting it to vector graphics, right? Any symbol, not just an image, several tools and methods. Oh, this sounds like it's the same as just any other font glyph, right? It just has colors in it. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Huh. Okay. I think putting the coin into the font would be the easiest. Because then it'll scale. All right, I think I'm gonna ask Quickie Joe about that. The coin graphic, just the first frame, into the font would allow us to replace the G character in many labels with the graphic without having to worry about making a custom component or having to struggle with one texture filter per canvas item. Okay, then after that, file a task to replace the other symbols in the game. So we can file a task first, I guess, and then I'll ask about that later. Hey, Void Algo. All right, let's take a look. Is this all looking good? Oh, I did not look at this in context. Yeah, I think this is good. Yeah, I think it's good. All right, anything else? Not really. Yeah. This isn't used yet. Remove animation. I do want to keep this in there because I think we're going to forget how this should work. But this is if you ever want this to be static. If you want just a static coin image showing, you can use this function. Okay, so what do we do here? Use the new coin symbol in more places. I can't use it everywhere yet without making a custom component because it shows up in some buttons content as opposed to as an icon on the side, e.g. train 30G. To fix those, I think we may want to get the coin graphic inside of the font itself. And yeah, we can switch fonts and sizes. So yeah, okay, that should work. Whew. All right, let's commit that. So now we go file an issue on the rest of this stuff. Use the coin graphic everywhere that we're currently using. What's it called? Money symbol? Yeah. The reason I couldn't do this yet is because get log -1 is because of this that I already wrote out. We would need, I'll just rewrite it. It's not exactly the same phrasing. It's going to take me longer to reformat that than it is to write it anew. The reason I couldn't do this yet is because some buttons use the symbol within the content, e.g. train 30G, which would leave us with two options. Well, a few options. Have a few options. make a custom component that lets us have a button with a, I'll just say with custom content. And 2 is put the coin graphic into the font. We can't just use a rich text label and add an image inside without the image's texture filter being wrong, since images need nearest and text needs linear. All right, this is just a UI thing, really. I'm still surprised there's no way to do that. They have a way of adding an image in. It's just you pass in a texture. You do not pass in a canvas item. If you pass in a canvas item, you could do practically anything here. Yeah. Add image. Rich text label, add image, texture, filter. Let's see. Maybe there's something else about this. I don't think so, though. I know I just looked at this recently. Yeah, I don't see it. Huh. I wonder why it doesn't show up, though, because I could have sworn there were issues on this. Maybe I should search with Google instead. Godot, GitHub. Maybe like that. Procedural images for the image tag. Can't you do this already by adding in the texture? Oh, maybe they added this since this was filed because this was 2019. No, they didn't. It's still open. Sprite sheet support? Man. I don't see this. Man. Maybe no. All right, well, whatever. I'll stop searching for that. I don't know this. I should just write a quick note in that issue I just filed. Money symbol. Note. If we push this, then I can just reference the note directly. Where did I put it? Money label? Yeah. I added remove animation to moneylabel.cs so that you can use the static coin image if you want. We can just delete this if this task is done and we didn't call that function. There. Good. All right, next. All right, so for later, perhaps, if you change the content of a control from inside that same control callback, so say click an item in a list and then remove that item in the click callback, it can cause crashes. I have PR open for this. So this was TMM coming in the other day and giving me this very helpful information. And I want to see if we were doing this. We probably were. We had a party chooser. And however this looked like 4 weeks ago. So here is what I want to see. How do we view file? So this should not be what it looks like now, right? Party chooser. I don't know what changed. All right, I hope everything's okay with your dog, Strawn. Breathing issues? You doing better now? Yeah, I hope everything's okay. Good luck. Good luck indeed. Let me see if I have. I want to see if I can share a cat picture, but I don't have any great ones I can share. Yeah. Oh well. Thought I'd look at it quickly. All right, if we go to it through this and I take a look at what the last change was to this, we can just see what that did and whether this potentially fixed a problem. Partychooser.cs, here it is. What changed? Pretty much nothing. Okay. So is this bug still happening? It might be. It's just hard to test because it only ever used to happen if you'd click this. And yeah, I assume we're changing something. Yeah, okay, it just crashed. So it is still happening. So we can just look through the code and not need to look through the history. That's nice to know at least. And it's apparently based on this. Change the content of a control from inside that control callback. So click an item in a list and remove that item and then click callback. Yeah, I guess that's exactly what's happening. Yeah. So let's take a look at this and see how does this fix this. When an item list changes in response to a UI event on that item list, we can now potentially have an out-of-date index to the item list cached. And is that the issue we're getting through here? It didn't crash with that, but it might have here. It was invoke previous action. What does this change? GUI input. I mean, I see GUI call input. It's not exactly the same thing, although possibly these functions all converge here anyway, or in a similar enough spot. Yeah, it's all in GUI input. And we get way down to here. I guess the other thing we could do is defer this. So you click, and then on the next frame it does something. The thing I don't understand though is, in our case, it's a race condition. Like I clicked a bunch of times before it finally happened. So it's not happening every time. But this looks like it's something that would happen every time. What does this do? So MB is the mouse button event. Yeah. And if it's valid and it's pressed, which is what we're doing, closest is get item at position. So I'm guessing this is the, yeah, this is the item in the list. So if it exists and it's a left click or allow mouse button and it's right click, it's not disabled. We don't care about multi-select mode. We don't care about multi-select mode. So yeah, we get down to here. It's not a double click. The item is selectable. Not equal to toggle. I think this would happen always though. That's what I don't understand here. It makes me wonder if this isn't really the same crash that we're trying to deal with. Although we could work around this in a slightly different way. The other thing I wanted to do is figure out, let's say we couldn't work around this. Let's say there's no solution. How do we at least get more insight into what's causing this problem? I think we need to build Godot from source so that we have debug symbols. But even there, it just crashed and I didn't get a stack trace or anything. It just said it exited. That's not good at all. I wonder if that would happen if we launch from the command line. Shouldn't make a difference. We should be getting logs for that stuff. Just not working for some reason. Well, all right. So swap section for party member. What is this doing? Remove and add. What if we just had this happen on the next frame? Yeah, we need a call deferred. Well, okay, let's try this one more time before I fix anything. I want to see, is there something in common with the repro of this? Like I said, I just click a bunch of times and it happens. Wonder if it has errors logged somewhere other than standard out. It sometimes logs and it sometimes doesn't, and I don't know what the pattern is. It might be producing some crash logs thing in a Godot folder. So we click this, and then we just click a bunch of these. And is it when I'm clicking a certain thing, like maybe the UI has to move for it? Can it always just be when I click like these things? Will this ever happen? And is there a way for me to click this faster so I don't need to keep just manually clicking over and over? Like I think it happens when I click two things quickly. Like it just happened there. And we did get a stack trace. It's coming from is input handled in viewport. Let's go look at that code. Yeah, where do we find that code? I think the viewport code is gigantic. It's like 5,000 lines or something. Yeah. All right, is input handled? Oh, wait a second. This is similar to what we had over here, right? It's just a different call stack. And what was calling this? GUI call input? Is that it? Yes. So it's probably this on line 1637. Yeah, in fact, it has to be because that's the only one in here. All right, what's going on? Returns true, an event should be impacted by control's mouse filter. So we get a control. If it exists, then do some stuff. Otherwise, check to see if input is handled. What does this function do? Here it is. We don't know where it's failing in here, though. It's in some dynamic library, and then it says invoke previous action. Is there an invoke previous action from here? No. All right, well, where does this get called from? Didn't match any code. I think in my temp folder I still have Godot here, right? Yeah. Can we search for it through this? It doesn't exist. Invoke previous action. Does previous action exist? What? So this is probably coming from this dynamic library. Is input handled is calling this though? Is there some other definition of this? Dash C5. Like maybe it's a Mac specific library. I don't want PO files here. There's some way to exclude those. Rip grep exclude file type. Restricting it to certain file types. Dash dash type. Okay, dash dash type CPP. All right, let's do that again, but close out of everything else that we had here. So what do we got? We have the original thing that we found right here. So we already looked through that code. Nothing super obvious there. But maybe this is a virtual function. Or maybe it's even just coming from the thread guard stuff. Maybe that's some operating system specific thing. This is a test, is it not? Whatever it is, it's a bunch of lines. Wow. Scene tree doesn't do anything different. Node. Yeah, weird. It's got to be something like this. Read thread guard. Where's that defined? We might need to search for a pound define before this. Probably in a regex. But oh, there it is. Node.h. Error fail conv v message is readable from caller thread. I guess the issue though is we're not seeing this in the stack trace. We don't know what this even is because we don't have symbols for that. Yeah. I'm not really sure how to get more information here. Function can only be accessed from either the main thread or a thread group. Use call deferred instead. I bet if we did use call deferred though, everything would just get fixed. And that's what I want to try. I just want to make sure we had a repro for this. So we do call deferred name of whatever. And then in here we just do that. All right, now what's the problem? This takes in an event and we don't have it. OnClicked gives you a party section and adventure. I don't care about these things. Oh, we can't just call it this way though. Because swap is going to take those things as well. Hey, Thels. Am I on OS X? I am, yeah. Hey, summer friend. Looks like some stuff in mono. It must be how event handling happens on Mac for mono. Unfortunately, this was also a problem on Windows, not maybe this specific thing. So I'm not sure the cause. But yeah, let's see if this fixes it. So how do I do this? We need to call this with arguments. And we can apparently pass those things in here. Party section, P, adventure, A. I just want to make this quick to type. All right, so that's the adventure section. Now here's the battle party section. And now we run this. So if this doesn't crash, which you can't ever really know that it will never crash. But if it doesn't seem to crash after clicking a bunch, then maybe we at least have a workaround. It's still working. That's good to know. So it's not like I just broke things there. But yeah, I'm just gonna click a bunch because that's all we had to do before. Nothing is crashing yet. This gives me hope that that PR will fix this for us. We have a way of testing it, but it's very tedious. But we probably should test it. And I don't think it's going to help because that call stack was slightly different. Yeah, this looks like it's fixed. And again, just to make sure, although this doesn't really make sure, but if I copy this and we go back to what we had, so I just revert the whole thing, and then we paste this here and comment it out. So we're back to old code, but that way I have the working code. This seems to fix stuff. So now it should crash. Problem is, I don't know if this was the only source of crashes for people. We have no way of collecting that information. So we're expecting it to crash by me just clicking the same stuff. And I'm going to try to do pretty much exactly what I was doing already. And oh, yep, there it crashed. right, so now we go try it with, oh, we probably can't try it with the PR. Oh man. Maybe we can. The thing is, I need to build exactly the version I have, but just with that one fix. And I think it's going to be very, very tough to do this. I'm not sure it's worth it either. Because even if this gets merged in, we will also have all the other changes, and this hasn't been merged yet. We could cherry pick this one commit and rebuild everything. All right, let's do that. Yeah, this isn't going to be fun. And I'm not even totally sure how to do some of the steps for this. All right, well, step number 1 is figure out what branch we're on. So do they have one for 4.3? I guess so. But this still probably includes some changes. Yeah, 2 weeks ago. This includes some changes that we don't have. We're on 4.3, right? That's the first step. That's easy to figure out. Yeah, we're on 4.3. Okay, so we can switch to that branch. What's the name exactly? Just 4.3. All right, so first of all, git status. Any changes here? No. Git checkout 4.3. Git pull. All right, great. So there's a hash in the Godot pop-up you looked at. Yeah, there's a commit hash, but I need to go make sure I have that fork. Yeah, so we want this. And if I were to just cherry pick this, I don't think it'll work. Yeah, bad object. So we need to do git remote add this person. HPVB. And then we need the URL as well. Yeah, so that should be simple enough to do. We get this. And it's this dot git. Now we do git fetch HPVB. And then we cherry pick their commit. Merge conflict. Oh, we're not fixing this stuff. That's asking too much, I think. Yeah, it's probably asking too much. I guess let's try it, but what? How did this have a merge conflict though? There's the select toggle stuff. Maybe we can just ignore that and go with this code. It looks like it's the same thing. Yeah, I think we can just say to accept the incoming change. Yeah. All right, sure things how to type it. Good luck on the quiz. All right, so now we commit this. And then we build Godot. This is why this is so tedious, because the build part, I wrote some steps on this, but then I don't remember how easy it was to test after that. So get the source, clone the repo, blah, blah, blah. We did all that stuff. Now run this. This took about 2 minutes to run. Only built for ARM64 because that's my architecture. This will produce this mono, but it lacks glue. So then give it the glue. And then build the managed libraries. I gotta say, if this does fix things, then I guess our solution is simple. We just wait for this to get merged. Well, it's not just wait for it to get merged, because the last time we tried upgrading Godot, we ran into a bunch of other problems. So it's like we fixed one crash and caused 3 other crashes. I guess we could always custom build the Godot engine. Won't that be tedious though? Yeah, we need like a custom build system and everything. because we'd want to keep the changes that we have. I mean, I guess we could fork and then just maintain it and keep pulling things in. It'd just be tedious. Oh, this will probably take another like 30 seconds. All right, well, let's read the rest of the steps here. So we do this stuff, build and manage library. You should be able to run this and develop your game. If you get a build error, read on for how to fix it. Got a build error for that. It means we need to rerun build assemblies. The local source. Okay. Built with a custom fork of Godot. All right, so it built. It took about 1 minute and 40 seconds. 1 error generated. Select toggles. You mean select single. Oh, that was the merge conflict. This doesn't exist. Well, we don't have a select toggle. So we can probably just delete this code. Right? I think so. Let's see what those select modes even are. Item list Godot. I don't even think this is a thing, is it? No, it is. Select mode. Select mode. Select single, only allow selecting a single item, or select multi. I think, oh God, what do they used to say? We gotta go find that PR again. It said select toggle, it's just not a thing anymore. So it's gotta be either multi or single. So we gotta go back to the Godot code on GitHub. We're gonna find this one way or another. We're gonna get this thing to work. And now what file is that? Itemlist.cpp. Yeah. Why aren't you just using a clean branch of 4.3? There's a PR that fixes this issue that hasn't been merged yet. So I'm trying to see if that, well, I don't know if that PR fixes the issue. So we're starting on 4.3 because that's a version I'm using. And we're trying to put this PR in, but the PR caused a conflict. And I'm not familiar enough with the Godot engine to know how to fix the conflict yet. So what is this function called? GUI input. Hey, geek. And we should find it down here. Wait, shouldn't it be at the bottom of this stuff? Items selectable. Oh, let's just search for this. It doesn't show up. It's select multi. It's probably that. Again, no idea, but yeah, let's just type select multi and try again. You don't know what other side effects there could be? That's true. I don't. But oh, just grab the PR branch. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, yeah, that would have been smart. All right. Yeah, let's go do that. All right, so we want this. I'm not going to cut this out in case all the build artifacts get reused. And it should only take another like 10 seconds, I hope. But we probably don't need the result of this build. Okay, it's taking longer than 10 seconds. Well, I'll use that time to give Matt a point. There you have it. Okay, done. Well, apparently 100% doesn't mean done. Come on, finish. All right, so now we do what? Git checkout. I don't think we won't have this branch, right? Git reset hard. Git checkout the fix. Hey, nice, it did work. Okay. Now we build this, and I'm hoping it doesn't take too long. Nope, it started from 0. All right, well, whatever. We got about 2 minutes and we got to wait on that. Then we got to do all these things. And all of this is so that we can hopefully have this code just work. If you have other changes locally, range diff could be helpful to compare base, local, remote PR. I don't have other changes to Godot. It was just the one, and it was just the PR branch I should have been using to begin with. Man. Yeah. I'm just still not sure. Again, let's say we do all this and it works. There's no crash. What does it mean for us? And it means we have one of two options. If this fixes the issue, then either we make a custom build process and use our own fork of the engine, or we wait for the PR to get merged and then deal with the fallout of the merged build. There may be more crashes from unrelated code or unrelated updates. So call deferred fixed it already anyway, right? Are you just trying to get to the bottom of it? There's a generic issue here. The generic issue is like any list that gets modified when you click an item will cause a crash or could cause a crash. So I fixed one spot with call deferred, and I'm not sure how many others exist, and it would be very hard to find them. And we'd have to know never to do this pattern again and always use call deferred. So yeah, that's tough. Like in this case, in the party chooser, it's obvious that we're clicking something in a list and it's getting removed. But like to search for that, we'd have to know that this is removing something from the list. I mean, yeah, it's obviously called remove party member. But you can't just search for like every instance of free or every instance of dot remove. And same thing with adding. Adding a party member might cause this as well. And eventually it's going to get to an add child call, but actually no, it's not on add. It's on rearranging or removing, I think. Anyway, it's almost done with this. Yeah, or we keep working around this by using call deferred everywhere. Okay, so that's done. Now we run this. I don't know how long that takes, but we also need to build and manage libraries here. That took hardly any time. Be a bigger issue for Godot in general, so I guess you'll be able to narrow it down to maybe some edge case in your use case. Yeah, I'm not so familiar with Godot that I know what their sort of crash cycle is. So I know that they have whatever 4.0 all the way up to 4.4 they're working on. So let's say there's a crash is added to 4.1 and fixed in 4.2. Does 4.2 almost always add a new crash? Like, are people who work with Godot always dealing with some kind of crash, such that they're just like, well, this crash is better than this crash? Because if it is getting more stable and they're just fixing things and not introducing new crashes, then I guess that would make sense why this is happening. Like maybe this is a 4.3 exclusive issue or something, and people didn't upgrade to 4.3 because they're on their own crashes in 4.2 or something. I don't know. It's all very convoluted. I'm not even sure if what I said was clear. But yeah, I agree. It seems like this would be something pretty common. You click a list item and it changes the list. Okay, so this looks like it was successful. I see a bunch of packages created here. Except for this says 4.4 dev. Oh God, that's why I didn't do this. Well, I said this would be tough, and it is tough. Let's just keep trying. So we should be able to build this and develop, or run this and develop the game. All right, let's go try that. This might load, but it might fail on something else. Hey, SQL Dev. Yeah, I'll power through it. Thanks for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. We are dealing with just a nightmare of an issue right now, and I'll try to sum this up briefly. there's an issue in the game that we're working on, and there's a potential fix for it in the game engine that we're using. Someone produced a PR. What I'm trying to do is build from that PR and see if it fixes the issue in the game. So we've just built, this is the custom version of the editor. This is the game that we have. This is going to cause the game to get upgraded to the new version. We probably can't just click the run button here. Also, what were you working on, SQL Dev? It's a nightmare of an issue. It's super intriguing to see where it goes. Yeah, wow, it just built. Okay, well, I wasn't expecting that. So I guess we can just see if the issue repros. So if this crashes, just clicking over a bunch of places. Yep, it did crash. All right, so that did not fix the issue. That is rather unfortunate. Yeah, that's rather unfortunate. By the way, this is new. They added like a million UID files here, and the UID just contains a single line. But this should cause us, it should cause us to never get these errors again. You got debug symbols now though? Yeah, I just don't know where the stack went. Yeah, I don't know where it is. Oh, I didn't have audio for any of that. Yeah, I was asking what did you do on stream, SQL Dev? And no worries about not having audio. So this did not fix my problem. Pulling that branch and building Godot from source didn't seem to fix my problem. So I guess it's something slightly different. Why does a call deferred seem to fix my problem? I guess we can try that even with this new version that we have. Where is that party chooser? Yeah, let's close everything else. And then put these things back to what they were. And then build through the new Godot. So we'll have all the new changes. SSIS ETL PowerShell to get data into SQL Server. I'm not familiar with SSIS. SQL Server Integration Services. Platform for building enterprise level data integration and data transformation solutions. Okay, so also ETL stuff, it sounds like. Data source is my sim racing telemetry data from my simulator. Oh, cool. And then what are you going to do with the data? All right, we're going to try this one more time. This should not crash anymore if we just keep clicking this stuff. Build Power BI reports with the data. I see, but I guess what I meant is what's the sort of end goal? Like what do you analyze the data to try to find out? Or is it just you know that you will have some hypothesis in the future that you'll want to validate? Yeah, this is not happening anymore. So I guess we should just use a call deferred here. It's a slightly different, I wonder if I should even comment in this issue. This is a slightly different repro. How do I investigate crashes in Godot? Oh, I use it to answer why I'm so terrible at sim racing. I see. Yeah, I guess if you have all of the data, it should be able to tell you. I mean, you should be able to figure out somehow like here are good runs that people have done, and here's my run, and what am I doing poorly? And it's probably, I mean, it's probably something you could point to and then know what you have to fix. It's probably really hard to fix it because it's some habit that's been built up. Hey, Goose. Well, like I said, thanks for the raid, SQL Dev. I do appreciate it. And welcome in everybody. We're working on a game called Skeleseller. I only showed like one UI, but it's a town building game. It's largely automated. You hire adventurers, they do battle. You get items from the battles. I'll just spew some items into town. You sell those in your shops, and then you use the money to upgrade your town and your adventurers. So yeah, pretty laid back. This thing that what happened there? That was Weird. What? That was definitely not aligned correctly. I don't know. It's fixing the engine bug on the table. I feel like I had good intuition with the trepidation to bail on the to the deferred call everywhere. Hard to enumerate. Um, I don't think it's on the table because I there was a bug on both Windows and Mac. I don't know if they were the same. I think what we need is get more insight into crashes. So what I was thinking is some sort of like crash reporter. I write a microservice for my mini PC, um, and then the game reports crashes to it. Then I can investigate something like that. And we need some way of figuring out what was the player even doing. Because let's say I did figure out exactly what's causing this bug, found it in the engine, fixed it. First of all, I'd need to go through however many review steps. I'd still need to build a custom engine in that time. And then maybe I would have only fixed one of them. I don't know. But yeah, for now, what I want is I want at least this part. I want to find out why this is crashing. And I guess we can ditch all the new engine stuff because we know this doesn't fix my problem. But is it worth writing down that there's another problem here? I guess we should narrow it down first. Yeah, fine. All right. We need to figure out exactly what's causing a crash here. When it crashes, all I get is this. And apparently, wait, this is different. Oh, it's different because it doesn't copy everything. Man, I hate this quirk of the terminal. It's so weird. Okay, apparently invoke previous action is a mono thing. Oh, wait, yeah, that's what we're calling, of course. But still, I don't understand why that's happening. We have viewport is input handled. Let me get back to that. Temp Godot RGI is input handled. This is inside viewport. There it is. Let's just open that file. Is input handled. Probably there are two of these. Oh, that's input disabled. Yeah, sorry. I was reading the wrong thing. All right. So what is causing this to happen? VP is the viewport. We don't see anything else in the stack trace. Maybe mono debug symbols. That could be useful, yeah. Is the crash just a Mac thing? There were crashes on Windows for sure. And Kevin reported at least one of them, but it doesn't have a stack trace. It just has the thread dump. Yeah, and Kevin was on this link is only for Darkstorm. Actually, you know what? I'll make it a GitHub link so that it's that, but only Darkstorm can access that. But yeah, if you look at the Discord message, it also something happened for Kevin. I don't know what it was. Yeah. All right. Anyway, the thing I don't understand is we get to is input handled, so we're here somewhere, and then it calls into this lib system platform dynamic library. Where? Where does it do that? And I thought, oh, maybe it's in this thread guard code. But then it calls invoke previous action. Is mono open source? It is. We don't find it in there. Mono invoke previous action. Where does this show up? Like, Semifriend, where did you find this? Huh. Closed. It's probably fixed by this. Seems to be resolved. Man, this did fix their problem. Search all of GitHub. It's apparently using .NET. Okay. I'll have to take a look at that. Crash is caused by double free. Man. I'm just trying to think. If this was fixed here, then this means that this isn't some like... It's probably not a mono issue. It's probably something happening before that. So in this case, it was caused by a double free. And then we call it invoke previous action and something happens. I still can't get a total view into this. .NET invoke previous action. Where's the code for this? Oh, it's happening that we... Oh my goodness. What is this signal? Signal trampoline. Here it is. A special piece of code which provides support for invoking the signal handlers for a process. The trampoline is used to return from the signal handler back to the code which was executing when the signal was delivered. It's also used to invoke the handler itself. Okay, so if I'm understanding this correctly, is input handle is called, and it's raising a signal right from inside of a library, which then we get into the .NET side of things, and it's got a signal abort handler, which then tries to call invoke previous action. Would it be difficult to build with someone with zero soldering experience? As someone with a small amount of soldering experience, it was difficult. So I imagine you'd be in the same boat with zero soldering experience, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. I think it would just take you a few hours. And yeah, if you don't have LEDs, it becomes way easier. But two things I highly recommend. One, tweezers to hold a very, very tiny component. And two, a magnifying glass. They have what are called helping hands, which I think is kind of funny. This sort of setup is pretty nice. I don't have this, but if I had it, I think it would have helped out a lot. Because I showed it in one of my videos, but you look at like soldering diodes. You look at pictures of this stuff, like you see this, and you think, oh, that's reasonable. That's something I could do. But you don't see how tiny that thing is. It's like I could fit, I don't know, probably 15 of them on my fingertip. So they're really, really small, and just trying to grasp it with your fingers is difficult. So now imagine trying to like solder one point of it to one point on the circuit board. It's not the easiest thing. It's not impossible. It's just, yeah, it's going to take you a little bit of time, I think. All right, the problem is I still don't understand exactly how this could happen or where it's trying to go into this thing. Lib system platform. Can we get more information about this? Still don't know what this is going to. I'm guessing it's the viewport stuff though. At some point, this probably has to be some Mac OS code. I just don't know where. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I also think this is maybe a red herring though. Like whatever's causing this, it's probably that this input doesn't exist anymore. And that's why a call deferred is helping here. And yeah, it is some engine issue, and I think figuring out would be a little bit tough. But that's my guess based on what I've seen so far. So a .NET thing, we can put that here. I believe what's happening is something like this. We call viewport is input handled indirectly. Then something in that function, which we can get the function here, from here to here. Something in that function calls out to native code. That code raises the trampoline signal, sigtramp, and then the game crashes. I assume all of this is because we're trying to handle input on something that doesn't exist anymore. Which is why the call deferred fixes this. How is no one else having a problem like this, though? Like, what if I just search the Godot issues for this? What? How are there 11,000 open issues that match this? Do I need quotes around this? Oops. Well, I had 2 quotes typed and I deleted the first one and deletes both of them because the things had to be paired. Controls intercept hidden mouse input events. I wonder if I should report this. I would need a minimal repro though. Did I already submit a repro for this? I don't even remember. All right, I'm not sure, but I think that's maybe the next step we need to do. I probably need to report this and then mention that this PR doesn't fix my issue. But to report this, that means like the only hint that I have is I'm removing something from a list. So I need to set that up. Wait a second. Maybe I think it's a race condition, but what's actually happening is I'm always removing like the last element from the list. Like I have to click these, or maybe the second to last one. No, I think I can wait, what am I trying to do? I'm trying to repro something where I already patched out the issue, right? Yeah, I did. Okay, but if we go back to this and comment all that stuff out and get that out off of here and put this back here. No, let's load this through the new one, I guess. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, what I want to see is, does this happen when we always click the final element in the list? Because I know for sure it can happen in that way. But does it have to be that way? Like if I always click the second to last one. Oops, I clicked the third to last one there. No, the second to last one definitely caused it. All right, so now my only other question is, can it happen with the first one? Because if we think about this in terms of equivalence classes, we tried the last element, and that led to a crash. And we tried the second to last, and that led to a crash. And the equivalence class here is just it's somewhere in it's somewhere in the middle of the list. So now with the first element, what does it lead to? So we launch it again through here. All right, so we always click this. I'm guessing it happens with all of these because I don't think there's anything special about this. But the reason I wouldn't think it wouldn't necessarily do this is because the first element is element 0. If there is always another element after it, then maybe the crash wouldn't happen. But then the second to last would have the same issue. If you have an array of length 5 and you're trying to access element number 3, then it'll still exist even if you remove one thing from the list. Yeah, this is, oh, I reproed. Okay, cool. So it repros no matter what. So we know that it crashes on every element in the list. The process of moving it from one list to another, and it's removing it from the list before it finishes processing the item list. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure that coming up with a hypothesis is a good idea at this point. I think what I need to do is just make a repro and pass it off to the people who know Godot, and then share a video of me doing this as well. Yeah, probably need a video clip of me doing this. Oh man, it's just so perplexing. And then in the meantime, use my call deferred approach and just fix this anytime it pops up. Been clicking for like 5 minutes. I don't know where the crash happens on Windows. It might not be here that it happens. It might be somewhere else. All I know is that there are crashes on Windows. And several people reported them too. But they didn't know what they were doing at the time in a lot of cases. And I don't blame them. I mean, even this action in the game with the crashes, like it works a lot of the time. And I can play through an entire run and not have it happen. Like I choose the warrior and the cleric and I hit start battle. Well, I need to pick a different location. I hit start battle and like there, no bug. Now I go back into this and I'm like, okay, now I want the archer and the witch doctor. Again, no bug. So it might be a while before I do this. And when I finally do it, I might not realize that it was caused by that. And it seems like it's caused only when I click a lot of times at once, which is part of what lends some credence to the race condition theory. Because if I just keep clicking this, like slowly, then nothing bad seems to be happening. But if I click rapidly, that's when it seems to happen. But not always. And that's another thing that's just crazy about this. Like, I guess what we even know from this is that there's some other library involved and we don't know what that library is doing. And I guess this is the library being like Mac OS itself. Okay, why does this fix an issue? And is it the same call stack? This fixes this. They don't have a call stack in here. No, maybe there is one other thing we can do here. Could try to debug this ourselves. Figure out what's happening. I don't know what it would take to do that though. Yeah, I don't know what it would take to do this. Because what I'm thinking is we only know that there's something in this that's causing an issue. We don't know what's reaching out to the other library. And we don't know when a call to that library is going to cause the problem. So it's, if we had a 100% repro here, it would be easy enough to do. You'd set a breakpoint on the line, you know what's causing the issue, and then you debug to here, and then you just see like, all right, what's happening on that line? But I don't know which line is causing it either. Printf statements rebuild Godot. Actually, that could potentially work. We'd be able to figure out which call is doing this. Okay, I'm intrigued. I think that's potentially worth it. Could just print from Godot itself. I might have to bisect. So the things we'd be bisecting here would mean that this wouldn't work. So if it's Skeleseller, then it's going to be the party code. We already know that. And if it's Godot, then we may have an incompatible version of Skeleseller. Like maybe the issue was introduced back in like Godot 2.4, for example. We can't build on 2.4, so we'll never be able to figure out that the problem was introduced there. No, I don't think it's distracting. I think this is a good suggestion. I don't know how to print from here. Do they have any sort of like log function? I guess we just search for quotation marks. Warn print. Okay, let's not try to even find another way. Let's just use warn print. Yeah. Doesn't mean we have to build the engine ourselves every time we face weird issues. Yeah, I'm not gonna. I don't know what we're gonna do yet because I don't know exactly what the issue is. But yeah, I want to look into this. So warn print. Let's just print. Is input handled 1, 2, 3. Yeah, this is the cheapest way to do this. And it's gonna just absolutely spam the entire console. But it'll definitely let us know what's going wrong. We will do that, yeah. Okay, now there's a while loop here. So we should see 6 to 10 print out a bunch of times potentially. Now the problem will go away. I mean, it's possible. And then we'll get no information. But I doubt it. I think it's gonna happen still. All right, so now we have to build this. What's the build command here? And then I don't know if we need to do all the other stuff, but we need to close this editor and maybe run some of these other things. Maybe we can just run this. I don't know. Let's try it. Hey, neat. It's happening even from the editor itself now. uh... All right. Well, as long as we can get those warnings printed out in this console. Oh, no, 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 no. I wanted to print out here, but only when I'm actually running the game. How do we do that? Oh, this is so tedious. Just moving the mouse is producing like 40,000 lines of text. All right, please tell me there's a way to get this just for... Oh, there is. Okay, good. All right, so... Oh, it's so laggy. Could I build the game standalone? Yeah, I might be able to do that. And then, but still, let's try this out. Oh, it's so laggy. It's so laggy. So now we just click this a bunch of times and get it to crash. And then we go through the massive amount of output. There, it crashed. Okay, now ignore and copy all. How do you copy all? You can't copy all. All right, well, the newest ones are at the bottom, right? So how about we just take a screenshot of this so I can't possibly screw this up. And let's expand this. So it's going 1, 2, 13 a bunch of times. And what does that correspond to? We're inside the function. Makes sense. It has to print out a 1. Then it's definitely getting through this guard. And then this is all false. And it's just returning. What? So the function basically does nothing? Really? I can't even expand this. That's how laggy the editors become because of all those printouts that are happening. Gives me the line number 3658. That's correct. Yeah. I mean, it's possible it's happening from a different one over here? What's that say? Too many warnings. Ignoring warnings for up to 1 second. This doesn't make any sense though, because it did crash. Although we'll never see the crash because it's going to be somewhere up in here. We can try to copy it all, but it's like 68,000 lines. It only copied 10,000 of them. Does this say only copy 10,000 lines? Should be a warning anyway. Well, that's not the lagginess. Yeah, I don't know. This is inconclusive. It's like it's not even happening from here. I just don't get it. Viewport is input handled. And then we actually get into the function and it's just going straight through here. Local input handled, the only thing this could be, and C++ doesn't even have this concept. This is just a local variable, right? It must be defined in the header file. Viewport.h. Yeah, it's just a Boolean. I was going to say there's no like Lua magic tables or something or meta properties in Python or whatever that this could somehow call a function. I don't think it can do that. Could probably group the logs, the collapse all thing. The collapse and expand is for the expandos, not for grouping them. So like, see how you can click this? If I click expand all, it's going to expand every single one of them. It's not for grouping. Well, so this only further perplexes me. The crash still happened. We don't have the stack trace. I assume it's the same thing. It's never been a different stack. So still something's going wrong and I just don't know what. I mean, it could be, the only thing we know is running is this. It could be that this is doing something that has a delayed impact. I don't think that's the case, but I don't really know at this point. So let's look up that thing. It's inside of Node. If debug is enabled. Oh, so this isn't even used if it's disabled? Wait a second. So then can't we just get rid of all three of these things? Well, we won't know that we entered the function, but we will if we hit this. Yeah, let's try rebuilding the engine like that. It'll drastically cut down on the output that we get. In fact, we don't really need, yeah, maybe we do. All right, let's try building again. Quit this. What, did it not quit? Oh, there it goes. Whoops, I didn't mean to run that. Well, whatever, it doesn't take very long. It took 13 seconds. Yeah, let's just let it finish. All right, there, it's done. It only took 9 that time. So how do we run this there? Reproduce this in a standalone build as well to rule out it being an editor-only bug. Well, people had it crash when they were playing the standalone game, so I don't think it's an editor problem. Or an editor-only problem. And again, I don't know all the crashes were caused by that. But yeah, let's try playing this. Let's click through all this stuff and see what happens. There, it crashed. Okay, so that wasn't too bad. We only have 2069 of these things. And it's just always printing out 13. Ever? Oh no, sometimes it prints other things, but not often. But we didn't end up with any stack trace here. We're getting like a million warnings from here. Well, what we concluded is it's not caused by this. And possibly this doesn't flush to the console immediately such that it should be printing this is input handled thing, but it doesn't because it's sent to some buffer and then the whole process crashes. That's possible. And I don't have any insight into that. We need to look at what warn print does. Is it synchronous? Does it buffer? Close out of this, I guess. Well, warn print sure is everywhere. Let's search for define warn print. It's all in error macros. Error print error. Do I know where that is? Oh, there it is. Error, what is this called? Error macros. Yeah, so it's in here. There it is. And it's error print error, a different kind. Then it calls into this. Which OS gets singleton print error? Okay, well, my guess is that this just logs the standard output or standard error directly. So that I don't think we would get this thing cut off. But then this is inconclusive still because all we're seeing print out is this. And this is just a Boolean. It wouldn't even be in the stack trace then. Why is this happening? Is input handled? Yeah. I don't know. I'm going to take a quick break. Yeah. Is it jump time? It's jump time. Saw some pretty risky jumps there. Close the game. All right, let's try to get a repro of this. I'm a little, I don't know, I just a little uneasy. Today's a little bit gone off the rails. So let's try to make a minimal repro. Just close out of this thing. Let's go revert the project as well. Yeah, I didn't change anything here, right? I don't think so. I better be absolutely certain though. Yeah. Might have main changed. UID changed. Don't care. Delete it all. Discard. All right, now we try to make a minimal repro. So let's go load this up. I wonder if you can repro this from GD script. Quit to project list. Oh no, we can't do that yet. We've got to launch another. We got to figure. All right, let's launch regular Godot, not the mono version. Let's see what version this actually is. 2.1. No. 4.2.1, but still I don't want that. I want the newest GD script version. Godot download. Download for Windows. All right, so it'd be this. And I don't have that on my machine already? Apparently not. So we download this and then open that. So now there it is. That should be what's already in my applications folder, right? Yeah. Yeah, so we're just going to overwrite that one. Replace and run. Okay, so where does it say the version? Yeah, there it is. 4.3. Okay, so now we create a new project and we call this crash repro and put it in temp, I guess. Yeah. All right, so what do we have? What's going on? It's in party chooser and we know it's coming from here. So there is remove it from one section, add it to the other section, and then invoke a signal. Let's try just starting with this stuff. So we'll have two lists and you can, is that even needed though? I wonder. What if you just had one list? I guess we can figure this out once we get something to repro. So we want a new control. And what are these things? Party chooser has a party section which has an HFlow container with a bunch of stuff in it. So we need an HFlow container. Do you have a video or document on your Mac setup, dev environment, etc. by chance? I have this, which is kind of my Mac setup. It's got my shell scripts, my program settings, some other stuff that I use. I don't think I have anything else, but let me know if there are any specific questions you have. I can probably just answer it here. Okay, so we're going to add in an HFlow container. And we'll call this, I don't know, list 1 or HFlow container 1. And we'll add in another one of these and just have it be called HFlow container 2. We'll attach a script to this. Call it repro.gd. All right, now we try to remember how to code in GD script. Yeah, there we go. I want this stuff in here. All right, so HFlow container 1, HFlow container is that, and container 2, and nope, I want that. Yeah. So now when you click container 1, no, the containers actually need stuff in them. And the stuff is not important, I think. It can just be probably labels or something, or sprites even. Yeah, let's just make them be sprites. And let's just put them in there to begin with. I don't want to set this up dynamically. So let's add in an icon in here. Why did that not do anything? There we go. Okay, so icon. There are 4 of those. Why are these not getting laid out correctly? Oh, because I turned that into, whoops. That's what I want to do. This should be getting laid out differently. Maybe we just need to make this bigger. Okay, now I'm confused. The whole point of a flow container is that it controls the flow of the children, right? Yeah, like I shouldn't even be able to move this. Well, I clearly don't understand. Is that how it worked over here? I couldn't move these things over here, right? No, I can't. Children of a container get positioned differently. It's an HFlow container. Begin, inherit, blah, blah, blah. Huh. Oh, good. I'm glad you found it. Got it. Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand this. This is, hang on one second. Hang on. Okay. I still need to make sure that the trash is getting picked up properly. Like I said, there's a lot of, oh, there's a lot of glass. I want to make sure it doesn't get like strewn onto the street. I just need to call like street cleaners or something. Yeah, I don't know what's causing this to happen here. Wait, the same trash pickup day? It's usually Thursday. That's a node 2D, not a control 2D? Or not a control node? Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh my God. Thank you, Mario. Yeah, we need these to be something different. In fact, what are they over here? They should just be texture rectangles, right? Yeah, they are. Yeah, so we'll just make a texture rectangle in here. All right, now we make it an image texture. And then for the image, we just load in the icon. Great. All right, so now we can duplicate these things. And now they get laid out in a certain way. And let's add in a bunch of them. It doesn't matter. Oh, it's a minimal repro, but still, let's just start with that. And whenever you click one of them, it will move it from where it is to the other one. In order for us to do that, we need to know where it currently is. I guess we can just get its parent. Yeah. So in ready, how do we get all children of this? For node in get children. It's actually in container one.getChildren. Now we say node dot. There's a way to connect to a pressed event. Dot press dot connect. So connect to self dot clicked node. Okay, good. And then does that get anything in it? No, it does not. So we need to know which node you clicked. Can we do that? Current node name, I guess. All right, let's just try that. I just want to see that this is working and doing something. So now you should be able to click these and just have it print out that you clicked it and tell you which one it clicked. This should be taking next to no time to load, so I don't know why it's taking this long. Invalid access to property pressed on texture rect. Texture rect does not have a pressed event. Nope. But it has mouse entered and it has GUI input, and I think we need GUI input for this, so we're going to do that. How do we set that up? GUI input self dot node GUI input. We might need the event as well. I think we probably do. All right, print node.name and print event.as text. Okay, try running that. Actually, no. I was going to say it should just take place immediately. Invalid type cannot convert argument 2 from object to int. What? It's an input event. Did I do this wrong? Maybe the other way around? I'm not actually sure. No, it still cannot convert. All right, GD script events. I don't remember how these work. There's a way to connect, and how do you do that? Just bind node. All right, that'll put the node in the first position and the event in the second, and we can try that out. Hey, we sort of got there. All right, non-existent function adds text in texture rect. That means that we did do these in the wrong order. We'll get there eventually. Hey, nice. Okay, so we're getting mouse motion on this stuff. And then when you click, it should be, yeah, left mouse button. Great. So now I want to know when you've clicked this thing. So if it's pressed, then say that you clicked it, I guess. Clicked node name. Does that work? Nice. Okay, and then we just needed to move to the other list. So we get the parent. Parent equals node.get parent. And then we remove it from there and we add it to the other one. Other container equals that. Except for that's not a Pythonism. So it's got to be container 1 if parent equals container 2, else container 1. Wait, now what's wrong with that? Oh, then I typed container wrong. Cool. All right, now we add it to that one, and that's it. That's the way this works, and that's the entire script, and it should just be fine. It doesn't do anything. What? Hey, handy with paper and pen. Oh, because this is co-located? Okay, we need this to be a VBox container. Well, actually, it should have still worked a little bit differently there. Well, let's try that. I don't know if I need to restart this. No, it's seemingly not doing anything. Get the parent of the node, remove it. If I just do that, it should just remove it from the scene entirely. Yeah, it is. But then the other container gets added to it. Maybe I'm missing something in the debugger that I... Oh, I know what I'm doing. This is not true. And I don't know why that's not true. There's some way to debug GD script. I think we have to... Yeah, this isn't even the correct script anymore. This is why this is so weird. Like, can I close this? Close? And then open it? I don't know how to open this here. Because it's going to use my external editor. But the only way to set a breakpoint for GD script, I think, is to do it through Godot. Yeah, I don't know how you do that. All right, GD script, debug. I don't have a thing about this. Follow these instructions. Oh, wait, there it was. If you're using an external editor trying to run through it, then the breakpoints you set in the external one won't work. Won't seem to get your updated script, so it may be out of date. I never wrote how to fix that. Oh, else container 2. Yeah, you're right. It wasn't that the condition is wrong. Good catch, Stockton. Yeah, cool. Okay, that's working now. How are you liking Obsidian? I'm liking Obsidian pretty well. I am not on the paid plan though. And if you want to find out how I'm not on it, there's a video I made on it. Wondering if you would still break if you used reparent instead. I'm not sure. So I want to try this and see, like, does this crash on its own? Because so far it looks like it is not crashing. But I wonder if it's caused by something else. Yeah, like maybe it's a C sharp. Oh, wait, it has to be a C sharp problem. We know that. What am I doing? We know that because .NET is in the stack trace. Right? Isn't it? Yeah. Yeah. This was stupid. This was really stupid. All right, well, thankfully we didn't just waste a bunch of time. We can still reuse this. We just need to open that project up. Quit the project list. Man, this is rough. This is really rough. Hey, Redbox. I haven't shared my origin, Redbox. So, sorry. I won't be sharing it now either. This is perplexing as well. Why did this just... All I'm trying to do is go to the project list. Well, I guess I can't be doing anything all that important. I'll just force quit this. Good luck not supporting that command. All right, which do we want here? Probably this one. I didn't even realize I had one in my downloads folder. November 13th. Oh, goodbye. All right, crash repro. Okay, so now instead of a GD script, we are going to attach a C# script. And we're going to call this repro.cs. Sure. We're going to mostly just convert this code to C#. I wonder if we just said GD script. Convert the GD script code that's commented out into C#. I didn't get the sharp. And yet somehow it... I don't know. I don't know what this is doing. All right, whatever, just discard. It's not that hard for me to write it myself. All right, so private hflow container 1, cool, equals null. Great. Ready. We want to get these things. Container 1 equals get node. There. Actually, it should know what to do for container 2. Cool. Now go through each node and do... Actually, can we do this without an extra script? I don't think so. We can't just get its GUI input, right? No, although it's not exactly a node. It is a texture rect and cast to texture rect. Okay. Now node.GUI input. Yeah. Node GUI input. Cool. And then private void node GUI input. Oh, except for it won't work that way, right? We got to take in an event and call node GUI input with the event in the node. Yeah. So if you press this, then say that you clicked it, get the parent, remove it, get the other container, and add it. Neat. Cast comes from link. Technically don't even need that. And we need a namespace for this. Namespace repro. we're getting there. We are getting there. Let's try running this. And it should work exactly the same way, except for now it should crash. Yeah. So now let's just click a bunch of things, and eventually it should crash. In fact, can we click with 2 different mice? Yes. Yeah, it is not crashing. What am I working on? I'm trying to repro a crash that I'm having, but apparently this won't do it. What else is happening here? I'm calling remove party member first, then add party member second. Remove party member. Oh, remove party members freeing it. Oh, is that what's going on here? Add party member makes a new party member. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. This is it. This is it. This is what's doing this. All right, well, it's going to take a little bit of time to code this because it's not just free. It is, in fact, it's not free at all, is it? Or sorry, it is just free. It's not removing anything. Yeah. So where is the code for that? Here. All right, so instead of that, it's going to be node.free. Am I trying to access a read node? I don't think I'm trying to access it. I think the engine is trying to access it. So now what we need to do is make a new texture rectangle here. So private void create texture rectangle. And we say which container it should go into. Parent. All right, does this thing know how to do this? It'd be great if it did. Texture 2D. Neat. Super neat. Yeah, so now we just do like a for in I equals 0, I is less than 5. I want like 15 of them. Yeah, sure. No target for new. How did that work? Oh, right, because we didn't have this in the type. Okay. Simplified by doing that, sure. Okay, cool. And then instead of this, we're going to say create a texture rectangle with the other container. Does that add it? Yeah, it does. Okay, so now that's the repro, I think. We can delete all this stuff. We can delete... Wait, how do we get rid of the cast? Oh, I see. So delete all of that, and then delete every single thing in here. And run it. And it failed 15 times because icon.png is not found because it's an SVG. That was AI doing that. That was not my fault. I only paid the AI. All right, now it's not removing correctly because of these problems. Object is locked and can't be freed. What? That does not make sense. How does it work here? Is it because we have a... No. I was gonna say a layer of indirection here where we don't use a reference passed in, but we rather get it from something else. But I don't think that can be the case. Heuristic default. I mean, we could try that. That's ridiculous. But yeah, all remove does is call free. Wow. What? What? There's an onClicked function here. And this. It has its own GUI thing, right? Yeah. Oh man. All right, I'm gonna have to recreate all of this. I think what we have to do is have this run through some signals for some reason. Oh, I just really don't want to do this. I also really want to eat some food. It does crash with a signal. Well, that kind of signal was the operating system level signal, not the Godot signal. Wait, non-existent function free in texture rectangle. Wait, which error is it? I don't understand. This says object is locked and can't be freed. Line 25, line 35. Yeah. Yeah, Godot signals are just events. I think we got to do this that way. Don't want to do this. But yeah, let's do it, I guess. All right, so change type to a texture rectangle and call this icon. And then put the icon in here. Quick load icon. That's done. We call this icon.scene. Then instead of making textures, we make icons. Icon equals gd.load. I guess it still is a texture 2D. So I guess we can just delete all this stuff, right? And load it from icon.tscn. There. That doesn't work. Am I going crazy? What is this? Texture rect. Oh, excuse me. Okay, this should be encapsulated in the new scene that we made, which means we'll need a custom type and everything. Which means I haven't actually changed anything yet. Yeah, because we need a signal to be there. All right, attach a script, icon.cs, blah, blah, blah. Let's go do all this stuff. Icon. We don't need a GUI input now. We need on clicked plus equal clicked icon. I guess we want to know which icon you clicked. It could just tell it itself. Am I moving it all over to C sharp? I'm just trying to reproduce an issue right now that I think is an engine bug so I can report it. So I had a GD script here. If you were watching from maybe like 10 minutes ago, I had a GD script that I did convert to C sharp, but this is not really my project. My project is staying in C sharp. This is just a tiny repro, which I can't even get to work yet. Well, I can get it to work. I can't get it to crash. I need it to crash so I can reproduce the issue so that I can share it with the engine developers, and then hopefully they can fix it, or at least provide more insight into why this is happening. Yeah, I need it to not work. All right, so over here, we're gonna have a, oh, nice. That's actually pretty close to what I want. I just don't want that part. Don't need that. We don't need any of this stuff. On GUI input is going to come from over here. We're just going to invoke on click. We're going to delete this. Declare namespace. All right, so now this should function. We delete that. We don't need this or that part. Okay. All right, how are we looking now? One error. Can't cast a packed scene to an icon. That means I forgot to save something? This has icon, right? Yeah, it does. And it's the right type. Oh, because I need to load the scene and then instantiate it. Right, yeah. Okay, that's not too bad. All right, icon. Instantiate it like this. This is just going to be icon.scene, delete that stuff, and try running that. Now clicking it doesn't do anything. So let's print something out here. Clicked on a thing. Yeah, weird. It's not printing any of that out. Oh no, maybe it's not weird. Maybe on GUI input isn't an automatic thing. You need to actually override something. I don't recall how that works. Let's just search for GUI input. Yeah, it is an override. And it just didn't type out the right thing. I blame the AI again. Think AI will destroy software engineering in the next 5 years? I don't think it'll destroy software engineering in the next 5 years. I think there can come a time when there aren't traditional software developers anymore. But I don't think it'll be 5 years. I also think that if software engineering gets destabilized, that probably a lot of other professions will follow shortly thereafter. But yeah, we'll see how all this pans out. All right, so it should crash if I just keep clicking stuff. Because I think we have the same setup that we had in the other project, but it's not crashing yet. What could I be missing though? What could I be missing? It's clearly moving these between the sections, which means, was it printing clicked twice? Yeah, it was. Yeah. Yeah, it's moving them between the sections, which is, as far as I can tell, all that we were doing in the other thing that we have over here. Calls swap section for party member. This called remove, which was just a proxy for free. And then it called add, which was going to create a new party member, add it, call initialize. Huh. Do you think we should be learning how to build and use AI? I don't think learning how to build AI is important for most people. I think learning how to use it is important. I think it's like any technology or tool, though. Let's say AI never got any better than it currently is, and all we did is we found more uses for it in its existing form. So, for example, you make your first plank of wood. The wood never gets any better, but you start building houses, you build skyscrapers out of wood or something like that. Like we can still do a lot more with AI even if it never gets more mature. And I don't think that's true, by the way. This is a presupposition that I'm just saying for the sake of a hypothetical. But let's say it never gets better, it'll still impact everybody's lives. It's like how phones and computers and any other piece of technology basically has impacted everyone's lives. Now imagine if you live in a world where you don't know how to use a phone or you don't know how to use a computer. You are essentially disconnected from the society that everybody else lives in. So I think right now, the uses of AI for most people in sort of everyday life is probably things like searching, finding, maybe some like auto correct type of things, and maybe some like basic tasks or ideation. That's probably what most people are using it for right now. Like you consider the average person. And maybe some people aren't even aware they're using it for that. Because maybe your search is now powered by AI or you're searching on Google and the first result is AI. But then the more advanced tasks are actual, like your work, whatever you're doing. So maybe it's programming, maybe it's research, maybe it's like crunching data. It could be anything, but those are the more advanced tasks. But this is where I think probably everyone's going to be using it. Eventually, if it starts pervading people's work, then you might not have a choice. Like imagine if you have some target metric you're supposed to hit. Let's say you're an editor and you're supposed to produce 3 videos per day right now. What if AI allows you to produce 30 videos per day? There's really no choice you'd have, right? You're either going to be 10% of another coworker or you're going to be 100% of another coworker. More worried about not being able to provide labor, therefore no inherent value to my existence, not from my own view, obviously. Yeah, from a capitalistic society's point of view. This is why I think if there's ever an AI that's widespread and is wiping out jobs, there need to be something like universal basic income. Because at that point you would have invalidated a bunch of people's livelihoods. And I think based on how AI is going so far, it's going to be consolidated in the hands of a few, mostly those with the resources to develop it still and to run just massive pipelines of it. And I think that would do bad things for society if it were maintained only in those hands and that there were no jobs anymore. And yeah, I don't know what that would look like. But anyway, these are the exciting times that we live in. Exciting and interesting. I think it's been blown out of proportion. People are hyping it out to be. I don't think it would ever reach the level of Hollywood movies where it's going to take over the world. Our computers themselves don't even have the power to do anything like that. AI models require human intervention. Um, I think there are a couple of pieces of this. I don't want to break down all of this because I do want to figure out this repro and then eventually get lunch. But one thing to consider is that think of any precipice of technology, like right before, let's say, the steam engine. People were probably saying like, "Oh, this won't drastically change humanity. There'll still be horses. There'll still be people doing things." But what did it allow us to do? It allowed us to do everything much faster and easier, and probably, I'm just going to guess, less injury. I don't know. It doesn't matter. Just imagine that that's the case, such that then we got to the next level of technology and we eventually got to computers. And people probably said like, oh, well, computers are mainframe computers and they cost whatever, like $1 million or something. I'm, again, making things up, but you can imagine these sorts of arguments. But now computers are everywhere and we carry a computer around with us in our pockets and we can search information instantaneously. And so now what's the next level of the thing? And it's like, well, okay, we got to AI and internet and cloud computing and maybe AI leads us to a step that we don't know and we can't see right now because we just don't have the insight yet. But it will speed up computing. And even with programmers, it's like, I bet if you're using Copilot and you're the average programmer, you're probably speeding up your programming by like, I don't know, let's say 5%. Now you get 100 developers who've all sped themselves up by 5%. And it's like you just added 5 more programmers to the world. Like, so, or you could say, I've freed up those 5 programmers to do other things with their lives or something. Anyway, I think it's all going to build on each other. And it's going to be hard to say that it won't lead us to something new. And even think about tasks that are very easy for AI. So imagine something like, I don't know, audio isolation in video editing. This takes me some amount of time right now. I've got to go like mute certain parts of the video or skip through things. I think AI could probably do that reasonably well today. Now imagine that's in a video editing program and I just don't spend that 10 minutes of my life doing that. Like, I'm not saying I will be productive for those 10 minutes, but maybe I'm productive for one of those seconds and that this adds up across the millions of people who are affected by this. So I think it's hard to predict where this is going to go. And I think the other thing that's leading me down this path of what I'm talking about is I did some interviews and one of them was with Sharon Lowe, the product lead at Copilot, or a product lead at Copilot. And I asked her like, what are the plans for the next year or 5 years or something of Copilot? And she said it's really hard to plan that because they were impressed at how quickly AI had evolved already, such that it was hard to predict even a year or two in the future. Like, what giant leaps will there be in 6 months that will make it so that they're even farther along 12 months or 18 months or 5 years from now? Maka, thanks for the sub. Welcome in. Let me show chat on screen as long as I'm responding to this stuff. Most AI replace coders examples are for very small apps one person built and showed on Twitter. I don't see it replacing programs in my company even in 5 years. Yeah, and you never know. I remember the very first ChatGPT example I saw was, I think, from ChatGPT 2. And someone was like, hey, I'm going to make a React app or whatever using ChatGPT. And I was like, this looks like magic. It looked like magic to me. I'd been in software for years. I've been following at least news that wasn't AI related. And yet I looked at that and I was like, there's some trick going on here. And now I've interacted with AI and I see that there is no trick. It's just way beyond what we could have envisioned 20 years ago. So I don't know what's going to happen. I keep hearing about things that it seems like there's some impressive AI out there, and I'm not testing it all out. I'm just using Copilot. Yeah, it's hard for me to say. Still seeing incorrect information about Claude and ChatGPT. Yeah. I don't think it'll destroy software engineering. It'll change the function from programming all day to software design. Yeah. Yeah, I think like I definitely see where people are coming from when they say kind of any argument here. Either anything from AI is going to take over humanity to AI is going to do nothing to these things in the middle to, engineers aren't doing what they used to do. And yeah, I just think look at your day-to-day life and as a viewer of this Twitch stream, not as an average person. Like, you're here, so you're probably nerdier than the average person if you're watching a programming stream or you know me in real life. But anyway, look at your own life and think, where am I using AI that I wasn't using it 2 years ago? And probably there's something, right? Like I said, even for myself, I use Copilot. I search for whatever, something here, right? Like C sharp, analyzer, convert, read only list. Like I type this in and look at the first result. It's AI computing an answer for me that's going to spit out some code. Like it's pretty hard not to brush up against AI in some form. And maybe this helped you, maybe it didn't. But all the times it helps you, it's like, well, there's just AI enriching your life, I guess. Don't really agree with it being like a Terminator type situation. Yeah, I think we'll have to see how it goes because one of the things that people have been talking about since like the advent of the idea of AI has been responsible AI. And that was another thing I talked to Sharon about. And Microsoft axed their ethics in something else. I forgot what it was called. Ethics in, yeah, I don't remember the other part of the name of the team, but they cut it out, and that's the team Sharon was originally on. And I was like, what does that mean? And she said, we're trying to bake in the ethics and responsibility to sort of every decision we make. But there are going to be actors out there that are incentivized to not be ethical. Imagine you're trying to steal a bunch of money. Imagine you're trying to hijack computers and mine Bitcoin. Imagine you are a state actor. You don't care what regulations people came up with. You're clearly trying to violate that. Oh, Titanium, I didn't know you streamed. Or maybe I did. Am I following you? But thank you for the raid. Am I following you? I am not, but I am now. Wait, are you still streaming? As I say this, it looked like you just moved on stream. Okay, I think you are. Regardless, thank you. I'll write myself a note to check out your stream. I always find that funny. All right, check out stream. Let me finish reading when I was. Yeah, anyway, the Terminator type situation. I don't know what'll happen, but I do think there are going to be people piloting AI for nefarious purposes. Did I see Devin? I did see Devin, although I tried using Devin and found out it was proprietary. And then I found something like Open Devin, but you needed to pass in an OpenAI API key. So I just never pursued it any further. Banned because of data protection. Yeah, that makes sense. Although there are some enterprise-focused AI solutions that are saying we won't use your data. We'll only provide you with our model. Yeah. I forgot to hit stop stream after the raid started. You had a very neutral expression on your face. Every once in a while, when I start talking to someone, I see them smile in response. But I was like, either the stream is delayed or Titanium's not listening. I'm not sure. How'd your stream go, though? Any tips on learning ARSD and alt layout? I'm envious of your speed and accuracy. I'm drilling hands down on a totem right now, just using key BR. Okay, hold on. I don't understand half of these words. Hands down. Hands down typing. Oh, it's a layout. I see. So then you want to switch to an ARST style layout, and a totem, I'm guessing, is a keyboard. Ah, yes. Very, very similar to a corn, I guess. Yeah, very similar. Any tips? So I've got a video on this, which I suggest checking out. It doesn't, it answers some of your question, but I think a lot of it is just, it takes practice, and it takes a lot of practice. So yeah, I do suggest watching that video, though. I think it'll enlighten you on at least some parts of how I was feeling. It was good. I talked about web dev burnout and then began the slow process of porting to C sharp. Very rusty. Shake off the dust soon. Yeah. Yeah. Even going back to a language I've used this year, I sometimes forget all the quirks of it. What we're working on right now, and this is really just before I get to lunch because I do want to take a lunch break at some point, we're trying to make a repro of a crash that I had, but it's not crashing. And I don't know the differences. The problem with this is I have the Skeleseller code base, this gigantic thing, and I'm trying to boil it down to this, a very tiny code base. And somewhere along the way, some other piece of code may be interacting with this, or it may be that I'm trying to call a signal after this. I don't know. And I think I've got the the foundation of this working. So I'm not sure what's happening here. There is a function called after this. All it's doing is setting the state of a button. This does not look very important, but possibly this is the missing piece. And this is super important. I don't think it would matter that it's done through a signal. But it is doing something after here, and it's setting some UI thing. So maybe that's needed. Maybe I add in a button that does literally nothing, but I just change it to be disabled or enabled. It's so stupid. Just so stupid. All right, so where's that? Private button equals null. Again, I'd be surprised if this mattered, but it could. So we're going to say enabled equal, oh, wait, no, disabled equals, now we need a random number generator. How about we just do node.name dot get hash code is divisible by 2. Yeah, this about half the time, I'm guessing, because hash code should be pretty evenly distributed. About half the time it should be enabled, half the time it should be disabled. And all we're doing that for is so that there's some change to the UI. So there's the button. We can't see anything in it because it doesn't have text. So we're going to say useless button. And now it should have automatically changed. And now it should get disabled every once in a while. I don't know if it's just not changing styles or what's happening. Oh no, it's breaking here. Cannot access is exposed. Oh, because I'm calling free immediately. It's not even queue free. Okay, that's why. We need to do this before we delete the button. Rider is fun. Been using NeoVim for the last couple of years and using editor that was purpose built for its language is nice. I always think that when I use an IDE that was made for that language, and especially something like a C# kind of language where the IDE does a really good job with it. I don't see it getting disabled. I don't know if it'd be obvious even. If I just say that it's disabled through this, is it obvious? Yes, it is very obvious. So then why isn't this working? Node.name.get hash code %2. Doesn't node just have a get hash code? We could just do that. Maybe the name never hashes to a, that'd be weird. Yeah, now it's working. Okay. But is that causing the crash? What if the crash is like caused by having 7 items in the list? I don't know. We should try to get this as close as possible to the original repro, though. So I guess let's only put 7 items in the list. There's still no crash happening, though. Maybe it involved getting one of the lists down to 0 and swapping them like that. I don't know. It's always hard because all I had to do to repo this on Skeleseller was to just click a bunch of times. Yeah, nothing bad's happening. All right, now we go back to the old code and we try to identify what else could possibly be happening. Well, we do have a couple of levels of indirection here. Party chooser has a party section, has 2 party sections, and then party section has party members. So it might be set up like this. There's 4 and 3. And then what does party member have? Party member. I mean, nothing here really, but in party member base, there should be something. Yeah, it's got a label, it's got a texture rectangle and stuff. So anyway, some other stuff in here, like a label, but also the texture rectangle. So this is Skeleseller, where it repros. Then in this minimum, what's the term? MVCC or something? Minimum viable complete code? I don't know, whatever. Anyway, in the repro, where it doesn't repro, we have an HFlow container and then just texture rectangles. So this is reminiscent of the party sections, but we don't have, well, I guess it's technically an icon, which is a texture rectangle, doesn't have a texture rectangle. We free the entire icon. I don't think that matters. What about trying reparent instead of the free or create process? So that might be a way of working around the bug, like how call deferred works around the bug. But I am just trying to figure out how do we repro this? I'll write it down though. We could, yeah, could try reparent instead. I don't necessarily mind how we work around it, but I do want to find the fix or the cause so I can put it on GitHub. What else are we missing here? Party chooser. It's all inside of another object. I don't think that matters. I just don't. And we know that deferring this fixes it. Oh my God. Two different sections. They each have their own listener. All right, let's make a class out of this too, I guess. So save as scene is going to be called section. Yeah. And then this needs to be instantiated as a section. So we call this section 1 and section 2. Ghost debuggers. It's just an HFlow container, but we're going to need there to be an on-click handler in this. So we call this section, we give it a script. We make sure there's an on-click in here. Let's close out these other things. Open icon. Put this over here, put this over here. And there is no on-click on this section. It's that it knows what icons it has. Okay, this is getting stupid. Yeah. There's got to be a public void remove icon. We pass in the icon, and then we just free it anyway. I'm just trying to match the structure that we have in the other program, where there are reasons for there to be functions that do a little bit more. Building a repro project. Yep. That's correct. Does not access instance data and can be marked as static. Okay, I don't care about that. So this is going to free the icon. We also need to add an icon. Public void add icon. And we don't need to tell it anything. I guess we could put in a random modulate. Although there's no point. We don't need this. Okay, so remove icon. This is going to be here. This is also not a texture rect anymore. This is an icon. Which means this doesn't need to do this anymore. An icon. Icon here too. Good. Now just rename all this stuff. We don't need a print there. This is going to do, give me a section parent. Yeah, let's do it that way. Then parent dot remove. No. There's remove icon. Did I not make that? I never made that. I put this in the wrong spot. There. Now the remove icon exists. Now we don't need this here. Now instead we need other container dot add icon. Also shouldn't have been here. Add icon. Okay, get these things. Probably don't call them container 1 and container 2 anymore. Section 1 and section 2. And even then they should have underscores on them. This is a section now. All right, and then the only other thing we need to do is move this down to here. Icon on clicked plus equal clicked icon. There. Oh, this is the worst. I don't think this is going to work either. That's what's silly about this. There. Okay, so we got all the code. What happens? Yeah, it just crashes Godot. I'll show you in the context of Skeleseller in just a second. Node not found hflow container. Why is he even looking for that? It's called section 1 and section. Oh, I never I know. I didn't rename the strings that it's picking these from. Yeah. Section 1 and 2. Well, now it's not doing anything because we're not listening in the repro to the sections that we have. Section dot on clicked. All right, this is closer to the repro that we had from Skeleseller. It's still probably not going to crash because there's some magic sauce going on here, and I don't know what it is. Yeah, not crashing. Why though? Why? All right, well, for those who want to see this in Skeleseller, here's the crash that happens in the real game. And you're going to notice it's very similar to what I'm doing in the new thing. All right, so we do this and then this, yeah. So all I have to do is click these things and it eventually crashes. And it doesn't even take that long, but it's not always the same repro or the same amount of time. In fact, it is taking a long time now. Huh. It should be crashing. This is quite bizarre. Did I change something? Party member, just change UIDs. Otherwise, no. Fixed. I didn't do anything though. Don't know so much of what I'm feeling right now. Oh, nice. Yeah. Well, I'm glad. You were like the target audience for that. Also, really, those doubts, I know it might sound like I'm making that just for content or something, but I really did doubt, like, can I even learn anymore? It did take a long time. I do think if I just stuck with QWERTY, I would have been faster. Because I think when I switch back to QWERTY now, it's like some of the old speed return. All right, I can't figure this out. It's not even crashing now. Let's just restart it. I bet it's going to happen if I restart it. Maybe it has something to do with being in full screen, or maybe it, I don't know. It's not full screen. I mean, maximized. I doubt it. That's not like a, oh, see, crashed on the second click. Yeah. And it doesn't even print out the error, just a bunch of warnings that we had. Doesn't generate a memory dump. No, every once in a while we get this stack trace, which is what led me to making a repro here because I tried looking into this and couldn't figure anything out. Did I find the bug? No. I just showed it in Skeleseller, that's all. So now we got to figure out why it's not happening over here. It seems like if it's going to happen, it happens it's close to startup. And I don't know why. Maybe something else. Whoops, I launched the wrong thing. Maybe something else needs to be running. Like this can't just be a simple application. We've got to have some process that does a bunch of just nonsense to simulate having a bunch of things on the screen. Did I take a break? No, I got to go get lunch pretty soon. Close to when you click give most things. The same rectangle for the UI. It's not a double click thing. It's definitely not that because I can launch Skeleseller and I think just single click things. Also, like the amount of time it takes a regular human to like an average human, not like a pro gamer, to double click is enough milliseconds where I don't think it would be a double click from the point of view of the code base. I think the code would see that, oh, hey, a frame is clearly passed between those. Although maybe not. What am I doing? Cancel that. Go over to here. I think we can just click once. I'm going to click. I'm going to be very intentional about my clicks and wait a bunch of time. Because maybe it is a double click kind of thing. It's not happening now. All right, so now I'm going to speed it up a little bit. No, I'm going to speed it up a little bit more. It might be a speed thing, but I'm clicking as fast as I can in the other program. All right, it's not reproing. Let's return to title screen and try this again. And I'll do it slowly at first. Okay, no. It's that was a very slow set of clicking. It was like once per maybe 0.75 seconds or something. And it happened. So I don't think it's a double click sort of thing. Two process functions in a race condition. If I click before another control, I crash the whole editor. It might be the same sort of thing that's happening here. Like it could be an engine issue. Problem is I just don't know how to get to the bottom of this anymore. What we could do is we could add in some arbitrary work into this function, public override process. Yeah, we could just do something like, actually we could just sleep here, right? For like 1/10 of a second. Actually, it's just a C# sleep, right? Although C# sleeping may be red dot sleep. Let's try that. I just need to import this, yeah. Red dot sleep, and it's for some number of milliseconds, right? So my monitor is 60 hertz. Process is based on the frame rate. So it should be once every like 16 milliseconds. So let's sleep for 8 milliseconds. So not enough to make it lag, but enough that it sort of feels like it's doing something maybe. I'm not even sure. All right, now we go restart that. I'm gonna sleep the whole game engine? Yeah, I will. But like I said, it shouldn't even be noticeable. Like if I were to up this amount of time to 80, it should be, well, maybe not 80. 80 might not be noticeable. Maybe like 240. So that's gonna sleep for a bunch of frames now. And now when I click, it shouldn't feel responsive. Yeah, it's not. So now it's like it's laggy, but it's not really laggy. And it's still not even crashing. Who knows what's happening here? Whoops. Oh, what? Did it? Oh, no. Thought it crashed everything. It didn't. What else is different between these things? It could be something small that I'll never figure out, but like this is inside of a VBox container, which is inside of a margin container. Maybe that stuff matters. Maybe having other children alongside this matter. Many of those. Is there something else the script is doing? Wait, what do we know? What's the stack trace? We know it's from call GUI input. We must be doing the same thing over here. If we're not, then that would be a difference, I guess. How are we handling clicking on this stuff? GUI input. It's underscore GUI input. We better be using that same thing. Where is it? Yeah, underscore GUI input. Oh, we have accept event here. I wonder if that's doing it. Oh my God. I didn't even see that. What happened? Oh, I had two cursors. I didn't realize. Wow, what if that is causing it? Come on, crash, crash, crash. Crash the app. Crash it. So far nothing. But it does feel like it's... Maybe I should get rid of that 8 millisecond sleep. Worst case scenario, we just rewrite it. Well, the worst case scenario I'm worried about here is that we have other crashes that we have no insight into, and people just hit and get frustrated with the game and never know how to report it even. And then we have to figure out what they even did to make it crash. That's what I'm worried about. So if I can report this and then Godot fixes it, maybe they'll have found the underlying issue for all of the crashes that we're seeing. You watch the remote while doing it. Are you certain they aren't recursively being reparented or something that would intro an infinite loop? There's no reparenting going on because the code that we're using here is just a straight up call to free. And then we make a new one. It just looks like they're bouncing between the two in both programs. I have not watched the remote though. I'll have to take a look, but I think it'll crash and then disconnect the remote as soon as it happens. I'm not sure if it'll show anything interesting. This still isn't crashing. Was there any other difference? Just accept event. Pressed and mouse button is left. Pressed and mouse button is left. I don't check to see if it's a left mouse button. I don't think that matters. Because I'm only pressing the left mouse button anyway. So there are no other buttons being pressed. But hey, there, now it's exactly the same. So it's exactly the same function here. We call onClick. onClick is just invoke an event. Yep, doesn't matter whether it's behind a C# function that does nothing else. It might get inlined anyway. Then that calls out to here. So that same thing should be happening over here. Let's see. Goes into party section. Yep, which just invokes the event. Yep, nothing special. And then from there, we invoke another onClicked, which goes into the party chooser, which just swaps the party members. Member party section. No, texture rect. Hang on a second. Member base. This has an onClicked, which is on the entire party member. This calls up to party section. Party section calls up to the party chooser. Yeah, it does. Yeah, okay, that's fine. Yeah, onClick is invoking the action versus there being like a function proxy. A function proxy that looks like this. That just calls onClicked. Or whatever it is, dot invoke. Yeah. But this level of extra code should have no impact. Because even if this ends up in the bytecode, it's going to be a, push the function address, jump into it. There are no arguments. Then pop back to where you jumped. I couldn't repro this yet. No. Man. All right. Well, I should probably take a lunch break and then try to examine this later. I'm just so bummed about this. What do I have to do to get this to repro? If I do maximize this, does that help at all? I can't even maximize it. What is going on right now? There we go. I don't know why this would have any impact whatsoever. Yeah, you're right. All right, I'm going. Here, we can all play Animal Royale. Is it TNT time? Okay, for those who haven't seen this is a very complex game. But it's interesting. It's gonna load in just a sec. You can connect via Twitch chat as a sheep in Minecraft and fling TNT at each other. And the last sheep standing wins, and it'll just play in a loop until I'm done with my lunch break. So it's going to set up an arena. It is mostly water. This is not a very good arena. But whatever, I'm not going to recreate it because I want to go eat lunch. So let's do this. I'm going to mute my mic. I'm going to put the focus back here. And then once it says that you can join in Twitch chat, it says waiting to start right now. But then the instructions will print out. Like I said, it's confusing. Good luck experimenting and everything. I'll be back in like, I don't know, probably 25 minutes or something. Alright, hey everyone. I'm back. I can't easily spectate because, whoops, because I don't have my regular keybind set up. But let's see if I can get to where people are. So there's Diamond, there's Darkstorm. Well, they're dead. There's, where'd she? I think those are the 3 people who remain. So yeah, here's your view. This is going to be the final game, by the way. Then I'll get back to work. Oh, sorry. I keep doing that. Alright, Diamond is dead, so now it's Darkstorm and Morchi. Who's going to win? Pink sheep or black sheep? Actually, I'm gonna grab a hoodie really fast. All right, Darkstorm wins. Close the game. All right, welcome back, everybody. I got my lunch. Had some chicken biryani. It's very good. Had an apple. And now I'm ready to work. So thank you all for being patient and watching sheep blow themselves up. Yeah, so where we left off is trying to get this repro to actually work, which means to get it to crash. Because it's supposed to crash the game, and it doesn't. And all I know is that moving things between sections like this, it's really freeing one thing and then adding a new one. It's supposed to work, but it doesn't. Was that game live, your own? Well, so, okay, the base game is Minecraft. Then there's a plugin. I made the plugin. Actually made it like 4 years ago. And then we just refreshed it a little bit. And then a couple of people have contributed some code. Kevin did a few PRs recently. What did I have for lunch? Chicken biryani. So pretty close to egg fried rice. There was an egg, and it is rice. It isn't actually very good, this one that I got. It's kind of plain, and they really skimp on the chicken for some reason. Yeah, sounds like everyone had a pretty good lunch today. So the other thing we can try to do is figure out what else is different between the 2 code bases here. And I'm just kind of running out of ideas. Why does this only happen in Skeleseller? Maybe something needs to be freed up but isn't, and that's actually the problem in Skeleseller? Do we listen for anything here? Yeah, we listen for mouse entered. Huh. I wonder if that's what's going wrong. Show highlight and hide highlight. No, it's not saying that something was already disposed, though. That would be a totally different error. Me being from India, I'll say you're welcome for the gift of biryani to the world. Yeah, well, thank you. My wife is also from India. So thanks her, too. Skeleseller swag? Swag? Yeah, there are a couple things available. There's the t-shirt and there's this hoodie. I mostly just wear the hoodie because I wear button-down shirts now, but you have to search for the hoodie. Only the t-shirt is in that link I shared. I think there might be some other stuff too. And there's a mug floating around there that only Darkstorm has one of right now. But I'm just honestly cold after lunch. Like pretty consistently, my body temperature drops quite a lot and I'm just freezing. So yeah, I'll be wearing this for the next hour or two. Button-down shirt with a skull in the pocket. I would like that. I don't think I could ever wear that out of the house though. It looks too strange. Check the message above. Oh, do you think swap section for party member is a fault here? Maybe something with the on battle party change. Swap. I don't think it's at fault because if we defer calling it, then it works just fine. So like this is the failing function, but there's a problem inside the editor that requires me to defer calling it. Actually, it might not be a problem inside the editor for all I know. I'm not positive about that. Take care, Handy with paper and pen. Thanks for dropping by. I think you came through with a raid, but yeah, thank you regardless for staying. Let's print some things out here. Maybe that's the way we should go about this. Removing party member adventurer.name. I don't even know if they'll have a proper name here. And then I guess we'll say adding party member. I'm guessing it's crashing right after calling this. A whopping 2 people. Well, I feel like after raids now, so many people just leave immediately that to have someone stick around, I mean, even if you would normally have watched the stream, is still pretty good. So I'm a happy camper. Hope you have a good day though. Good time skiing. All right, this is just not even finding the code. I don't have that in the repro, right? Yeah. This, I looked at what this does, and all it's doing is it's setting, oops, not that one. All it's doing is it's setting the state of a particular button. So here, set start button state. This is the only code it's calling. So what I did is I added in a button that just changes states to kind of simulate it. Because that is a C# delegate. It's not a Godot event. And there is some stuff happening here, but it's not really super important. It's mostly just like fetch some properties, form a string. Oh, I guess it does call get battle party here. Maybe that is what's going on. Battle party section get adventurers, which goes through each of the party members and does something. Maybe we should do that. Yeah, maybe we should call this. Where do we do that? Here. And I technically do it afterward. So I guess this button can be deleted. We don't need the button. Button is clearly having no impact. We'll go delete it from the scene as well. And then we want to call this on the second container, I guess. So just section 2. That guild children of type icon. I'm not going to do anything with it. We're just going to call this. This is to simulate what I have in Skeleseller. Maybe it matters, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe it never even gets used. Nice hoodie, do you have merch now? Wow, speaking of merch, yes, I do. A retired android. It's still not causing an issue. I wonder if it was this combined with like the laggy process function or something. Will try catch work here before Godot crashes? No, because it's a dynamic library that's like seg tramping, which is a trampoline or sig tramp, a trampoline signal. Yeah, I don't think this is happening here either. Does it matter if this is maximized? I should probably just start at maximized anyway in case it matters, so I don't need to keep testing 2 different things. But yeah, clearly this is not reproing here. Project settings, display, window, maximize. Yeah. Okay, there is yet another thing that we have looked at. Let's put this sleep down to 2, I guess, 2 milliseconds. The next thing I was going to try is seeing what happens when we print things out here. And I don't think this will be super helpful, but I just don't have any other ideas. Not getting what's wrong at the moment. It should crash because that's what Skeleseller does. And I've tried distilling the code into just what causes it to crash, and I can't do that. So here's what happens in Skeleseller. We click the same general thing, just like the other repro, and it just crashed. It doesn't take very long. It was actually after adding one that it crashed. Interesting. I wonder, okay, I will put this here. Maybe I'm wrong about what's going on exactly. So calling this. And then this calls into here, which is here, which is this, which I guess we can print out some things here too. I'll do it this way. This 1, 2, and 3 down here. Yeah. Hey, GeForce, what's today's focus? I've got the today command, which Schwartz just typed, and sometimes that's descriptive enough. What was supposed to be the focus for today is I'm trying to prepare for another launch in January, and we have some demos coming up afterward, I think. But that didn't end up happening. What ended up happening instead is I'm trying to figure out why a particular issue is causing a crash in the game. Actually, this is technically still prep for the demo. I do want to get rid of this crash, but we're going pretty deep into this, and it's usually fruitful, but it isn't always. So this might just have been a waste of time. Click the door good 3 times. I've had that happen. I think we've all had that happen. You're watching a video or something, or you hear a Discord sound in someone else's computer. Oh, it crashed the second time there. Okay, what did it print? It got through all of this. Huh. Huh, indeed. Yeah, I think it's just at the end of GUI input that this happens. It's coming from is input handled. I wonder if we just didn't mark it as handled, if this would happen. Is there a demo script updating the inventory at a set interval? No. Or at least I don't think so. I think this issue is coming from party member base GUI input. Yeah, I think it's just we get to the bottom of this function and then it just breaks. Print done with on click. I also wonder if we got rid of this, if this would have any impact. Like, what if we just never accepted the event? It means that it could propagate further. Maybe it is propagating further. Maybe there's some other thing going on and it's clicking multiple things at once. I don't know. Did it just crash on the first click? I don't think this ever happened. Maybe. Yeah, it only clicked one thing. It's not like it clicked 2 or moved the party member twice or something. Just the very first click caused this to crash. Yeah, I think it's just getting to the bottom of this function and then Godot is doing something here. And there's no way I can just debug through this myself because it doesn't always happen on the first time. So I need to click this and then eventually I'll see that it crashed somewhere. And even then I can't easily do this. How about we do that once though? How about we investigate this? Maybe we'll get some insight. I click this, it breaks in, I go out of this function. So now we're in, if we look at the call stack, where was the original call stack? Yeah, here it is. Okay, where are we at? No, nothing interesting here. Well, the condition is unknown to me. What's causing this to break? So I can set a conditional breakpoint. I just don't know what the condition would be. Retry that with accept event commented again to ensure it's not commenting that out because it's causing the first click error. I think if I'm understanding you correctly, you're saying possibly I'm causing it by removing the by removing that call. Yeah, I mean I could try it. It's happening from somewhere else. It's getting through on click correctly. It's calling all this stuff just fine, and then something's going wrong. And actually, there's one other thing I could try here. I bet this does have to do with freeing something too soon. Why is this not launching? Oh, it is launching. Wait, what? Okay, it's strange. I wonder if we queue freed this thing instead of freeing it and removed it. I mean, I guess we can keep trying this out. Does it fail the first time now? No. If it fails with literally one click, then it's not a race condition. Well, it's not a race condition caused by multiple clicks. It can still be a race condition. This can happen when clicking the very first party member. So it's not a race condition caused by multiple clicks. Does it eat the event? It marks that the event is completed. So now nothing else could handle it as well. Otherwise, other things would also be able to handle it, which maybe you want sometimes. Maybe there's like, I don't know. Anyway, I can't come up with a scenario off the top of my head. But what was the thing I was just saying? Oh, yeah. So here's what we're going to go try. We're going to get rid of, where's the free call? Party chooser, remove. Yeah, if I change this to be if party member is not null, then party member dot queue free and party member dot remove parent, get parent. Yeah, remove child there. I think this won't crash anymore, which would mean we just need to wait to free it. Unfortunately, it's not such a consistent repro that what I'm doing right now proves that we fixed it. But it does kind of look like it fixed it. Which means it is a problem with freeing it too soon. Why does the minimal repro not show that behavior though? Let's try this again. Yeah, I think that fixes it. So it's a problem with it being freed immediately and then maybe something else existing. Again, it's not a problem with it saying it was already disposed though. But yeah, that seems to fix it too. Queue free instead of free. Nothing else is consuming those signals, right? No, I don't think anything else is consuming on-clicked. We look at party member base. On-clicked should only be used in one spot. Yeah, it's various party sections, the ones by class and the ones that are not by class, and both do the same thing. They just call invoke on their on-clicked, and then their on-clicked are listened to. Well, this dialogue isn't. Ignore that one. Hang on, because that dialogue isn't open. It's this one that's open, and this one is only listened to by the end battle screen, which we didn't do a battle, so that doesn't matter, and the party chooser, which, yeah, it is used here. Undo code and try to repro. Oh, I know for sure if I undo the code, because that's the only code change I made so far, is this. The other ones are just adding in printouts, and the printouts definitely don't have an impact. So yeah, there are only 3 printouts, and then the code I added that made it not happen. So without this code, it would happen. I think when I was crashing before when assigning a hero, I also had a battle going on at the same time. I don't think having a battle going on, it's not required, but just knowing that you were assigning a hero is important. So like I can crash it just by clicking this enough times, not with the code I have here because this fixes it. But if I get rid of this, then it'll crash. So it has to do with freeing something too early, but I just don't know why that would matter when it's not my code that's trying to use the thing that was freed. So if I click a bunch now, it should eventually crash. Yeah, this is the problem though. It's just an indeterminate amount of time. So I might need to go back to the title screen and start this again. And whoops. And then click a bunch and it's still not crashing. Oh man. I don't get it. I just don't get it. Maybe it's where the mouse is when I click. No. It's not a going too fast thing. I've done this repro a ton of times, and I ruled out sort of some of the things that we were talking about here. Like I tried clicking slowly. I did many rapid clicks. It happens even sometimes on the very first click, so it's not a speed thing. It might be a pixel position thing. I didn't look at that. By the way, if it is a pixel position thing, I think it would be because something moves and then and then we're trying to highlight a thing that doesn't exist anymore, maybe. I don't know, but I'm clicking sort of randomly. So if it were to happen, and it happens frequently enough, it should just kind of happen, right? I don't know why it's not even breaking anymore. Kind of weird. Oh, there it goes. And I clicked like the O of rogue. Do you have some other fix in the code? No, I have nothing else. It's just actually now I have no code changes. All right, so YouTube Adam learns. Let's go take a look at exactly where I clicked when that happened. Wait, it's gonna happen when I, nope. What is going on? Why is it not? I'm watching a video where it rewrote. Oh, there it crashed? Okay. Now we rewind by frame here and try to see. I guess it's not going to be obvious exactly where I clicked. Yeah, I need some like click indicator on the screen. Yeah. Perhaps the highlighting happens after the free was already done. It's possible something like that is happening. I'm just surprised that it wouldn't show that in the call stack. Like the call stack we're getting. Where is it? Let me just close everything. That's not this. Okay, so here's a call stack we're getting. It's not my code at all. Like nowhere does Skeleseller show up in here. It's just we're running the game, then the display server knows how to process events. We're handling input. We eventually dispatch it into this window. Then the window tries to figure out who's going to handle it. And we get it on a control call GUI input. And then we check to see if it was handled already. I want to look at that control code. Where's that? Call GUI input here. What does this do? This calls GUI input itself. Where's is input handled? Here it is. It's this. Why doesn't this show in the call stack though? Or maybe that's what this is? I'm not sure. Let's take a look. I think, oh, I don't know. I shouldn't say I think anything. Let's just go find out. And I don't need to guess at all. Where are you? I'm going to search for define. There it is. GD virtual underscore mname call. So it's going to be, what's the m name here? GUI input. So it's going to be GD virtual underscore GUI input underscore call with whatever arguments we pass in, which is the event. So like that. No, 2 underscores here. Huh. Is it possible to have click and drag events at the same time here? Maybe it generates multiple events. It might be possible, but there's no drag event that affects these things. Also, the click is getting handled immediately, so it shouldn't propagate any further. Is this a thing that people ever talk about in here? No. Is it with 1 underscore? No. Is it just a thing that you find over here? Get language call? I think the 2 underscores is intentional. Anyway, it's trying to call this thing. And what? This doesn't exist in the code base at all? No. But there's that GD virtual part of this. I don't understand where that comes from. What do you do? Make virtuals.py. Oh my goodness, are you kidding me? Oh, oh man. All right, so it's gonna generate a bunch of functions. I wonder what calls make virtuals. Probably one of the build scripts. This once a bug needs to be triggered. Fix that. SC sub env.run. Doesn't have a debugging mode that gives you a stack trace at the point of crash. Is that what we're doing now? The problem I'm having is that the stack trace has this, which is there's some dynamic library which is throwing a signal trampoline, and I don't have any more insight into this. I also don't even know how this is happening, to be honest. I looked at the viewport code and I just don't see anything there in is input handled. So that's this code right here. It's going to take a little bit of time to load because it's 5,000 lines. Yeah, so this is input handled, and that's what's just before calling into this dynamic library. And nothing in here looks like it would call into a dynamic library. So I don't know where that's even coming from. It's possible there's some OS specific code being called from here, but it would have to be a macro, and it's not this, and none of this was ever being hit. It looked like it was just returning from here. And that's the part that doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I modified the engine and I put a bunch of printouts on every single line in this function, and it would print that it entered the function, it would print that it exited the function. It never went into this if statement. And then I commented this out and the crash still happened. So basically you could ignore all of these lines of code. How in the world is this function calling into anything else? That's the part I don't understand. Like, how does C++ even have the capability of doing that? Like let's say I had this. I delete all of this stuff and I say return true. Is there any facility in C++ to call a function that you can't just read on this single line? Like, is there a way to wrap a function call such that it's gonna call something else here? Because in other languages, you could have an attribute or something here. You could say something like check for memory leak or whatever. And this is gonna wrap the function and do some other thing with it. Is there a way in C++ to do that? And if it is, would it not be obvious by just looking at this code? Because I have not kept up with C++, so I don't know all the new features, but I feel like it'd have to be an annotations around here, or else it would have been rejected from the language proposals. Because why would you want this to be modified by some other file that can't even see this function? Just don't get it. When the other problem I have with this stuff is over here, it just seems like it's after my code's already run, which I guess we knew. It's just weird to see it happen. And I had just run this. I'm running this again. I don't know why am I doing this. I want to run it from here. I don't see anything here. Similar to dependency injection? No, not quite. The way I would think about it, dependency injections, is you have some function or some class, which is like, I don't know, add balance to bank account. And you might pass in a logger. And you might say something like logger.log, yeah, add a balance to bank account, and then do a bunch of stuff here. And this is injecting a dependency of the logger. So you can choose which kind of logger you want to pass in, maybe a mock one or a test one or one that logs to a database. This, what I was talking about, was more like aspect-oriented programming or something, or attributes modifying how this works. Not malicious code. I can't even, this won't even repro. It should be printing out though. Yeah, it is. And I think the bug is always going to happen after done with on click. Yeah, aspect oriented, but still, is there some way in C++ to do that such that I wouldn't see the code being modified? Okay, there, it just crashed. And yeah, it's always after done with on click. Excuse me, I had to cough. I wasn't clicking on the name that time, but I didn't think the name was actually the problem. I think it was the general area that was the problem. So, for example, if I just start drawing on this, let's say this is the card and this is the name here. I think if I could trigger it by pressing on the C, that I would also probably be able to trigger it by pressing here or here or here. Because I think it would just be any of the relative to the edge areas, if the pixel position even matters. That line looked OS related. I don't, yeah, I unfortunately don't know which line they were talking about. Done with on click. So we get done with all my input handling. Party member base. Done with on click. So we get done with this, and then we're in Godot territory, because Godot is always what calls this. It just crashed again on rogue. Could it be something with a rogue? It's not guaranteed to be something with a rogue. I think it just happened to crash there twice, but it happens when I click the mage or the warrior. In fact, we could make it so that we don't even have the rogue. Yeah, it definitely doesn't have anything to do with the class. Because there's nothing specific to the classes. Or if it has something to do with the classes, it's at least 3 of them, such that I haven't identified a pattern. I should say that. So like if I just never click the rogue over here, I think it'll still repro. And I don't, yeah, it's just repro and I didn't click the rogue. You know, this would be great if I could just get this same thing to happen from my minimal repro over here. But I can't. Modulate equals. I want to randomize these colors. I don't know how to generate a random number in C#. Random number. I think you make a random number generator or something. A new random. Okay, so is there something that generates a float? What does next do? 0 to 1? Turns a non-negative random integer. Okay, we'll just do this divided by, or this percent 10,000 divided by 10,000. Actually, what am I doing? GD has a rand range, right? Rand range, yeah, 0, 1. Easy. Is this going to be an integer now? Yes, it is. Okay, so we need to make them floating point numbers. All right, now what's the problem here? Cannot convert from double to float. There, problem solved. Okay, now we'll run that. Are you able to view real-time component state step by step? Not from Godot's point of view, as far as I know. This is not going to keep the colors the same between the different rows. And this is exactly how it's working in Skeleseller anyway, is technically it looks like you're clicking the rogue and moving them to the other party, but it's actually deleting the rogue and putting them a new rogue in the other party, which it should have never been done that way, but that's not the point. The point is I'm doing something, might not be the most performant, it might not be the most reasonable, but I'm doing something that shouldn't crash, and it's crashing. And I have workarounds already. I'm just getting really tunnel visioned on I want to report a bug to Godot. And I just cannot get it to repro without just giving them all the Skeleseller code, which I'm not going to do, and they wouldn't want it anyway. What else could I be missing? That's a question I need to ask. What else could be going on in Skeleseller that is not going on in this minimal repro? And there was something kind of interesting. Okay, let's go take a look at this. So what if I'd never had that update button state thing? What was it even called? I don't remember what it was called. I don't remember what any of these functions were called. Where's on click? Here it is. Oh, okay. Now where does that go? It goes there. And that goes there. And this goes to here. And that goes to wait, to battle panel. Oh yeah, sure. Okay, so what if I just never call this function? Does it still break, I wonder? Between queue free and the deferred, which is better? Probably just queue freeing. That way I don't need to add a bunch of lines of code. I just add 5 letters. Because with the call deferred, I need to change code and then I need to clean up the listeners, which are now going to look different. So I need to wrap it in a function call and then clean up those listeners. And it'd be like 8 lines of code different instead of 5 characters. Yeah, however, I still want to try to understand some of the stuff. So I'm going to click around. If this never crashes, which again, this is a halting problem, right? Usually it happens within about 15 seconds. So it's not really a halting problem. If after like 20 seconds it hasn't crashed, we can probably assume it won't, but we do need to try a couple times. But if this doesn't, then we know it's actually coming from the other section. Although it would still show my code in the call stack unless it's something happening in the next frame. I just still don't get it. It should be nothing I'm causing. I am a flawless champion coder. Yeah. Oh, there it goes. Okay, so then it's not that. So it doesn't matter about this invoke that happens afterward. I guess we know that that's the case. No, we don't. We don't. We're pretty certain that it's coming from freeing this thing on the same frame that something else is happening, and it's just not clear what the something else is. What is grid map editor plugin? This is happening in the destructor there too. That's strange, right? That's definitely strange. Yeah, that's very strange. We should look into that. Okay, so commenting out the call to battle party changed still allows a crash to happen. Is that always in the stack trace? Yes. What is this thing? Is this even in this code base? It is. Provides access to the grid map editor functionality. Editor for grid map. What is a grid map? I guess an HFlow container is a grid map. HFlow container, Godot. No. There is a grid map here. Why is one of these even being created? 3D tile-based maps. What? I'm so confused. Oh, it probably is a Godot bug, Kesha. I'm just trying to find more information on how to file that bug. Okay, this is super confusing. The plugin is being, oh, maybe, okay, you know what might be happening? Oh my God. Oh my God. Okay, here's a wild hypothesis. This tilde means it's the destructor, which means we don't need this thing anymore. It's getting cleaned up. My guess is that Godot sees that we haven't used this grid map plugin and then cleans it up for us. And that's what's causing this to happen. It happens to correspond with me clicking this. That's why it only happens in the beginning, maybe? Oh my goodness. We have to look into this. Man, if that's really what's going on, this is nuts. All right, new hunch is being cleaned up right when I do something. Add the plugin to the repro. No, that's the thing. I'm not using this in both cases. What do you mean Godot decided to destroy it? What I mean is, imagine you have don't imagine. We have a game engine that can handle 2D and it can handle 3D. And I'm not using the 3D stuff. So Godot might have some systems in place that are like, oh, you're not using 3D stuff? Let's clean that up. Let's not have it in memory. And I don't know why they would even have it in memory in the first place, but we can see the destructors being called here. So let's go look at grid map editor plugin and let's learn a little bit more about this. Here it is. Now let's look at the destructor. Here it is. And now what does this do? Because this must be calling, this calls window input somewhere. Where does it call that? Window, it's not calling it here. Clear clipboard data could be doing it. Where is that? Clipboard items. Rendering server gets singleton. Could that, I mean, that's not showing up in the call stack, but maybe got inlined or something and it's window input. I don't actually understand why that would be the case. You mean like it's garbage collector makes a wrong decision? No, 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 not garbage collector making a wrong decision. C++ doesn't even have a garbage collector. C++ has manual memory allocation and deallocation. So what I assume would be happening is Godot, just as an example, this might not be it, has a 7-second timer and it says, hey, if you haven't used the 3D map by now, you're never going to use it. And when you do use it, we'll put it back in memory. So it says, free the plugin, and that's it. What's triggering the destructor call if it's not meant to be initiated anyway? Yeah, this dispatch input event. Yeah, maybe starting there is a better idea. Where is that display server? Mac OS. So here, except for the C++ side of things, where is that? I don't even see it there. Maybe it's just defined inside the header file though. It's not. Where, where's the file for this? Display server Mac OS. Oh, .mm. Is this Objective-C? I'm not even sure what MM is for. MM file type coding. C++ compilation unit expected by Objective-C compiler. Okay, yeah. Why would this thing even exist in Godot? Why would what exist in Godot? The grid map editor? The grid map editor has a very important reason to exist, which is that people might be using it to make their 3D maps. I don't know why it would have been initialized at first or why the destructor is being called. These are questions I don't have answers to. And I'm hoping to get them. I still don't understand. Yeah. I don't know where this is used. There is no dispatch event thing happening here anyway. It should be in this file though. Oh, whoops. I was looking at dir access, not display server. My bad. Decision to destruct unused stuff, I mean. Oh, that would happen all the time for very valid reasons. Maybe, let's say you had a menu around and then you close the menu. Maybe you destroy the menu at that time. Like this is just a typical C++ thing, which is only keep things around if you need them. And when you don't need them, it'll call the destructor, assuming it is a class that has one. So yeah, that stuff is normal. Dispatch, what's it called? Dispatch input events. I was already there, I'm pretty sure, yeah. But it was a particular version of this. It was the one that has one argument. They both have one argument. No. One has an S, one doesn't have an S. It's the one that doesn't have an S. It's this one. Okay. Wouldn't that make this a macOS specific bug? Possibly. Yeah. Yeah, possibly. I mean, Dark tried to repro this on Windows, this specific one at least, and it wouldn't repro. All right, so what are we doing here? We are somehow getting to a grid map editor plugin. Is that even a thing that shows up here? I don't know why it would. It must be something that's called... Yeah, I don't understand why that's showing up in the middle of a call stack. Something must be creating it and then getting rid of it. So let's see. This whole thing is in an if statement. So it must be that this is false. So let's just delete this. Then what do they do here? Window element E cast to input event. Call. I have a different idea really fast. Let's search for this in the Godot GitHub. See if there are any issues, because there's only 17 total. Crashing on Mac OS 4.2. Huh. In macOS, the editor stops opening. The workaround is all this stuff. I don't think this is similar enough, but I don't understand. No, this is different. You're supposed to destroy, clean up things yourself. So, Strawn, I'm not switching context fully, so maybe I'm not answering your question, but there are two sides of things, the Godot engine and then your game. You shouldn't have to clean up anything in the Godot engine, but you should have to clean up things in your game. So for example, let's say you have a node and you take it out of the scene tree in Godot. It's not just going to clean it up for you. So you need to call free on it at some point. Or you have to free its parents or something. Or, yeah, like somehow you need to indicate that it's got to be freed. Is this the same thing? It isn't. So weird. You go to crashes. I'm trying to close a tool scene and use. All of these are crash related, but I think that's just coincidence. And none of them talk about this. It's just so confusing. Grid map editor plugin. Okay, wait. We could add prints or something if we want to here. Should we? I also kind of wonder what would happen if we just added a 3D map. Like, what if I put a grid map in here and then just didn't do anything with it? I don't even know what that would do to the game. It might break it. And it didn't break anything, but it definitely crashed as soon as I clicked. Why might that be? And where did I even launch this from? Now let's launch. Oh, I must have launched through Godot. Yeah, let's close this thing. So it was in here. I don't see anything in the output, but it crashed as soon as I clicked it. It's just something I saw and thought, why is that there? Because I don't get why that would be in the scene tree at all or in the call stack. Okay, no, it's a coincidence that it crashed the first time. And since it crashed the first time, we can rule out that just its existence would have fixed this. I just don't get it. All right, I want to look at this some more, though. Where is this grid map editor plugin? Turn grid map. Must be something that's deleting this somewhere. I don't know where. What was that? Disable 3D? Disable 3D. Is that a setting? No. Okay. Well. Anything else? Registered types? Initialize grid map module. Uninitialized grid map module? Where's this called from? Have I done that already? Yeah, I tried to. I can't get it to crash for some reason. And I don't know why. Like this is the same general repro here. It just doesn't ever crash on me. Give me a sec. I'm going to look through this. I'm going to see if there's anything obvious here. These are just definitions of this, but it's never called anywhere. But it might be called through some, this was kind of silly about this. With C++, we already saw that they have a GD virtual, yeah, this thing. The way that they define this is like this. They put some like method name here, and then a macro expands this. So if you ever tried searching for, let's say, underscore foo call, you'll never find it in the code because the way it gets expanded is through a macro where they do something like macro foo. And unless you know the macro exists, you wouldn't search for this. So we're in this case now where this call is never being hit. Nothing's ever calling this, but it's possible that they're forming it dynamically and I need to search for uninitialize. And then we need to search for, I don't know, a define dot star uninitialize or something. No. What about module? Hang on a second. We're maybe possibly making progress here. No. Manually call the destructor. I technically am doing that when I added in the grid map. Every time I clean one of these things up, it should be calling it. But no, it's not actually for the grid map. Sorry, it's for the plugin. There's a plugin that handles all of these things. And by the way, I think this is the plugin right here. Like this thing that's letting us see these widgets in the just the 3D view that we have. I think this is the plugin that lets you modify a grid map. I don't know why that'd be running in my game. But maybe the amount of assets I have is what's causing this to get delayed. So that, okay, that could kind of make sense. But I'm banking on a lot of stuff here. So how do we do this? We need, I don't know, maybe a very large image file or sound thing. If the plugin is the problem, why does Q-Free fix it? What I think is happening is I haven't fully thought this through, but there are multiple threads going on and something realizes it needs to free up this plugin and it's happening in the wrong threading context. Like it shouldn't be happening on the main thread, or it should have a lock. So it's able to access something that it shouldn't be accessing, and that's what's causing the problem. Wait, what was the idea that I just said though that was important? Oh yeah, what if it's a loading time thing and that's the difference between the minimal repro? Maybe the minimal repro isn't hitting this because I would have to be clicking at the very beginning of the program. But wait a second, I don't need to click. Do I? Maybe I do. Maybe it should just be from mouse motion. Maybe I should just randomly trigger these things. All right, there's an idea. Let's try that. This is really weird. All right, we're gonna just do this. No, we're not. We're gonna hold on. We're gonna say if gd.randrange 0, 1 is less than 0.9. So there's a pretty good chance that this happens, almost guaranteed. So that every time I move the mouse, it's just gonna like randomly swap a whole bunch of these things. And then I just move the mouse at the beginning of the program and I don't need to simulate having a long load time. That did nothing. Okay, let's find out why that did nothing. This is on, oh, these are integers. Wait, but that should still always generate 0 then, right? No, I don't know. Yeah, I don't understand why this didn't even print out. Let's just print hello. This should be printing constantly when I move the mouse because mouse events count as a GUI input, right? Or maybe it's only GUI input over the, oh yeah, it's only over the thing. Okay, well that definitely simplifies the repro for me, huh? Hey, Visitronic. I am doing well. I am on a very interesting problem right now. Okay, so it's only when you hover over them. So we could try to do this by just hovering over here when we started the program. This is the wrong program. I should probably close that so I don't keep doing that. All right, we just hover over here. It did not happen. Oh, it did crash. Oh, we did it. Oh, I think I'm right. I think I'm right about this. Oh man, let me see if I can get that to happen again. Oh, yep, it crashed again. Okay. Oh. All right, this one's a lot of sleuthing. So here's what I think is going on, and I like just barely got this working. Um, we probably have something that's getting cleaned up here. Can we get the call stack of this actually? That'd be really good. Yeah, it's happening pretty consistently now. I think something's getting cleaned up from Godot code, and it's interrupting my input handling. And wait, we can see if we can fix this too by getting rid of this. Instead of free, we just queue free it, right? Oh my God, this is nuts. Nuts. Yeah, it doesn't happen anymore. Oh, I bet this crash has affected tons of people and they have no clue what's going on. This is so specific. Yeah, it's not crashing anymore. Oh my goodness. Also, I bet most people use queue free by default. It's trying to free the object before you finish with it. I think it's not that. I think it's trying to use the object after it's been freed. But yeah, this is nuts. Have I figured it out? Yeah, I think so. So now what we have to do, there are a couple things. One, we need to trim this down to an even more minimal repro, but that's okay. We'll always have this. I'm going to save this. And then two, we need to report it. And then we need to work around it. But the workaround should be easy. Where did I put this? Crash repro? Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to say crash repro, but not totally minimal. And then we're going to try to make it more minimal. What was the specific thing that lets you repro it? So, okay, here's my hunch. And I don't know if this is correct, but it's at least a hunch. So I saw this in the middle of the call stack, right? Grid map editor plugin. It's the destructor. So we know that this thing is being destroyed, and then my bug happens. But it didn't happen in the minimal repro. So I thought, what's the difference between the minimal repro and the game? And the game has a bunch of assets it has to load, and that probably takes time. And Godot is probably like, oh, we won't destroy stuff while you're actually loading other objects. So what let me, I was about to go add in a bunch of heavy assets into the game, but instead I was just like, what if we just made it so we can get to the repro faster? So I made it so that as soon as you start the program, we can just hover over the icons and it'll act like it's swapping them between the sections. And yeah, it's crashing really consistently now. But I bet if I waited 5 seconds and tried it, it wouldn't crash at all. Let's see. All right, now we try it. Yeah, it's not crashing. Crazy. I don't know. This wouldn't account for all the crashes that happen though from people playing Skeleseller, because no one in Skeleseller could hit this in the first like 3 seconds of loading the program. They wouldn't even have party members. So there's something else going on here, and I don't exactly know what it is. I guess, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, whatever. We're gonna make this a minimal repro now. Excuse me. Then we're gonna report this. Okay, so remove icon doesn't have to be here. This was all just to see that I had everything exactly the same. Can we delete this too? We're just going to keep deleting stuff and testing, and if it repros, then we're going to keep deleting more stuff. As soon as we delete the stuff that stops this from reproing, then we're done. So far it looked like that was important, but maybe it wasn't. No, that was important? What? Oh, no, it crashed. Okay. All right, so we don't need this. We don't need this. This is probably not needed. This is a crazy issue. Oh, I didn't start with this close enough to where the mouse was. Yeah, it crashed. Oh, I'd love to get the call stack of this. Can we launch this? How do we do this? don't we need to add like a launch.json or a tasks or something? Task.json? Here, yeah, I think we need to put this, where is it? It's in a .vs code folder. This runs build. There's some other JSON file that does this. Launch.json, yeah. There it is. Okay, so where is this? Also in VS Code? Yeah. All right, so let's put this over here. We'll make a, what, a .vs code folder. Whoops, and what? Choose another name. No, thank you. Temp crash maker.vs code, open.vs code. Paste. Okay, so there's our launch thing. Now, what does that actually have in it? Because I don't know. Workspace folder / game. I think we can delete that. We can definitely delete this stuff. Does that just work now? Can I press F5? Cannot find task build. Oh. That's in tasks. So we paste that over there. All right, now what? Can I launch? Yeah, because this will give me the stack trace. I just got to do this right at startup. It's not crashing. I just want to see, is it the exact same stack? Can't get to the repro now. Yeah, I don't know. Commented a part out. Yeah, I commented this out. Oh, wait, yeah, you're right. Wait, did I test it though after that? No, I didn't. Yeah, that might be what's causing it to happen. That is what's causing it to happen. Wow. Wait a second though. That can't be it. Because we commented that out in Skeleseller, right? I think this is just something that makes it easier to hit, maybe. Because it's definitely happening now. Yeah, it's crashing now. And it's the same call stack, right? Yeah, grid map editor plugin. Oh, man. All right, so why is this needed? Oh, it's not needed. Okay, good. So yeah, that's good, because I was gonna say that wouldn't make sense if it were needed. All right, so what else can we get rid of? There's add icon in the section. Yeah, remove icon could be deleted, and we could just say to free this here. So we don't even need this anymore. Oh wait, we do need that. We can even get rid of this. In fact, even the moving between sections thing shouldn't be needed. We should be able to cut that out too. Such that it's just one well, but I guess then you wouldn't be able to, let me think about this. Yeah, what if we just got rid of this? And we even got rid of the second section entirely. Well, we might need to run this on a bunch of things. Maybe we add like 15 of these. Doesn't the doc say free is not safe? Free is safe. This still free. Well, that's dumb. Documentation. I don't know where you find this. Maybe Node has it? Ah, here it is. Object.free. Deletes the object from memory. Pre-existing references become invalid. Any attempt to access them will result in a runtime error. Checking the references with this will return false. Yeah. So when you try accessing an already freed object, what happens is you get an error that is obvious and different from the error that we're getting. It doesn't crash the program. Or maybe it crashes the program, but it tells you something about the object is not valid. So like it's a very clear error when that happens. It's like if you tried dividing by 0 or something, you'd get a very different error than just like, I don't know, throwing a file not found exception. All right, what happened there? Cannot access a disposed object. Yeah, that's the error, by the way. Why is that happening? Because this will come from my code now. Yeah, icon. Oh, did I click? I might have clicked. This isn't needed. You're not trying to add it to the second pane? What? No, hang on. Something's, just creating another version. It's using ref to the original. I don't think that would be the case either. Like I said, I think this is some Godot problem with threading. Yeah, okay, the bug is still happening here. It's just got to pretty much be like right at startup time because you've got to catch this destructor. All right, so this other section isn't needed here at all. So we can delete that, we can delete this, we can delete this. We might not even need 50 icons. We might be able to do this with one, and I just need to have the mouse in exactly the right position at startup time. Yes. Okay. So then what we should do is we should just make the icon gigantic. So let's just make the scale of this thing be... Actually, we don't even need an icon at all, do we? We've got to freeze something, and that something has to have GUI input. So yeah, we do need this. So we can just make the scale gigantic. Did I ever save this? Why is this stretched? It didn't look stretched when I launched the program, right? This is completely orthogonal to what I'm trying to do, but yeah, why does it look stretched here? Indeed, I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. But anyway, we can just set the scale to like 8 by 8. It's going to take up pretty much the whole screen now, right? No, it's not. Something else is happening here. What is it? Is icon making its own texture? No. Huh. And it's getting a color, right? When I launch this? Yeah, it is getting a color. What's happening? All right, we can delete this section. It might be something that this is doing. Maybe it controls the size of the children. That might be what's happening. I can just make this scaled up to 8 by 8 then. No, I don't think this is going to take very long to figure out. I think we can just scale this up. Where's the transform? There. All right, let's make this 8 by 8. And then make this be 1 by 1. Yeah. All right, now I think it should be much larger. Yeah. I actually want it even larger than that because the whole point is just you should be able to move the mouse in a large enough area at the beginning of the program. Let's try this again. It doesn't happen every time. And it might be better to have a bunch of these things, like 100. I know it can repro with 1, but that might let you catch. No, it's not happening. All right, we can delete the modulate because it's going to cause some like problems with the encoder. Actually, you know what? I will do this. Let's do add icon I int. Just have this return the icon. The thing I want to do here is I want to set icon equals this. I want to set the modulate here, new color, 1, 1, 1, and then 1 minus I divided by like 20. No, what am I doing? 2000. Yeah. That way there, you do see a color change. It'll get slightly darker. No, maybe it doesn't. What am I doing wrong? 100 divided by 2000 is 1/20th. So I minus, oh, maybe not 1/20th then. Like 1/10 or 1/5 or something, yeah. It looked like it did, it's just very faint. Well, there it crashed. That's good. And if it is doing that, I can't see it at all. I don't get. Wait, no, maybe does color go on the scale? Oh, yeah, that's working. Okay, cool. All right, well, whatever. That's good enough. So we'll just set this like 100, 200. There. So now we get darker, but not transparent. Or not darker. It doesn't matter. All right, great. So there's that. Now what? We get rid of section 2. That doesn't exist. We can just call this section instead of section 1. Feel like I've seen you before. You have 4 days ago, your first message was this: I'm late. Raid from Just Covino. So welcome back, Mongoit. That was an easy mystery to solve. We solved a very hard mystery earlier. Guys, we don't even want this here. We want, oh, there's like a 10% chance we weren't even accepting the event. Yeah, so let's try this. This should crash pretty much every time now, I think. Didn't crash then. Didn't crash then. How did you know this? Oh, where'd chat just go? Hang on a second. I'll show you. When a streamer or moderator clicks someone's name, you can see their message history here. So I just clicked that and I saw your 2 messages. The Oracle told me. This is happening less now. It shouldn't happen less. It should happen the same. I'm gonna just keep doing this. Huh. What we need is for the events to be in the overall program. No, I guess it doesn't matter either. I don't know, but I'm gonna bump this up to like 16 by 16. That way it'll be gigantic and there will be no missing it, and I can just hover over any part of the screen. And it sets to 100. It's obvious that it's done. It should repro. I wonder if there's something else going on here. Yeah, I wonder what something else would be going on. What am I making? I'm making a game called Skeleseller. I am currently working on, though, trying to reproduce a certain crash that was happening. And I haven't gotten that working yet. In fact, actually, we have this whole on-click stuff that's going on. Let's just delete all of that. We should be able to get this working just by freeing it right from here. Yeah, and even add icon doesn't really need to exist. Seems to happen less when the icon is bigger. I don't know, maybe that is actually what's happening. Who knows? Let's set this down to like 2, I guess. Is that somehow fixing this? No, weird. I don't know. I don't know why this is happening. I am going to delete this section 2 here, though. I don't think this is needed. I think we can repro the whole thing just by adding directly to here. Add icon. There. So now section doesn't need to exist. We'll just delete the whole thing. Delete, delete. Failed to build. Section cannot be found. Because what, the repro still refers to it? Yeah. Oh, crashed for a different reason. Oh no, it's the same reason. It just has more in the stack trace. Interesting. Interesting. I still don't know why this exists here in the stack. What could possibly cause that? Because we looked at the function here. I still want to dig into that a little bit more, but still I want to get this repro to be minimal. Whoa. That means I typed something wrong. What? Yeah, what? Why do they look like that? Oh, I do not like this. But I also don't know why that's happening. Because this is set to a scale of 2. And even if I set it to a scale of 1, it shouldn't be doing that. What's caused this all of a sudden? I wonder if even Skeleseller is going to look broken now. No, it's not some OS level thing. Okay, fine. Also, we can delete this. Yeah, wide people Godot. Well, I mean, it is crashing. Deleted section 2, maybe it messed up the anchor in positions. Oh yeah, that's possible. We'll set this to take up the full screen. And section is gone. Except for not really, somehow it still existed. We don't need GD script from here. Wait, we couldn't repro this with, oh, I should try that again. Oh my god, yeah, I should try that again. That's what I don't like about repros. They ask for GD script repros. And I thought I concluded that it wouldn't work through there because of mono, and it probably won't work from there. But we need to try it again. It's just crashing as soon as I open it now. I'm not even doing anything. Okay, maybe I was doing something. I don't know. I don't know why this is so stretched. Oh wait, I do know because it's an HFlow container. But the icon shouldn't be gigantic. Something weird is happening. I don't know what it is. Container sizing is set to just regular. And here, alignment is set to begin. Yeah, I don't know. Expand. What would ever make this happen? It would have to, the icon would have to be set to expand, and it's not. Okay, well now it's definitely set to shrink center. All right. Yeah, it just crashed. Cool. All right, I think this is a minimal repro. So now all we have is we add 100 of these icons, and then they have a GUI input. Oh, we don't even need this. We don't need this. Yeah, it's like 10 lines of code. Great. It's horrible and it hurts during winter season. Do you use lotion? Because I was going to say, if you just moisturize your hands, it should be better. I find that since I wash my hands a lot, especially in the winter, I really, really need to use like way more lotion than normal. All right, the last thing we got to do is test this. How do we do this? Didn't I? Oh, I had it. I had the code and I deleted it. That's why I saved this first. Yeah, there it is. Just paste this back in. Oh, wait. It's already there. Just being a dummy. All right, so if we put this on what exactly? Containers. We don't need a container here. We can just put this directly on the repro. There's no get children I need, is there? We could do that, I guess. We don't even need this to be inside a container. This could have just been... Well, it doesn't matter. All right, so what am I doing? This. Bind to this. Clicked. I don't care about clicked. I just want this to happen no matter what. Parent remove child. That's never even what was supposed to happen here. Just node.free. And we don't care about that. No, we don't care about that. So that's the repro. But I don't think it's going to work. So we got to make a new scene. Change this to an HFlow container, I guess. Or just a flow container. Whatever. I call this testeroni and assign it the repro script. And then add in a bunch of icons underneath it. No, wait, they can't be icons. They need to be texture rectangles. There. Now we try playing the current scene. And we hover over here. Attempted to free a locked object, calling or emitting. Interesting. Interesting indeed. Object is locked and can't be freed. No, wait. Didn't this happen originally and there was some other way I had to do this? Oh, I don't want to do this stuff. I just want to report this. Couldn't find it until this morning. Well, there's your problem. I do have a huge container of solution, but I only had problem. No, I know what you mean. And yeah, I think it's important. You got to get in the habit during the winter. Also, I don't know if your humidifier helps at night, but that could potentially help too. All right, so the way we would really need to do this is to make another GD script on the texture rectangles that we have. I'm going to do this. I think this is the right thing to do. This is super derailing me at this point. So we already have a repro. So now we need to attach a new script here in GD script and call this GD script icon. And in this, we have a GUI input event. GUI input. And in here, we just free this thing. We never marked that this is accepted, though. And then we don't need to do any of this, right? Something seems wrong about that, but I don't know, maybe it is right. All right, now we just add a bunch of these. And then we run it. A function signature doesn't match the parent. You need to pass in an input event. Now we got it. Now we try running it. Identifier node not declared. I wrote 2 lines of code and both lines were wrong. Professional developer. I don't think this will ever repro, but I'm going to try a few times. The reason I don't think it'll repro is because I think this necessarily has to involve .NET, which is again why probably no one's ever found this. Yeah. I'm going to conclude it does not happen in GDScript. Okay, now let's test the same thing from C#, and it should crash pretty quickly. Yep, crashed immediately. Doesn't even output anything when it does that. It does when you launch your VS Code, though. Didn't crash there. Didn't crash there. Did crash there. Yeah. Okay, let's submit it. Let's submit it. Oh. Crazy. All right, so we don't need the GDScript stuff. Yeah, so we don't need this entire scene. So this can go this, oops, nope, this, and this. Delete all 3 of you. So we just have icon.cs, repro.cs, oh, wait, no, there's a testeroni scene as well. Okay, so there's that one. There's that one. Yeah, everything looks good. So, oops, I keep saving that. That's why. Just a force of habit. I see an asterisk and I'm like, I'm not trying to delete stuff. I'm trying to save stuff. It should repro from the editor as well. I just need to have the mouse in the right position, I think. Is there a way to not have that put everything in the center? I still don't understand why they're not at the upper left anymore. This, oh, it's a VBox container. Oh my God. It's supposed to be an HFlow container, no wonder. Yeah, crashed immediately. Great, awesome. Let's go right over there, test. Let's file a new issue, bug report. Hey, there are new things here. You're fixing complex things. I'm not fixing anything. I'm just reporting something. Trying to understand how vector 2 velocity and rotations work. New to game development. No, but that's good. And everyone has to start somewhere. I think the nice thing about vectors, at least in terms of what game engines expose, is they should be pretty similar to how you'd expect them to work in real life. So like if this thing is moving in this direction, you could sort of cast an arrow out to the side and say that is the movement vector. A vector is just two components. It's a direction and it's a magnitude. So to say that I'm moving in that direction, the direction is obviously the direction, and the magnitude is how fast you might be moving. And that's it. That's a vector. Vectors 101. You are now done. You were graduated to making World of Warcraft. All right, title. What's the title of this bug? I hated my life for 2 hours. Thanks, Godot. No, that's not the title of the bug. And I'm not actually mad at Godot about this. What are we doing here? So C#, free a node. Freeing a node on Mac OS. Plus Godot mono causes a crash. What was the bug? So here's what I think the bug is. I think, and I don't know for sure, and that's why I'm filing this instead of just fixing it. I think the bug is that this destructor for grid map editor plugin is accessing something it shouldn't be or causing an event that it shouldn't be. And it's kind of hard to tell. I have to put more of these in. Oh boy. Yeah, so let's copy this. There's more to it than this. Oh yeah, it's a grid map plugin. Yeah, of course. Well, probably it's a grid map plugin. Release pressed events. Yeah. I was able to repro, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, this was nuts. This required every possible tool in the toolbox that I could reasonably get to. I think the next step would have been to like start building mono from scratch or something. I'm not sure. All right, tested versions. Reproducible in, I tested a couple different versions. I want to say 4.3 and 4.4, but let's just copy the things here. Reproducible in, I don't want to go get that. Oh, what is the version? How do we figure that out? Did it print out here maybe? Did it print out in one of these spots? I guess I could just run it. I guess that would be obvious. All right, so how do we run it? Godot. There it is. No, just quit. I don't care. We just need to scroll up now to wherever that started. 4.4 mono custom build. Yeah, whatever. It's not even related to what our code does. I mean, it is related to it. If we weren't freeing and we're cube freeing instead, I think it would be fine. But yeah, I didn't expect this to be a bug in our stuff. And that's what I kept saying, by the way. I was like, all we're doing is clicking a control. There's no way this is a bug in our code. But I think there's still another crash we haven't detected because there's something on Windows. I know people have been reporting Windows issues. System information, let's go check that out. Sonoma Ford, whoa, what? It changed on me. 14.6.1. Okay. All right, issue description. This is nuts. Nuts. Wait, don't we need to delete the .godot folder? Whoops. Yeah, I think we do. I'm going to keep the VS Code folder. I'll delete the git ignore and actually the git attributes too. But everything else I think is fine. Plus, it should be super tiny when it's compressed. Where is it? Crash repro compress. It is 12 kilobytes. Yeah. So we got to put that down here. Done. All right, issue description. Okay, so I was building a party chooser for my game. In it, there are two sections. This doesn't matter. I'm just going to say that freeing a node right when Godot calls the destructor, causes a causes a crash. Yeah. Sub would still get ads? I think there are very few cases in which that should happen. So maybe just refresh the page. Does it still happen when you open it in our regular editor? Yeah. That's why I said it's reproducible even in an official build. Right when this. Oh yeah. Oh no. This isn't. This is the full sentence. Freeing the node is what causes the crash. Yeah. Okay, so steps to reproduce. Okay, so from what I can tell, you have to be on, this is on Mac, right? On Mac OS using Godot Mono and try to free a node when Godot destructs. Is that what it's called? What's the I know destructor is what the opposite of a constructor is, but would you say that it's destructed? Or would you say it's deleted? I'll just say what the destructor is called. Try to free Godot node. I'll just say, I'll just do this. Load the minimal repro from the zip. So hover your mouse rapidly around where the sprites show up. The chance of repro is quite high if you do this as soon as the program starts. So try to memorize where they'll show up and start hovering them. Yeah, and I want to include a video too. Hey Bazooka, nice jacket. What's it of? It's the Skeleseller logo. Any ideas how to temporarily circumvent the issue? Yes. I do have some ideas. Can you say dispose? I can, yeah. I ended up not saying destruct. I just said when the destructor is called. Because I didn't want it to be unclear. Okay, now we need to get a video. So I'm gonna I want to include this too. Because here's the stack trace. Stack trace for the crash. Yep. It's giving me more information here than it gave me for Skeleseller. I don't know why. I mean, this isn't helpful information because, again, none of that's my code. But yeah, interesting. All right, video repro. Let's go do that. Okay, so all I'm going to do is launch the program. When I'm going to launch it, these icons will appear at the upper left. So I'm going to hover the mouse there preemptively. And it should crash pretty soon. Wait, what happened? Oh, whoops. Oh, darn it. I uploaded the wrong thing. This has to be an HFlow container. Oh, drat. I think we need to re-upload that. Yeah, all right, let's redo that. Compress this. Well, let's build it first to make sure it works. No, it's not working. Unable to open file, Godot imported. Yeah, this is what happens when you delete the Godot folder. So now none of this works. It's a good thing I tested this again. Cannot open MD5 file. I guess we just need to reload the project. Because it should be able to rebuild all those things. Strange. Okay, well, it's definitely crashing through Godot. But it looks like it's crashing no matter what. No, it's not crashing no matter what. Cool, okay. let's try this again. So we're gonna copy paste this, and we're gonna delete the Godot folder from here, and then compress that, and rename it to just crash repro. And then delete this, and instead put crash repro there. All right, now let's try that again. All right, so here's the repro code. I'm gonna launch this. I'm gonna hover the mouse to the upper left, which is roughly where these sprites are gonna show up. And it did not crash there. It doesn't crash all the time. It didn't crash there. Huh. It crashed 3 times in a row. I feel like I should do my video intro again. No, it's not always crashing. And that's why we didn't always have users like try to click a party member and it would just crash always guaranteed at like minute number 6 of the game. No, not panic setting in. I'm sure this is still going to crash. It doesn't always happen. I guess we could hover anywhere. It doesn't need to be the upper right. Yeah, there. It crashed right there. Okay, so I'm going to launch this. I'm just going to hover the mouse like this, and we should see it crash. It doesn't always happen. Yeah, there it did not happen. And there, it happened there. So yeah, same stack trace that's in the bug. Okay, can someone clip that and send it? And if not, I can clip it, but I mean, it's just easier if a viewer does it. All right, I think we have all the details in this bug. 5 clips getting made of the same thing. That's fine. One of them will have a lot more views than the other ones. I'll give it another minute. And if I don't see a clip in a minute, I'll just go take it myself. I do want to reread this, just make sure everything is good. Freeing a node on Mac OS and Godot Mono causes a crash. Oh yeah, I wanted to include some workarounds. One, calling queue free. You can't hover anywhere. It needs to be over the sprites. And see what you need to clip. What's that down? That's fine. And thanks, Oakleus. I'll take a look. And there, happened there. Yeah. Okay, hold on. I wanted a tiny bit more context, I think. Hang on one sec. There, happened there. So yeah, same stack trace that's in. that enough? I figured short about it. That's fine. Okay, you know what? Fine. I'll include that. And thank you both. I will give you both a point. But I will use Oakleus because Oakleus was first. Steps to reproduce. Quick video repro here. They get promoted to Skeleseller reports. They actually mean even less in Skeleseller. But okay, I can promote them for you. All right, calling Q free instead of free should fix the issue. And I believe that a call deferred. Well, I guess call deferred is the same thing as freeing it later. As a workaround, calling Q free instead of free should fix the issue. Sorry, Void, I'll go. I think we're good. All right, I'm gonna click create and we'll take a look at the bug then. Yeah, the actual repro is so simple. I don't know if it's even worth putting the code in there, but it might be. So let's put that in. Yeah. The most relevant code is this snippet, which simply frees one of the icons as soon as it receives mouse input. Yeah. Oh man, this thing plagued me for so long. And not just today. Obviously investigating it took a lot of time and diligence, but before this, I just kept thinking, man, we're gonna have to fix that bug at some point, and I have no idea what we're gonna do because this is the only stack trace we would ever get. And I just thought, I don't own that code, I don't own that code, I don't own that code, I don't own that code. Oh man. Yeah. Oh, are you heading out, Diamond? Well, take care. Hope you had fun playing Animal Royale. Wow, this is nuts. This is just nuts. Okay, so how are we gonna work around this? And should I comment in this issue? I wonder how many other people had this happen. Use Q free everywhere. Yeah, I'm going to use Q free. I think call deferred is essentially the same thing as just Q freeing. But I could reparent as well. And I think reparenting might make more sense. But I need to figure out why I did one over the other. Also, we probably need to search for other free calls in the code. Apparently, any of them could cause a problem. Remove party member uses free. Is this a problem? I mean, the problem is this. But yes, that's what's causing us to hit this problem. So yeah, I'm going to just change it to Q free. But I think any potential free can cause this same problem. And that's what's scary about this. It's just freeing a node. It doesn't matter where. It's nuts. And we use free in other places, and there's at least one spot. Oh, we only use it. Oh, sorry, that's not Skeleseller. And there's at least one spot where we use free that. Hang on one sec. Let me find this. /b/ yeah. There's at least one spot where we use it, where we have to use that one. And we can't use Q free. Yeah, this one. Free immediately so that multiple calls of this function will actually remove multiple workers. So we could change this around, but yeah, this is the sort of thing that's going to break stuff. I also had a crash on Windows. Yeah, so here's could someone who has Godot Mono on Windows, could you try downloading this project and seeing if you can repro this. Because if it crashes for you, even on Windows, then we can know for sure that people probably hit this issue on Windows. And then I can change the bug too. Oh, and I should probably mention, I don't think this happens in GDScript. Well, I think it should be obvious from, well, maybe it should be obvious from that. Okay, yeah, cool. Yeah, the repro is, I'll say this, not likely to be a Windows problem. So there's probably some other crash happening somewhere, but it'd be great if this happens on Windows because it would alleviate a lot of the burden. I have a Windows machine. I can also try this myself, but yeah, if anyone in chat can try it too, I think that'd be great. All right, what was I doing? I was going to look at the free calls and remove them, I think. Any of them could cause a problem. What else do I need to do? I don't know. Maybe, do we have a bug? Yeah, we have a bug workarounds thing. Godot issue number 100,864. Yeah. Okay, so when this is fixed, we could use free instead of queue free. Although there shouldn't really be a problem with queuing calls to, well, with queue free. Okay. All right, let's go and fix up the code. So we don't need any of this stuff anymore, right? Yeah. Nope, nope, nope. All right, revert all of those things. And then in here, we just call queue free. Tried your repro, not experiencing it. Tried 5 times so far, no crash. We'll keep trying. Yeah, I think if after like another 5 times it doesn't work, because it's pretty quick, then it's probably not a thing on Windows. Thank you all for trying it. Void algo, this time I will give you a point. Yeah. I opened the wrong thing again. I want to see how many times it repros for me. 0 for 2 right now. 0 for 3. 0 for 4. The points aren't for anything. 0 for 5. Wait a second, what? How often does it happen here? 0 for 6. 0 for 7. 0 for 8. I don't know what made it more reliable before. Yeah, weird. What is going on? I didn't change anything. It's definitely still the same repro as before. Wait, why are... Oh. Yeah, no, why aren't buttons counting? Huh. I don't know what's going on. Because, yeah, even I just tried like 10 more times and it didn't happen. Oh, it happened there. It's like right when it starts up. I don't totally get this. Hang on one sec. Cat wanted to get in. Close or open Godot before doing it this time? No, I didn't do that. Yeah. Like there it crashed again too. It's every once in a while it just takes a little bit longer to start up and then it seems to crash. I don't see a pattern with it. Yeah, nothing. Okay, I'll report that in the bug. All right, edit. This only seems to happen on Mac OS. Several I'm going to say it this way. I don't mean it in a bad way or anything, but it's not like I commanded everyone to do this. But had several people test on Windows for a combined total of probably 50 plus times, and it didn't repro there. I also couldn't get this to repro from GD script alone. Yeah. Had. Wait, so who didn't I give points to? Matt and Darkstorm. All right. Oh, we should probably revert all my Godot changes. Get status. Get diff. Get reset hard. Main doesn't exist. You call it master. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Okay, any other calls to free? Yeah. Oh, by the way, that's the other thing, right? The crashes still exist on Windows. I gotta write this down. I found the cause of one of the crashes, but it was only on Mac OS. Hi, cat. Hi. Oh, you want to come to my lap? Okay. Here. Go, girl. Sit down. Yes. Now let me code. Oh, she sat right down. What a good cat. She has her head on my arm. I can't click the mouse anymore. Yeah, where's the image I have? This is her right here. I wouldn't really say she's red. She looks like a peanut butter sundae to me. I did crash, but it was only once. Included the logs, but didn't show anything. So sweet. Oh, no, you can go back to sleep. All right, she's purring now. Found the cause of one of the crashes, but it was only on Mac OS. And it's this. Oh wait, we can't just put the bug number. It's a different repo. This indicates that we can't use free and should use Q free everywhere. However, there are still Windows crashes lurking below. Hey, Nelexis. No, I don't want Apple Music open. I'm trying not to move my hands because the cat's on my arm. I have to take a picture of this. Okay. Now let me upload this. Hang on a second. Where did that go? There it is. Okay. Now let me pull that picture up. Jesus, purring so nicely. Oh, who cares? Thank you very much for the gifted sub. I appreciate it. All right, there. That is her right now in real time. Hang on one sec. I'm trying to get this back. There. Yeah. Just rests her head on my arm. What a good cat. There's destroy, which if I recall correctly, processes at the end of the frame. Yeah, yeah, especially the other one's named immediate. So who was the lucky person? Back end guy 1337. Did that close the thing I was just typing? Oh yeah, it should have though. Yeah. All right, so now we got to remove the other free calls that we have. So slash b free slash parentheses. This is really dumb. You can't search for slashes in here. It just says no results. And when you try to press tab enter, it doesn't copy the search query over here for some reason. So now I need to type it out again. And now this is the wrong wrong read. But still, I don't think it works even over here. Yeah, it didn't. I had a lowercase f typed and it typed in a capital F, which is why that's the old query. I don't know what causes that. But all right, let's take a look. So party section base clear. Could we ever... where does it get called? I wonder if this... I think loading the game could cause a crash, and I wonder if this is why I was crashing. So I was calling free. Oh, those are claws, cat. That hurts. Good cat. Only in ready. Yeah, I wonder if there's any issue with this. And this is only because we had a bunch of garbage in there. Would a queue free be a problem here? I wonder. Anywhere that we call get party members. I think it would be a problem. Let's try it. Because I think what's going to happen is these aren't real party members. In fact, we should probably just delete them from the Godot editor. That way we don't need to do this at all. Yeah, I think that's probably smart. Yeah, I just broke the whole game. Yeah, I think I'm just going to delete all of this. And then just stop calling clear. Delete the placeholders. Yeah, we just shouldn't have placeholders. Where is... I can't even see where Godot is. I would normally be using the mouse for this, but I can't use the mouse with a cat on my lap. She'll get angry with me. We have to do everything we can to please the cat. All right, so what was I going to load up? Party section, I think. Yeah, and we just shouldn't have these in here anymore. All right, now it should work. Yeah, end of the current frame, and that's fine. I'm okay with that. The problem is whenever we relied on it being exactly right when we called it. Oh, there's still a call to clear. Uh-oh. I was hoping that wasn't the case. But I realize now that there are derived classes. Higher Adventurer is doing it. This is whenever we called setup. Okay, I guess we can still have a clear function. You're really going to town on your face, huh? She's just scratching her face. Let's put this back in, have it be cube free. And hopefully all these cases just work. There's probably going to be something wrong here. Which will let you know, which will let you use it if you need to know something is queued for deletion. Yeah, so okay, what I was talking about though is imagine we have something like this. We have let's just say like a party section and it's got like a fake character. What we were doing is we were calling clear, and then clear would be just free all this stuff right now. In the future, if we change this to queue free, it means that these fake characters will exist there while there are real characters there. So maybe you have the rogue and the mage. Now let's say we go through all of them and we add in like click handlers on them. Then these are going to get deleted at the end of the frame, which I think should be fine, but it depends on what we're doing exactly. Like what if we registered... Okay. What if we said, oh, here are 6 characters we have, but we don't really have 6, we only have 2. So yeah, figure that out. It really does make it hard to code. You're sleepy? No, you're not sleepy. All right, can I reposition? All right, good. She jumped away. Now we can both be happy. So are there any issues with this? I wonder. All of this should be fine. Yeah, I think it should be fine. The thing I need to check is the higher dialogue. Is that working? Yeah, I mean, looks good. Handle not initialized. Is this stuff that I'm causing? I don't know. I think that just happens sometimes. Let me try that again. Go to this, click hire. Yeah, it looks fine. Click grant most things, go into a battle with 3 people. Looks fine. Edit it to a different 3 people. This is a bug. This is a different bug. But it says you can only have 3 adventurers in your party for this location. Oh my god, this is probably caused by me changing stuff right now, huh? Weird. Weird, weird, weird. Was that already an issue? Or did I just cause this right now? Well, let's get stash and see if it was already an issue. Add the handler ones that aren't queued for deletion. Yeah, so that would work. The issue is you need to be aware of that, and it might be that you're doing this from other code. So imagine, for example, that you have, I don't know, let's say we have like the skill tree UI. And for whatever reason, it does something like party chooser dot init. And in here we have some like clear deferred. And then it tries doing something like party chooser dot set whatever, something for your whole party. I don't know. I'm just making something up here. This would depend on the implementation details of init, and it shouldn't. Like you'd have to know that the party isn't really the party you think it is. This is probably a little unclear because it's hard to get this message across, I guess. But basically, I don't want some implementation details to leak out and other people to have to know about them and know that this thing isn't deleted. And even that's all stemming from a bug in Godot. So yeah. Okay, so here's how we test this out. This is the bug from here. So we clicked this. We had 3 party members. We start the battle. Then we finish the battle, edit, add a 4th, remove a 4th. And it worked. Yeah, so then I did just introduce this bug. Seems to be Mac exclusive. Yeah, it probably is. I'm not sure why that destructor was even in the call stack. I wonder, because it's in a lot of call stacks, and I bet it's a problem on its own. But yeah, maybe only on Mac. All right, well, if I just broke this, then I mean, it was one of 2 lines of code that I changed. So it's not gonna be hard to figure out which one. It's gonna be hard to figure out what to do about it. No, it's definitely this one. Right? Clear. I don't know. Would it be helpful for you to test this on your Mac? I would need to get Godot Mono running on it, but I could. No, I think it's okay, Ski. Thanks for offering though. Much less user base. Well, it's 2 things that have a lower user base. It's C# and it's Mac. And as far as I understand, C# is the minority compared to GDScript, and Mac, I'm pretty much positive, has to be the minority compared to Windows for game development. Man. Even this is going to be annoying, huh? All right, let's find all the calls to clear. Okay, there we are. So end battle screen had one when we called update adventurers. What is doing that? This is in init. Okay, so init calls this. It has a party section. Why would it do that? Why would the party section ever even have anything in it? I don't think that should matter. Then we add new ones. Yeah, I think that's fine. Let's keep looking through these. Oh, no, these should be the problem. Just initialize them. Clear them. Call add adventure on battle state change. When we queue free this, will it remove the listeners? Like, this definitely is a problem. I'm pretty sure. I'm just not. I will just set a breakpoint on it and we'll find out that way. Should be easy enough. Whoops. It's a nice thing about debugging code you actually own. We put 3 things into a battle, start the battle, win it, click edit, add a 4th one. So this error message is correct, but then I remove one and it still thinks I have too many. And if I add, yeah, it'll always happen. Okay, so you can only have this. So I put a breakpoint there. And we add a 4th one. It breaks in, I don't care. We remove that and we break in. And now, oh, I see. Yeah, this is exactly the problem that's happening, right? Because now we don't free it immediately. So the battle party is returning 4 adventurers. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Wait a second. Why did... I don't think I can conclude that I can't use free at all. Because the other thing that we noticed was when I did a call deferred, it worked. So it's not free that's causing a problem. It's calling free from GUI input that's a problem. Did I write that in the bug? Yeah, it's freeing a node from Mac OS and Godot Mono from GUI input. And I think there's an underscore. Oh man, this is such a mess. Yeah, there. That's everything. Yeah, I'm not sure, Ski. The thing that really throws me off here is this. Like, what is Grid Map Editor plugin doing at all in this call stack? And why, when you search for it in a bunch of Godot issues, like you can see it shows up in 18 issues and many of them are crashes. That one is, that one, that one, that one, that one. Like, and I just don't get why this would be there at all. So like half of these issues in each, the open and the closed ones are crashes. And granted, one of them's my issue, so I guess that doesn't count. And not all of these have it in the call stack. It's just in the bug. But it just, something seems fishy there. Workarounds. Free instead of queue free. Problem only seems to be through GUI input. But functions shouldn't have to be aware that they may be called from a mouse click. You find a setting to turn off that plugin entirely in the project settings? I didn't look in the project settings actually. I don't know. I don't understand. Oh, I tried turning off 3D. That's what. Yeah, let's search for grid map, I guess. No, I don't see anything. I wouldn't expect this to even be present at all. Like, I'm not using a grid map, so why would the grid map plugin be loaded? And then why would the destructor be called? And I think, again, I think what's happening is Godot is, as soon as it's free, is thinking like, oh, okay, time to destruct this thing that I'm not using. And that's what's causing the issue. Yeah, so we got to figure out how to fix this. We could defer the call to swap party member. And then this won't be happening from GUI input. I wonder why loading frequently would crash the game. I wonder, it could have been the same problem. If I just load game, that didn't break in. So yeah, if I just keep doing this, I think it's going to eventually crash. It hasn't yet. So it's probably not actually going to. No. Yeah, I don't think it's going to do anything. But I think this is a way to get it to crash on Windows, is just keep clicking this over and over. Strange. All right, I am not sure. I'm just so torn on this. We only have so many calls to free, but I already ran into this problem with the first one here. All right, well, let's take a look. Yeah, like Matt said, we could always check to see if this thing is freed. Party section based. I think it's a little bit strange, but it would work. So party member and what is it? Party member dot freed. Cancel free. Is there, how do you check to see if something is already marked to be free? Check if object was queue freed. Queued for deletion. Is instance valid? Is queued for deletion. Here it is. Okay. So we need to do this everywhere. Get party members not equal to null. Party members. First or default. We'd have to put a dot where here. Party members not queued for deletion. And then we can delete this one. Yeah. What was the problem that we had? We had a breakpoint somewhere. Where did that breakpoint go? Here. And it was from get battle party. Get battle party called battle party section get adventurers. Get adventurers called get party members. Yeah, so that should be fixed now. So it can't be queued for deletion. Perfect. The game worked for you when you spam load? Yes, it did. However, yeah, it seemed to work. Because I know you've mentioned a problem with it crashing when you load too fast. And I had that problem a while ago. And I wonder if I were to stash this, if I would have the problem again. I know I keep doing this, but let's try this one more time. Oh, what a day. What a day. Just everything disappears. Oh, I see. You're saying it's not that it crashes. Just stuff is gone. I don't think that's the case for me. Oh, nope, it is the case for me. Oh man, why is it happening? Huh. They're being released on elements that no longer exist or have been removed. Yeah, sorry. That's probably correct. And I wonder if I should remove my hunch possibly related to this. Yeah, I'll just delete it. Okay, now we have a good title. Although I do still have that written down, don't I? Here. Yeah, I don't know, whatever. It is a weird crash. I'm very curious to see how that gets fixed. It'd be nice if I had some sort of priority, and I'm not saying I deserve that priority, but it'd be nice if there were, just to get closure on this stuff sooner. Because I know that all the viewers who are following this stuff probably also want that closure. And people will probably drop in next week and be like, hey, did you ever figure out that issue from Friday? I'll say I did my part. But hey, that person TMM showed up the other day and they work on the engine. So who knows? Maybe they'll end up tackling something like this. Oh, and there were Linux crashes too. When trying to add an adventure to my party on Linux. Hmm. Hmm. All right. So the load thing is definitely a problem. Do we have an issue about that? Loading twice starts a new game. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of want to look into this really fast. What I think might be happening is we have this static is loading here, and maybe this is set when it shouldn't be. So let's just take a look. Where do we actually load the game? Presumably somewhere we recall this. Yeah, load. Here it is. Oh, and we have loading save data. Okay, cool. So it's already printing that out. And then do we have when loading is complete? Done loading. Here it is. Loading is complete. All right, now we run this. And maybe what we're going to see is that it's loading before loading is complete. That's my guess. And I don't know how that could happen, but that would be hopefully easy to find. So we need the bug to happen. Load, load, load. It's still not broken. Still not broken. Still not broken. Ah, there we go. All right, so let's get rid of warning from here. What's going on? Why isn't that working? Can you not get rid of warnings? Huh. Strange. Well, let's copy it all. And then let's just manually delete the warnings there. And then any things with at. All right, so all loadings should be paired with loading is complete. It looks like that's the case. Yeah. So there goes that hunch. Is it a new game? Yeah, it looks like it. Let's look through this. Oh, I still have my stuff stashed. I gotta unstash that. Game saver.load. Here it is. Try to load, then reload current scene. Placing this with a new instance of its original. Oh, and then this knows that it's trying to load. I see. Yeah, save the save data, set that. Then it would go back into ready. I wonder if it's getting an issue. No, it couldn't be getting that issue at least. Then it would just do all this stuff again. So it must not know that is loading is true. Is loading is true, so loading. And is loading is false. So starting a new game. Yeah, possibly something's getting delayed here. I'm not sure. All right, load. There, yeah, it was right there. Is loading is false, so starting a new game. What? The only place. Oh, wait, there are two places we set this to false. What is this place? Skip tutorial says that we're not loading anymore. Seriously? You kidding me? That's dumb. Yeah, that's really dumb. All right, I think that's the problem, but why? That's only in start game. No, and it was already a problem there. Well, there are only two places we set this to false, so let's go find those. One, like I said, is here. How about we print what this is to begin with? Is loading. Is loading. I don't know that it's true, actually. I just know that it's that. And then we set it to false. Good. And the only other place we set it to false is here. Done loading is now false. We will eventually fix all these bugs. I wonder if this happens to real players, because there was some skip tutorial stuff in there, and that's something only we can do. But it might not be related to that. It's not happening any of these times. There it is. All right, what happened now? Done loading is now false. Save data. So it gets done before. What? It gets done before we get to that? Where's this called from? I think that reload current scene isn't synchronous. I'm not actually sure. Hmm. I'm not sure though. So this is the town saying this, and then it says done loading. I think it's called from here. So load from save data. Load from save data should have happened. And then we see is loading is false. It's somehow, we're getting into this twice. Yeah, the town is marked ready twice. Town is ready. That's, I think, what's happening is that we're hitting that twice in one load cycle. And I'm not sure how that would be happening. Could be two, no, it couldn't be two listeners. I should have saved with the camera zoomed out because I have to zoom out to see if there's a problem. There it goes. Copy, paste, and now delete all these things. Town is ready. Let's put a star at the beginning of these. All right, so loading save data. Yep, here it is. Town is ready. Town is ready. So the town is marked ready twice. And every other time we load save data, yeah, it's once per block. Huh. What in the world could cause that? Oh man. I wonder if right before that we actually have two towns somehow. But then why wouldn't we? No, it would print out that the town is ready twice. We get done loading and then it says town is ready again. And that time is false. Yeah. How is that possible? Maybe reload current scene has a problem. It could be that. I don't see it from this. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Inconsistent crashes when switching scenes. Hey, Peter. Some state is lingering after the repeated loading. The thing is, we're seeing town's ready function get hit twice. The only way it could get hit twice is if it's entering the scene tree twice. I guess what we can do is we can print out the hash code of the node. So we can know, is it the same node twice or is it two different towns? It would be kind of funny if there were two different ones somehow. That would be also pretty perplexing. But yeah, let's try this and see which state we're in. All right, so just load this until we see this happen twice. There. It would be really nice if I didn't have these warnings there. I didn't have to manually delete them every time. There. All right, so loading save data. Two different town hash codes. Would you look at that? Are there two towns in the scene tree, I wonder? That we can only check if we're actually in Godot and do this. Okay, a repro. We go to remote. We see one town. Are there any other towns? There's a whole bunch of stuff with town in the name, which is unfortunate. Because I don't know how to search for just town. Yeah, there isn't a way to do that. But I don't see any other. I've expanded everything now. So there we go. And yeah, there's only one town. Which means that we're replacing the current thing. So maybe we're calling reload current scene twice. Calling reload current scene from town hash code. I was hoping it would fill in for me and I'd save the 2 seconds, but instead it cost me 2 seconds. Huh. Still don't know what we could cause this. I would expect it to be that reload's being called twice because that's the only thing that should make a second town in the first place. Yeah, there. All right, now what? All right, loading local settings, loading save data. Did I delete something else? This is, what? Did I delete something else? Shouldn't we see loading save data more than once? Hey, Unknown, lurking here and there. Loving all the progress so far. Thanks, Unknown, and happy holidays to you too. I hope you've been having lots of spicy ramen over there. Loading save data, town is ready, loading the game, done loading, calling reload current scene again. Yeah, wow, what's doing that? Try to load game. Hmm. Maybe it's this. And the in-game menu isn't getting cleaned up or like not in time or there's a race condition or something. You think you're double clicking the load button? No, I don't. But I don't know for sure. I don't think you can double click the close button because there's no fade out time or something. It just immediately stops. Well, the thing doing the loading is the in-game menu. We could print out the hash code of that too. In-game menu, load button clicked, hash code, get hash code. Holiday spirits are strong. Let's do your friend did and import like 40 boxes and get questioned about reselling. If you click load, does it close the pause menu? It just recreates the entire scene out from under you as soon as you click load. So I think double clicking is impossible. But we verify all of this stuff. So let's go verify. Load, load. Copy. Paste, close every other tab so we don't get confused. Get rid of the warnings, get rid of the ats. Loading, save data. So it's part of this actually, in-game menu. So it does say that we clicked the load button twice. But I don't think we actually did. I think there might just be two listeners for it, but I'm not sure. I don't know how we would verify that though. Load button clicked. It only breaks if you load twice quickly. Yeah, but we're not double clicking the load button, right? Like it's just loading twice in quick succession. As I'm opening a new menu. Is the menu also recreated on load? Yeah, it is. And that's, by the way, oh wait, yeah, we are seeing this. Sorry, they're two different hash codes. So we know that we're not clicking the same button twice. But then why is this getting called twice? Load should never even be called from anywhere. Yeah, it's private. And the only place should be from an on click. Yeah, which is here. Okay, let's try something. Load button dot disabled equals true. Might as well, right? Does a click even register over multiple frames? I don't know. What I have some potential hunches that could be wildly off base right now. Like you click and once you've let go, Godot sees that there's a button that exists with that exact same path in the scene tree. I'm not sure. But if we just click this twice, we should. Okay, it's still happening. So it's not a matter of disabling the button. I don't have an explanation for this. Load button clicked, and then I don't click it again. And it loads again. Actually hard to know when exactly this is happening. I only did it twice. Wait, I did it twice. Oh, I'm so confused. All right, let's clear the console. If I were to start the game, or if I were to hit load now, does it load the file? It doesn't. That part also makes no sense because now it means every time I load, it's loading twice. No. Oh, maybe it auto saved. I don't no, it might have auto-saved. In which case, I might not have been reproing it this whole time. Oh, God. Yeah, I wasn't. Oh, I'm so stupid. I forgot about autosave. The if enters another path if you load faster than 1,000 milliseconds. It should stop you from doing that, though. It's possible there's something wrong. Well, yeah, let me take a look. I don't think line 315 is a problem, at least. Yeah. Yeah, let me get rid of autosave. This is throwing things off for sure. Let's set the frequency to like 3E9. So now it's 3 billion seconds. Can't convert double to int. What? Oh, you just can't use scientific notation for integers? I gotta type out a bunch of zeros? There. How many seconds is that? Or how many? It's 83,000 hours. So we just gotta complete this repro before 83,000 hours have passed. I think we can do it. So how do we test this? We can make a new game. We can grant everything. And then we can leave the camera here when we save and it'll be super obvious. Yeah, now we restart the whole thing. And then this will tell us some information. Information we did not have. Load. Okay, it broke. Now we copy and we paste. Whoa, I meant to search for that. What? How are the cursors where they already need to be? I still don't know why this is only... I'm probably losing my mind right now. All right, let's just read through this. So we tried loading the save data, but I clicked load twice. Didn't I? Did I? I think I did. Yeah, I think I did. Oh, let's look at the repro. I did click it twice. Okay. Yeah, but I'm only seeing loading save data once. Oh my God, because the word loaded not being there? Oh, this is the worst. It's just the worst. So many false positives. I want the warnings to be gone. I want all the Godot stuff to be gone. Loading save data. Yeah, it's only printing out once. What? So that means the first time it loaded, it never did this? Maybe can load game was false? Cannot load the game right now. Although, why wouldn't you be able to? Because you did it too soon or because you're already loading? Something's wrong then. But it's wrong from the very first load. Oh, C# also has the digit separators? Yeah, I knew Java added those, like Java 8 or something. I didn't think C# had them too. I think it's nice that those exist. I should have used them there. I would have just preferred scientific notation for integers. All right, try and tell me you can't load this the first time. Loading save data. No, it definitely said it. I click it again. It worked. It works. I do it even faster and it doesn't work. Oh, interesting. It says cannot load the game right now. Is loading is false. And then tries to load anyway. What? Oh, oh my God. Okay. That makes sense. All right. Yeah, I think that's a bug. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right, let's change this to a bool. Return false, and everything else should return an exception or return true. Yeah, whoops. I'm just kind of dumb sometimes. All right, that fixes that one, and now let's fix the final one. I guess from the title screen, it would never really be a problem. Although the reason I put rate limiting on this in the first place is because there was some other issue that was causing a problem. Although that might have been only on Mac. That might have actually been the freeing stuff problem. Who knows? Who knows? All right, well, that should fix it. That wasn't too bad. I mean, I'm already celebrating. I'm putting party hats on my chickens and they haven't hatched yet. That means I'm putting party hats on eggs. Load, load. Oh, nope, it just breaks now. Yeah, because I set the button to disabled. Can't do that anymore. Oh, I don't have a shortcut for the egg emoji? There. Load. Load. Yeah, now it doesn't let you load. Ah, there is no breaking the game now. Wasn't it starting a new game if you load too quick? Yeah, it was. The problem was something that I just fixed. I never checked to see if you could load. So it would always reload the scene. And if you couldn't load, it would just start a new game. And that's why it was only when you did it too fast, because my rate limiting was not complete. Yeah, so this, as long as you clicked within the first second, excuse me. I wrote it crashes for some reason, but let's say we just delete this. Then does it still crash? It could have a hat. Yeah, you'll never know. Is your egg a snake egg or a chicken egg? They look identical in this hypothetical. The hat's also identical, except for one is blue and one is red. So I just need to click this as fast as humanly possible. Pro gamer moves right here. Look at this. Next up, speedrun in Super Mario 64. It's not crashing. So I think we can conclude that we don't need to rate limit how fast you load games. It is sometimes moving the camera to a weird spot. Although maybe that's like a frame perfect pressing the escape key. I don't know. Oh, that's making me dizzy. All right, I think we can delete this. So what was this? Last load time. Not used anymore. Frame perfect camera trick. All right, nice. Nice, nice, nice. Maybe we should print something out here. I don't know why you would ever be in this situation anymore. It's only if you were already loading. Cannot load the game right now, sure. Cannot load the game, I guess it's pretty much just while it's already loading. Isn't can load game just one thing now? Can load game, yeah. So we can just delete this. And it was private. We could just check this anywhere else. If it's loading, then delete all this. Cannot load the game while, or I guess like the game is already loading. Cannot load it again. Pray I do not load it any further. Yeah. Yep, yep, yep. Oh, we don't need this stuff. This is just trash. We definitely don't want to keep that at 83,000 hours. It's a good thing I looked through the dips. delete, 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 delete. You find an egg item and acquire it and store it in the warehouse as opposed to selling it for 10 in real life minutes. Then a snake with a hat hatches. Exceptional lore. It's a snake that bit you in the first place. How did it make it into the egg? I like it. I think we can get the movie rights to this. And we just need to make sure snakes in hats don't have any sort of copyrights on them. All right, I think this is looking good. Just reading it one last time. Yeah. All right, where's the issue? Loading twice starts a new game, yeah. Fix issue with loading, fixes this. The problem is that I was not checking if loading was allowed before attempting to load. So it was starting a new game when you were rate limited. However, the rate limiting itself doesn't seem to be needed anymore. And even if it were, a load crashing the game necessarily means that you had a save file. So it shouldn't be a big deal. I mean, not a big deal from data loss. It's a big deal from a user experience perspective. I don't think I ever want to own a snake. Like, some people look at this and probably say, that's cute. I like cats. Cats are the perfect pets. There is no better pet. Scientists proved this long ago. Loading is done. Should be a big deal from a data perspective. Yeah. Get stash pop. Oh, we should probably push whatever I was just working on. Did I even? Yeah, let's just push that. Cool. I mean, that's what makes cats so great. They are ruthless predators. They're little murder machines, but they also purr and are warm and sit on your lap. If they tried murdering us, we'd probably hate them. That's why people don't make tigers their pets, unless they're crazy. I think I'm out of steam. I think we've done quite a lot. And where I left off was trying to handle all the free stuff that we have here. Yeah. And I think we can just take care of this. I never filled out my journal, did I? Nope. Man, today was crazy. Spent a good portion of the day finding and filing. Where's the issue? Huh, can't find it. Author me. Where? Oh, looking closed issues. I'm like, that should have worked. This Godot issue. What else did I do? I did something in the morning about money labels. Oh, yeah. I feel like I did very little Skeleseller work despite streaming for longer than normal. Did I dodge the whole Tiger King phenomenon? Yeah, I did. I should probably watch it. I started watching Three Body Problem, and I felt like it's a good show, but it's just way too slow. So I couldn't watch it with my wife because she wants to watch shows at 1x speed, and I want to live in the future. So I started watching that on my own. And then Squid Game 2 came out. Well, Squid Game Season 2 came out yesterday. I want to watch that too. So anyway, there are enough shows in the way that I always think, ah, I'll never watch that. What a day. What a day. This is not how I expected today to go, and I'm not bummed about it. There's one thing lurking that I'm not happy about, and that's other crashes. And they're on every operating system. And we found one source on Mac. So now what are we going to do about the other ones? I just don't know. Yeah. I'll have to figure that out at some point. All right, let's go find someone to raid. You know who I'm going to raid? Ex-Botland streamer, Captain of the Dorks. I don't know if I've raided him before. But he's been doing something that's kind of interesting that I don't fully understand. There's a thing called Archipelago. Archipelago. .gg, I think. Yeah. It's a multi-world, multi-game randomizer. So, like I said, I don't fully understand it, but you could be playing Risk of Rain 2 and your friend could be playing StarCraft and someone else could be playing Stardew Valley. And there's a way of like, you find an item in game A and then your friend gets an item in game C and then they find an item and it goes to the third player. And yeah, it's just pretty nuts. So we're going to raid them. I'm not totally sure what they're doing. Are they work days in the US? The first usually isn't. I might stream on New Year's Day. I'm not positive. Anyway, like I said, I don't know too much about this, but he at least streamed Botland once. I'm pretty sure, way back in the day. So this is payback in the best possible way. Thank you all for watching. I hope your holidays have been good. I hope you have a good weekend, and I will see you all on Monday. Take care. Bye.